No. Fucking way. Sean slammed his hand on his thigh, his voice booming through the dorm room. Leo. Dude, get over here. Leo nearly jumped out of his skin, convinced the system was throwing another trial by fire his way. Not Sean. Anyone but Sean. What's wrong? It's not a coincidence, man. It's not a fluke. It's blowing up again. You're the real deal. You gotta see this. Leo and Jordan crowded around Sean's laptop, drawn in by the manic energy in his voice as he broke down the analytics. Look at this video, Sean said, pointing a trembling finger at the screen. The likes are at 784, which is okay, whatever. But look at the shares. 1,291 shares. That's insane. It means people are sharing it even if they don't bother to like it. This is pure, organic word of mouth. TikTok doesn't even need to push it. This thing is going viral on its own. Leo stared at the video Sean was pointing to. It was from last night at the fire mic. At the time, he felt pretty cool. Or at least, somewhat cool. How else could he explain getting a girl like Stella Vance from 0 to a 70 on the affection meter in one night? If that wasn't love at first sight, it was damn close. But watching the video now, all he saw was a skinny figure hunched in a dark corner of the karaoke bar, eyes staring blankly into the middle distance. His shirt and pants were fine, but he'd worn yellow socks with his sandals. As he sang his heart out, one leg had started to bounce nervously, the garish yellow sock flashing with every twitch. The sight of it was so cringy it made his throat tighten. There was a weird, almost creepy vibe to the guy holding the microphone. It had to be Sean's blind faith. How could he possibly think this would go viral? But Sean was ecstatic. The carefully edited videos he'd spent hours on had gone nowhere, but this raw, unedited clip of Leo singing was taking off. He'd posted the one of him singing that emotional indie ballad. The comments were flooding in. Listen to this at work. Accidentally looped it all afternoon. Going through breakup. Cry my eyes out. Still listening. I'm in a happy relationship. And this still made me cry WTF. Weirdly helps me focus on my TPS reports. His voice has this magic. Not technically perfect, but it hits you right in the soul. Listening from my hospital bed. Just had my... Yeah, thanks for the song. Stage 4 breast cancer. Bone mets. This is beautiful. Gives me strength. At user above, you got this. Flex biceps. I have 60 seconds to get all this guy's info. He doesn't have to show his face. Just come sing to me. Ick, but I can't stop listening. Listening. Still listening. I don't even want to listen anymore, but I can't swipe away. My phone died. Damn it. On repeat. Singing this good should be illegal. Leo swiped a hand across his forehead, relieved. At least no one was calling him ugly this time. If they did, he might actually cry. Seriously. Whoever said guys can't cry was an idiot. Still, he knew it wasn't really him. It was the system's pristine vocals buff combined with the empathy buff. With that combo, he could probably oink like a pig and still attract a following of enchanted swine. He remembered the system notification after he'd finished the song. Stella Vance's affection level had skyrocketed from 0 to 60. Just like that. Sean was even more worked up. Deleting those 300-plus videos of random girls he'd filmed had been an act of faith. At 23 years old, he finally saw a real opportunity, something tangible. He'd reached out and grabbed it. And it was working. He watched the follower count on their TikTok account climb. 3,000, then 4, and it was still going. A massive wave of euphoria washed over him. He felt like his blood was boiling, his limbs buzzing with energy. He jumped up and pulled Leo into a crushing hug, then did the same to Jordan. Come on, dinner's on me. Text Alex. It didn't take much for a group of guys to get ready to eat. A minute later, they were out the door. Alex's reply came instantly. On my way. When Sean's buying, I'm there. They headed down to the student strip, to a dive bar called Lucky's that served killer food. Sean, feeling generous, ordered a round of buffalo wings, a plate of loaded chili cheese fries, and a massive bacon cheeseburger split. All solid, artery-clogging choices. Perfect for guys with bottomless appetites. When the waitress asked about drinks, Leo and Jordan just asked for water. Sean was dishing out plates when Alex slid into the booth, a cloud of expensive cologne announcing his arrival before he did. Sorry I'm late, student government stuff. The aroma of spicy wings couldn't quite mask his perfume. Leo and the others snickered. Alex's student government stuff was code for a date. So what's the occasion? Alex asked, genuinely curious. Our boy Sean is treating? The group chat hadn't specified. Sean didn't have a lot of money. He usually paid his way by doing favors, not picking up tabs. Jordan was the one with cash in their dorm. A single pair of his sneakers cost more than Sean's living expenses for a few months. But Sean was a grinder, always willing to help out, and Alex respected that about him. As for Leo, Alex had noticed him the second he walked in. He'd seen him with that girl, Paige Kennedy, earlier that afternoon, but hadn't said hi since he was with Jessica Monroe. For some reason, Leo looked better today, sharper. Maybe being in love, or whatever it was, gave you confidence. In Alex's mind, their dorm was a simple ecosystem. Sean was insecure, Jordan was a vain but harmless peacock, and Leo was a bit naive. Leo claimed his family was average, but Alex suspected the extended family had money and influence. His parents seemed to have a solid marriage, and Leo had the unmistakable aura of a kid who grew up in a happy, supportive home. Simple, kind-hearted. Alex got along with all of them just fine. "Let's eat first, man," Sean said, his voice buzzing with excitement. He was feeling so good he could even joke back at Alex. "You guys want some beers?" Alex offered. He knew some guys clammed up sober, but turned into open books after a drink or two. Sean was tempted. Fate had never really done him any favors, and now that it had, he wanted to celebrate. But beer wasn't cheap, he was already low on cash, and he didn't want Alex to have to pay. Plus, he still had to edit the footage of Leo playing tennis. If they were serious about making this TikTok thing work, they needed to post daily. No slacking. Hard work was the only way to beat poverty. "Not tonight. I'll owe you," Sean said firmly. "When we actually start making money off this thing, I'll treat you all to the good stuff." Alex gave him a curious look. Sean seemed different tonight, speaking up, confidently turning down a drink. The four of them devoured the food like a pack of wolves, scraping the plates clean. 3 bowls of rice each. When you're young, everything tastes amazing. Leo ate his fill, and while it wasn't as good as Miz Miller's home cooking, it was still fantastic. A guy in his 20s could never get enough meat. After letting out a satisfied burp, Sean finally made the announcement. "Leo and I are going all in on making TikToks. We haven't found internships yet, so this is going to be it." Jordan immediately jumped in. "Count me in. I can be your PA, your gopher, whatever. You know my internship is a joke. It's at my family's workshop. I'm just on the books. My dad and brother can't stand having me around anyway." Alex listened, unimpressed. Sure, some TikTokers made millions, but what did that have to do with them? Everyone used TikTok, but they were just part of the audience, the traffic. He thought it was a pipe dream, completely unrealistic. You couldn't force a video to go viral. You just had to post consistently until, eventually, you got bored and gave up. But he had enough social grace not to crush their spirits. "That's great, man. It's always good to have something you're passionate about. If you need anything, just let me know. For now, let's toast with this water. To Sean and Leo, may you blow up." They all raised their glasses of free tap water and drank. Leaving the carnage of their meal on the table, they left. Sean felt a sense of clarity. Treating his friends had cost him $107, leaving him with $459 to his name. He'd be fine. Having a purpose made him feel grounded. "What are you guys up to now?" Sean asked as they stepped outside. "Got some more student government stuff," Alex said. Leo, Sean, and Jordan shared a look. "Right? A student government named Jessica. There's a seminar," Leo said. "Something like career strategies for graduating seniors. I was thinking of checking it out." "We'll go too," Jordan and Sean said in unison. They split up at the end of the strip. Alex looked back at the 3 of them walking away and felt a sudden, unexpected pang of loneliness. Leo and his friends found the multimedia classroom. Room 102 was already packed, and the speaker had already started. On the stage sat a middle-aged professor who looked like a future version of Sean, hair a little too long and greasy, a wrinkled button-down shirt on a hot day, rumpled slacks. He was holding a beat-up travel mug and bouncing his leg. "All right, students, you need to open your eyes and find a good job. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. Couldn't find a job, so I had to get a master's, become a professor, and now I'm stuck here, miserably teaching you how to find a job. If I could have found a real job back then, I wouldn't be sitting here today." The professor's words were a better education than 10 years of school. The classroom erupted in laughter, the tension immediately broken. This guy knew what he was doing. A dry, boring lecture would have had everyone on their phones. This was a room full of jaded seniors, not bright-eyed freshmen. Leo and his friends had arrived late, so the only available seats were in the front row. The back was completely full. It was a classic feature of Northwood State. Leave the space for ambition to others while you chilled in the back, scrolling through your phone or flirting. As soon as he sat down, Sean, ever the professional, pulled out his phone and started recording. Might be useful, might not. Best to get the footage. Leo, paranoid the system might drop a surprise learning quest on him, had brought his backpack with a notebook. He opened it and started taking notes, looking like the model student. Jordan, meanwhile, was already playing a game on his phone under the desk. A new timeline appeared in Leo's vision. 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m., attend seminar. Attending seminars provides knowledge and information. enhances personal abilities, expands social networks, and stimulates a passion for learning. Become an outstanding trophy husband sooner. Leo often felt like classes were pointless, that nothing he learned would ever be useful. It felt like a waste of time, something he did passively because the rules said so. He rarely mastered any of it. Students learned half-heartedly, professors taught casually, and everyone just went through the motions. At least, that's how it felt to him. In his information management class, he couldn't recall a single technical concept, but he vividly remembered the professor describing a Philly cheesesteak from a tiny shop in South Philly. The smell, the texture, paired with an ice-cold Coke. Pure bliss. In English class, he'd forgotten every grammar rule, but the movies the professor showed them, Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Big Fish, Flipped, were burned into his memory. He still sucked at English, but he learned something about life. From information management, he learned to savor good food. In marketing, he listened to the professor rant about fighting his HOA over a parking spot and filing a complaint with a bank's corporate office over a faulty ATM. The professors often went way off topic. You guys already know the professional stuff, so let me tell you something you'll actually listen to, they'd say. Java class was a blur of incomprehensible code, a good time to catch up on sleep. C programming was the same, except for the stories the professor told about his college roommate who was now a millionaire at some tech giant with a beautiful wife, whom he later divorced. In his foreign exchange class, he just stared at the instructor's blonde hair and curvy figure, her accent a melodic blur as she played music videos. In another, the frizzy-haired Australian professor told them about how his family lost everything in a flood, about his dream of biking around the world on his $8,000 bike, and how he'd broken his leg twice doing it. All these moments flashed through his mind, and just like that, he was a senior. The time that had once crawled by now felt like it was on fast forward, a blur of images that was over in a second. He wished he could go back to his first day on campus, start all over again. Maybe he would have been more serious, more mature. Just kidding, of course, the professor on stage was saying. To get a teaching job at university now, you need a Ph.D. A master's won't cut it anymore. The competition you're facing is way tougher than it was in my day. Back then, there were opportunities everywhere. Think about it. A young Steve Jobs was getting turned down for jobs. Mark Zuckerberg was just a kid in a dorm. But don't get me wrong, their starting point was completely different from yours. If I told you that you were just like them, it would mean one of us is dreaming and we'd both wake up laughing. Leo opened his notebook, but hadn't written a single word. The professor was funny, but nothing he said felt useful. Maybe the useful parts were just getting lost in the laughter. Of course, I hope one of you becomes the next big tech billionaire. Maybe you'll donate a building and I'll get a bigger pension. You're about to graduate, and when I was preparing this lecture, I thought about teaching you how to write a resume, how to interview, how to choose a company. Then I realized, none of that is important. Here it comes, Leo thought, his pen pausing. It was the classic professor line. You all know the technical stuff, so I won't bother. He wanted to groan. How do you know we know it if you haven't taught it? But the professor was probably right. You could hear 100 lectures on resumes and interviews, but you only truly understood it after going through it once yourself. What I'm about to tell you is the real deal. The secret sauce. Companies pay me $4,000 a pop for this talk. The university pays me $50 an hour for this, and I have to bring my own water. Another wave of laughter rolled through the room. The guy was genuinely entertaining. On a whim, Leo looked him up on his phone. He actually had a bio. Luke Hoffman, professor of literature, author of best-selling books such as The 100 Problems of Modern Business, The Internet Sickness, and The Late Bloomer's Advantage. Member of the National Writers Guild, vice chairman of the Bridgeport Arts Council. Spouse, Penelope Hayes, acclaimed film director. That director's name sounded familiar. No wonder he charged $4,000. It was probably a bargain. It was like that online meme. You don't realize until after you graduate that your unassuming college professors are the same high-level professionals you'll never be able to get a meeting with in the real world. Interest is the best teacher. Your first grade teacher probably told you that. Professor Hoffman continued. Now I'm going to tell you that interest is the best way to make money. You're seniors. For me to tell you to rely on your major to get a job would be fraud. Think about it. How many people are in your program? Are you in the top 3? If not, what makes you think you'll stand out? Your real moneymaker is your passion. So let me ask you, what are your interests? What are you good at? The response was immediate. The professor pointed first to Jordan, whose colorful shirt made him an easy target. Jordan stood up, a little embarrassed. Does makeup and fashion count? The fashion world is desperately lacking a talent like you. Hoffman deadpanned. The room howled. Someone else said they liked video games. Great, the professor said. You can get paid to play games with CEOs. That's a real job. Or you could be a game tester and play until you're sick of it. Another student shouted, I like dating. which brought even more laughter. Excellent, Hoffman declared. That means you have an advantage in social dynamics with women. You could go work for a company that sells female-centric products. After going around the room, Professor Hoffman's eyes landed on Leo. He noticed the kid in the front row who seemed to be taking notes, which was rare for his class. Leo stood up, flustered. He couldn't think of what his interests were. He used to be good at drawing as a kid, but in art class, he saw how much better everyone else was. His style was imaginative, not realistic, so he eventually gave it up. He was good at math, too, but quit the mathletes in middle school. Same with physics. His uncle had given him a camera, and he got into photography for a while, but that fizzled out, too. So many hobbies, but nothing stuck. It felt like he wasn't really good at anything. He couldn't answer. Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from a corner of the room. Professor, he's great at organizing, and he can sing. He has an amazing voice. Leo turned, but couldn't see who had spoken. The voice wasn't familiar. On stage, the professor cleared his throat. Well, the kid's a handsome guy, and he can sing. But don't be a pop star. That industry is too dark. But if you can organize, too, that's a powerful skill set. You could be a trophy husband. Ha ha ha. The students were banging on their desks with laughter. The professor held up a hand, his expression suddenly serious. What's so funny? There's no shame in it. I'm a trophy husband myself. My wife's daily salary is higher than my monthly one. The only reason I'm here teaching you is because I enjoy it. I like talking to young people. Otherwise, I could just stay home and live off her. Looking at the professor on stage, greasy hair, wrinkled clothes, bouncing leg, but with a bright, confident smile, Leo had an epiphany. His concept of being a trophy husband had been shallow. He thought you had to be tall and handsome. But Professor Hoffman was neither. You could even say he was unattractive. Yet he leaned into it, wore it like a badge of honor. He wasn't just a trophy husband. He was a proud one. This was the next level. Leo was floored. Professor, you're my idol. The future is bright. System notification. Host has listened attentively to the seminar and gained a new perspective. Reward, buff, boldness one day. This buff will stimulate the host's courage, enabling fearless social interaction, confident speech, and the audacity to do what you want. You will discover that it's no big deal. Even embarrassment doesn't matter. You're the only one who remembers it. Everyone else quickly forgets. If you want to do something, just do it. Failure costs you nothing, but success is everything. Leo quickly searched for Penelope Hayes, and it clicked. She was the director of Chesapeake Tides, a show his mom was obsessed with. During the summer after his senior year of high school, his mom did nothing but watch that show on a loop at their shop. When it came on again in reruns, she watched it all over again. Leo was astonished. The world was so big, yet so small. He never would have imagined that the husband of the director his mom adored was a professor at his school, giving a lecture just 10 feet away from him. It felt surreal. Leo wasn't one to get starstruck, but in that moment, he didn't hesitate. He walked right up to the stage to intercept Professor Hoffman as the class was ending. It was a classic Alex Young move. Freshman year, Alex would corner every professor after class, introducing himself, asking questions, making sure they knew his name. Now, Alex was the vice president of the student government, an honor roll student, president of the networking club, and a scholarship winner every year. He was even applying for a prestigious government fellowship program, something Leo and the others hadn't even heard of until Alex explained it. The fellowship was a fast track for top graduates in the civil service. It was the difference between being a career paper pusher and being groomed for leadership. A fellow started at a higher grade than a typical new hire who might spend their whole life at that same entry level. Simply put, fellows were future leaders. Regular civil servants were the workforce. Barring any major screw-ups, Alex was on track to be the most successful guy from their dorm. Leo and the others hadn't understood Alex's ambition at first. He just seemed a little too mature, too much of a tryhard. But now, as seniors, they realized he'd been playing the long game from day one. Fueled by the new buff, Leo summoned his courage. Professor, he said, walking up to the stage. I was wondering if I could get your contact info. Also, I just bought your book, The Late Bloomer's Advantage. Could you sign it for me next time? He hadn't bought it yet, but he would as soon as he got back. Of course, Professor Hoffman said, pulling out his phone. And I heard you're a good singer. My wife loves music. I, unfortunately, am terrible at it. Leo scanned the professor's contact QR code. Inspired by Leo's sudden burst of courage, Sean and Jordan scurried over and shamelessly did the same. Professor, we started a TikTok channel, Leo said, pressing his advantage. It has a video of me singing. I'll have my roommate send it to you. Normally, Leo would have assumed the professor was just being polite. But with the boldness buff, he figured, why not take him at his word? What was the harm? The worst that could happen was being ignored. Also, my mom is a huge fan of Chesapeake Tides, Leo added. Is there any chance I could get an autograph from Miss Hayes for her? She watches it every summer. Sure thing, kid. You know how to use your resources, chasing celebrities through their professor, Hoffman said with a chuckle. In that short exchange, all three of them had added the professor to their contacts. Sean was buzzing. As an aspiring videographer, a real director was like a god to him. Jordan, obsessed with fashion and pop culture, was just as excited to have a connection, however tenuous, to the entertainment world. Most of the other students had left. They said their goodbyes and headed out. Leo's heart was still pounding. He looked at the new contact on his phone, Luke H. The profile picture was a fluffy white cat. It was so normal and kind of funny. Professors were just people. It wasn't that hard. Socializing wasn't that hard. You just had to do it. There was no shame, no loss. The worst-case scenario was he gets added and then deleted. So what? You just had to take that first step. Hesitating, waiting until you felt worthy, was a surefire way to miss your chance forever. It wasn't about being worthy. It was about being proactive. The three of them walked back to the dorm together. Sean was still in disbelief. Dude, is his wife really Penelope Hayes? That's insane. Jordan was already looking her up on his phone. Leo felt a sense of disbelief, too. It really was that simple. You just had to open your mouth and ask. He quickly pulled out his phone and ordered the book. Back in the dorm, it was quiet. As seniors, they no longer had mandatory study hall or lights out, but the room felt emptier. Most of their classes were done to make way for internships. Before, Leo had been jealous of the people who'd found internships and left campus. They seemed like adults, while he was still just a student. It felt so uncool. But after tonight, Leo realized being a student was a unique and valuable identity he'd never appreciated. As a college student, he could walk up to a renowned professor and ask for his number. Once he graduated, he'd be a nobody, an entry-level drone at some company. He'd never cross paths with people like that again. He checked the class group chat. There were 2 seminars scheduled every week for the rest of the semester. He was going to attend every single one. He only had 1 year of college left. His work life would be the rest of his life. Time, please, he thought. Slow down. 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Personal time. Learning to be alone is an important skill. Give yourself time to relax. While providing emotional value to others, you must also learn to give yourself an emotional massage. A healthy body and mind are essential for a trophy husband. Seeing the new timeline, Leo suddenly felt lost. When the system wasn't giving him a mandatory task, he didn't know what to do with himself. It was still his time, but having it labeled personal time made it feel different, more significant. He didn't feel like playing video games. He'd played that afternoon, and it hadn't been that fun. He tidied the dorm yesterday, and it was still mostly clean. The room was cramped. He knew that after graduation, he'd look back and wonder how 4 guys managed to live in such a tiny space for 4 years. But as cramped as it was also liberating. It was the freest 4 years of his life. A 30-inch wide bunk bed offered more freedom than a king-size mattress ever would. Young people never appreciate being young because they're in the middle of it. Leo sat at his desk, but didn't turn on his computer. He picked up a book at random, not for a class, but a world atlas he'd bought himself. Most books he'd borrow from the library, but for some reason, he'd felt compelled to buy this one. He rarely ever looked at it. He leaned back, propping his feet up on the shelf under his desk, and gazed out the window at the track, the treetops, and the girls' dorm across the way. He bounced his leg as he idly flipped through the pages. Each page was a different city, with photos of famous landmarks and descriptions of local foods and customs. They all looked so beautiful. He always thought that one day, when he had money, he'd visit every single one. When he bought the book, he'd imagine himself backpacking, atlas in hand, just opening to a random page and going wherever it told him to go. It would be lonely by himself, though. Having a girlfriend to travel with would be better. The thought of his wallet immediately killed that fantasy. A trip for 2 meant double the cost for travel and lodging. Way too expensive. Sean, high off his 3rd video success, was in a creative frenzy. He was filming everything, switching to his camera when his phone died. Both were old and outdated, though. He really needed to upgrade his equipment. Better lighting alone would make a huge difference. Jordan, who had planned on gaming, saw that no one else was and decided against it. He'd offered to be Sean's assistant and was still riding that wave of enthusiasm, earnestly trying to learn from him. Sean mostly ignored him. Jordan's interests were a mile wide and an inch deep. He'd once decided they should all take a tennis elective. He'd bought the racket, the shoes, the outfit, and then never went to the class. When Alex returned to the dorm, he was shocked to find all 3 of them there quietly studying. He thought he'd walked into the wrong room. A clean, well-lit dorm with studious roommates. It was surreal, like they'd time-traveled back to their first week of freshman year, when everyone was still running on high school adrenaline and hadn't figured out how to slack off yet. What? Did that seminar change your lives or something? He joked. It was rare to see Alex back so early. Why are you back so soon? Jordan asked. For some reason, after parting ways with his roommates earlier, Alex had felt a strange sense of loneliness. Even after grabbing dessert with Jessica, he'd made an excuse to come back early. Maybe being a senior was making him sentimental. He held up a large black plastic bag. Inside was a 12-pack of beer. He tossed a can to each of them. As freshmen, they might not have drunk. As seniors, it was second nature. Alex also produced a small container of salted peanuts, the perfect beer snack. It was unusual for him to bring back alcohol, unless it was for a social occasion. Crack! The sound of pull tabs echoed in the quiet room. Foam fizzed out of Leo's can, and he quickly caught it with his mouth. The taste was bitter and sharp, so different from soda. It was complex like life itself. Alex noticed the atlas in Leo's hands. Planning a trip with a girl? Leo? No way. Leo, who had less than $200 to his name after buying the book, shook his head frantically. He was self-aware enough to know he was broke. If he went on a trip with a girl, he'd feel obligated to pay, and he didn't have the money. It was better to just not go. Poverty was keeping him virtuous. After we graduate, we have to take a trip together, Alex said wistfully. Besides our families and future wives, who else will we ever spend 4 years living with like this? Graduation's no good, Jordan countered. By then you'll be off doing big things in D.C. or something. If we're going to do it, we should do it now. Sean chimed in. My hometown is actually beautiful. Mountains, canyons. Way better than any national park you have to pay to get into. There are giant salamanders in the creek by my house. You can just find them under rocks. We could go during fall break if you guys want. Leo stayed quiet. His hometown was just a small city with a few hilly streets. Alex, perhaps feeling sentimental himself, took a long sip of beer. There's a reservoir near my place with these huge fish. One fish can feed a whole table. You can't get them anywhere else. I could take you guys sometime. Leo had always been curious about Alex's family. He knew what everyone else's parents did, but Alex was always vague. Tonight, emboldened by his success with Professor Hoffman, Leo decided to just ask. Hey Alex, he began, I know you've said your parents were for the government, but what do they actually do? You always seem so much more mature than us, like you really get how things work. Jordan and Sean leaned in, also curious. Alex had cultivated an air of mystery. Everyone knew his family was connected, but how connected was anyone's guess? Alex hesitated for a second, then seemed to make a decision. My mom is the Deputy Commissioner of Administration for the Bridgeport PD. My dad's the Regional Director for the EPA. It's not as big a deal as you think. They're not corrupt, so we don't have a ton of money. It just makes life in our city a little easier. My maternal grandfather is a retired judge, and my uncle's a federal prosecutor. Basically, my mom's whole family is in law enforcement. My other grandpa was a veteran. Holy shit, Sean breathed. The village chief back in his hometown was treated like a king. His roommate's dad was a director. Damn, dude, Leo said, equally stunned. His own uncle was a mid-level manager at a state-owned enterprise, and his cousin was a total doofus. Alex was on another level. So you're really from a political family, Jordan said, his expression mock horrified. Have we, offended you at any point in the last 4 years? Shut up, you idiot, Alex said, but he was smiling. We're from a small city. Being as somebody there doesn't mean anything out here. He looked relieved, as if a weight had been lifted. With the floodgates open, Jordan couldn't resist. All right, Alex, you've had so many girlfriends. You gotta tell us. You know, about, He wiggled his eyebrows. We're inexperienced. Sean and Leo's faces flushed, but they leaned in eagerly. Alex took another swig of beer, a resigned look on his face. There's nothing to tell. I'm a virgin. What the foo? No way. Seriously? The three of them stared at him, dumbfounded. Alex Young? Virgin? He was the vice president of the student government, the guy who looked like he'd bend the rules to get with a new member. How is that possible? It's true, Alex said. My old man said if I ever got a girl pregnant, he'd break my legs and disown me. I've been focused on getting that fellowship since the day I got here. If I screwed that up over a girl, he'd actually kill me. He's a big shot director, but he's also super superstitious. He went to a fortune teller who told him he'd have a son who would become a governor. I'm starting to think I might be adopted. Leo, Sean, and Jordan were silent for a beat. Then all three of them dogpiled him. Alex, my brother, when you're rich and famous, don't forget us. We slept in the same room as you. Don't forget us. It took Alex a solid minute to fight them off. That night, they all got drunk, not on the beer, but on the camaraderie and shared confessions. Lying in bed, Leo felt a profound sense of comfort. Their bond felt stronger, deeper. He drifted off to sleep and dreamed. In the dream, Alex really was a governor. Sean was his driver, and Jordan was his secretary. And Leo was at Alex's mansion, being a trophy husband to Alex's wife. He was carrying her shopping bags, and she reached out and looped her arm through his. Alex is so busy, and he's not in the best health, she whispered. I'm so glad I have you to keep me company. Holy shit. Leo jolted awake. Leo's heart was hammering against his ribs. He thought he'd only been asleep for a minute, but when he opened his eyes, the room was filled with the bright light of dawn. He had no memory of how he'd fallen asleep. No one had even closed the blinds. He grabbed his phone. 5:44 a.m. Jesus. He couldn't believe his own subconscious. Giving Alex a green hat, even in a dream? That was messed up. He felt like he'd dodged a bullet. He glanced over at Alex's bed. His roommate was sleeping peacefully, his dark hair looking distinctly. Not green. His pillowcase, however, was a deep forest green. Oh God. Leo felt a surge of irrational guilt, as if he'd actually done something wrong. The timeline hadn't appeared yet. He tiptoed out of bed and pulled the blinds shut so the others could sleep in. He had to get ahead, get stronger, in secret. In the communal bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face, the shock of it finally calming his racing heart. He was definitely not cut out to be a bad guy. The greats were ruthless. They didn't think twice about sleeping with their brother's wife. He wasn't built like that. A bad dream was enough to leave him with trembling hands and weak knees. He tried to recall his life's worst deeds. In high school, he'd borrowed a book from a rental shop that went out of business before he could return it. In kindergarten, he tried to kiss a chubby girl on the cheek, and she pushed him, knocking out a loose baby tooth. In 6th grade, he and his friend Danny snuck into the community pool to check out women in swimsuits and accidentally saw the factory vice president's wife making out with a guy who was definitely not the vice president. He made a girl cry in a debate competition and let the air out of his mean English teacher's tires once. It was a pretty tame list. Nothing illegal, nothing truly immoral. He was safe. He dunked his face in the cold water again, washing away the last of the dream's heat. Back in the room, he mixed a glass of honey water. He'd have to remember to buy more today. After a quick trip to the bathroom, he felt refreshed and ready. By the time the system would have prompted him, he was already dressed and heading out the door. His self-discipline was becoming scary. His muscles were a little sore, but it was nothing like yesterday. After a brief warm-up, he started his run, and at the usual spot, he saw Professor Reed. This time, Leo slowed to a jog and pulled out his phone. Good morning, Professor Reed. I was wondering if I could get your contact info. Of course, Leo, she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. It's so good to see you exercising every day. I was just telling my own grandson he needs to follow your example. Look at you, your skin is just glowing. Leo, the glowing specimen, added her contact. Her profile picture was a slightly blurry photo of a rose from her garden, and her username was just Evelyn R. It had a definite 69-year-old vibe. Oh, Leo, while I have you, can you help me with something? She asked, peering at her phone. How do I reply to one of my old sorority sisters without everyone else seeing it? Leo looked at her screen. She'd posted a picture of a butterfly on a flower bush. Below was a string of comments. So you just tap on the specific comment you want to reply to, he explained. That way, only that person and your mutual friends will see the reply. If you want it to be completely private, you can just send her a direct message. Oh, I see. That makes sense. She tucked her phone away. She was wearing stylish pink joggers, a matching t-shirt, and a black Canada Goose vest. She looked energetic and fashionable, not at all like she was trying too hard to look young. Buoyed by his lingering boldness buff, Leo said, That's a really sharp outfit, Professor. You look great. Her face lit up with a huge grin, revealing a perfect set of dentures. My granddaughter bought it for me. She has great taste. After another minute of small talk, Leo felt his social energy draining. His courage was still there, but his charisma was running on empty. He said his goodbyes and continued his run. Another professor in his contacts. It was amazing to think that someone so accomplished could be stumped by something so simple. She was just like his own grandparents. System notification. Congratulations, host, for making progress with gold-tier, single wealthy woman Evelyn Reed. Affection has reached 70. Please continue your efforts and strive for new heights. The system's robotic voice rang in his head. Leo almost tripped. Surely there was a difference between that kind of affection and this kind, right? Abort. 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 Morning. Hey, He'd just rounded the bend at the crossroads between the men's and women's dorms when he saw her. Stella Vance was standing there, stretching. For a second, Leo wanted to slap himself. This had to be another dream. What had he possibly done to deserve this? This intersection was usually crawling with simps waiting for their respective goddesses to emerge. And here's a girl, standing in the cool morning air, waiting for him. She was wearing a sleek, all-black set of compression tights and a long-sleeve top. It was an outfit that demanded a perfect figure, and hers was flawless. Seeing her like that, just her silhouette, was enough to make a guy's mind wander. But then you looked at her face, not seductive or sweet, but sharp and clear, like a mountain spring or glacial meltwater. It was a face that could extinguish any impure thoughts and snap you back to being a perfect gentleman. Leo felt pathetic. He was stacked with buffs today. He was a millimeter taller, 173. 2 centimeters, up from yesterday's 173. 1. His eyelashes were thicker. The scars on his face were almost completely gone. His overall attractiveness had ticked up a full point. He was officially a moderately handsome guy, well above average. He had the boldness buff, the animal magnetism buff, the unshakable core buff. And yet, the moment he saw Stella, it all vanished. He was back to square one, nervous, shy, insecure, unworthy. He still couldn't figure out what she saw in him. If she was just into his voice, he was screwed. He didn't have the pristine vocals buff today. Plus, during their dorm room talk last night, Alex had mentioned she was planning to study abroad. Leading him on when she was about to leave the country? That felt kind of cruel. What if he actually fell for her? He couldn't even afford the plane ticket. His mind churned with these useless thoughts as he fell in a step beside her. After their brief greeting, he focused on his run. Thinking about the future was pointless. When a goal is that far out of reach, the best thing to do is cut your losses. So he just ran, putting in a solid 30 minutes. 6:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. Morning run. A healthy body leads to a clear mind, inspiring ambition, and maintaining a positive mental state. It was true. The longer he ran, the clearer his head became, and the better he felt. He realized that whenever he was around Stella, he understood Sean perfectly. The feeling of inadequacy was overwhelming, a hard thing to shake. If it weren't for the boldness buff, he probably would have ditched her and run off on his own. They ran in silence, side by side. He could feel the envious stares from other guys on the path. A girl that tall and beautiful with a guy like him? He must have a secret power, a trust fund. The 30 minutes flew by, probably because his running partner was so distractingly beautiful. He almost wished he could keep going, that he could use his time dilation buff to extend a run. In that moment, the beautiful girl beside him felt like an obstacle. Wait, he thought. What am I even thinking? They ended up at the edge of the student strip. Was he supposed to buy her breakfast again? Seemed weird to do it 2 days in a row at the same place. But not buying it felt wrong, too, especially after she'd brought him all that fruit. Before he could decide, Stella spoke. You got breakfast yesterday. My treat today. Okay, Leo agreed instantly, relieved. He wondered what a rich girl considered breakfast. As long as it wasn't something that would bankrupt him if he ever had to reciprocate, he was fine. But instead of heading to a diner, she led him down a side street behind the strip, an area filled with pool halls and cafes. He'd been at Northwood for 4 years. He knew there were no breakfast spots back here. It was mostly a place for couples to make out in the alleyways. If it weren't broad daylight, he might have been nervous. He was 173, 2 centimeters tall, but standing next to Stella, he somehow felt shorter. It was her proportions. Her legs seemed to go on forever. Curious, he followed her. She stopped in front of an unmarked roll-up garage door, bent down, and with a grunt of effort, yanked it open. Inside, there was no food. There was a motorcycle, a big one, sleek and black with yellow accents, gleaming under the single bare bulb. The light was dim, but the bike seemed to have its own inner glow. Leo wasn't a gearhead. His financial situation didn't allow for such expensive hobbies. But what guy didn't love a cool bike? Stella walked over, put on the helmet, and tossed another one to Leo. Then, with an effortless grace, she swung a long leg over the seat, straddling the machine. She thumbed the ignition, and the engine roared to life with a gut-shaking rumble. She turned to him, her voice slightly muffled by the helmet. Get on. I'm taking you to breakfast. Leo's heart started hammering against his ribs. Thump, thump, thump. Warning. Host's heart rate is dangerously high. Please remain calm. An outstanding trophy husband must possess unshakable composure. The first one to fall in love is the first one to lose. But his heart wouldn't listen. How could any guy refuse an invitation from a girl with a tiny waist and legs for days, perched on a powerful motorcycle, looking back at you like that? Get on, she said again. The heavy helmet clamped down on his head, doing little to ease the pressure building in his brain. Leo felt like his blood pressure was skyrocketing. He clambered onto the back of the motorcycle, his movements clumsy and awkward as he tried not to fall off. Stella was like some warrior from the future, all sleek lines and radiant confidence. He felt like a bug in her perfect code, a jarring, out-of-place element. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt and black track pants, his pockets containing only his phone and a pack of tissues he'd brought just in case. If he were cool, he would have smoothly placed a hand on her shoulder, swung his leg over, wrapped his arms around her waist, and said, "Let's ride." Instead, he got on first, and then Stella swung her impossibly long leg over the front, right past his face, and settled into the driver's seat. They were pressed close together. There was nowhere to hold on. The engine felt hot beneath him. Putting his hands on her waist felt way too forward. "You can hold on in front of me," she said. Leo's palms were sweating. "Which front?" He awkwardly reached his arms around her, his hands finding the raised part of the gas tank in front of her seat. He was basically hugging her. If she'd had long hair cascading over his arms, he probably would have failed the system's test right then and there. Only the unshakable core buff was keeping him together. As he settled in, a strange scent filled his nostrils. It wasn't perfume. It was motor oil. And weirdly, it smelled incredible, a sharp, exhilarating aroma that made his scalp tingle. The bike shot forward, leaving the student strip behind and heading for the bridge that led off campus. The wind roared in his ears, making conversation impossible. The feeling of being pressed against her, as the world blurred around them, sent a massive jolt of adrenaline through him. It was terrifying and thrilling all at once. It was better than any roller coaster. The scenery flew by, cars on the road seeming to move in reverse. Stella was driving fast, at a red light. She pulled up next to a Mercedes sedan. The middle-aged man behind the wheel stared at them, his eyes full of a tangible envy. A woman in the passenger seat smacked his arm. "Steve, what are you gawking at? The light's about to change." The light turned green. The Mercedes pulled away smoothly. A second later, the motorcycle blasted past it, a black and yellow blur. In that moment, Leo desperately wanted to wrap his arms around Stella's waist. He didn't dare. Wait, why not? He was already here. If he didn't do it, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. As she accelerated again, he moved his hands from the hard gas tank and slipped them around her waist. Just for a second, he'd be respectful. She didn't flinch or react, just kept driving, the bike picking up even more speed. Leo felt a strange sense of peace. If they were to crash right now, he thought it would be okay. He had no regrets, no fears. Then the bike slowed to a stop. They were parked in front of a vast, golden field of wheat, shimmering in the morning sun. A small trailer was set up on the side of the road, with 2 large steaming pots. A few people were already lined up. This was the breakfast Stella had brought him to, a legendary middle-of-nowhere food cart that served freshly made breakfast burritos. The engine cut off. Leo, still in a daze, realized his hands were still around her waist. Stella gently pried them off. Her fingers were cool against his hot skin, and the brief touch sent a more powerful jolt through him than the full embrace had. The hug had been instinct, primal. But this felt different. A guy could hug a girl and not mean anything by it. But holding her hand, that meant something. Stella looked at his flushed face and chuckled. It was the first time she'd ever had a passenger, and she'd been a little nervous herself. But seeing someone 100 times more nervous than she was had a calming effect. She'd never driven that fast before. There's a psychological phenomenon called the misattribution of arousal. When you're in a high-stakes, thrilling situation, your heart beats faster. If you're with someone else, you might mistakenly attribute that physiological response to romantic attraction. It's why people fall in love so quickly in loud, chaotic nightclubs. In the moment when the world had started to blur and fall away, a pair of hands had wrapped around her waist, anchoring her to reality. After that, she'd slowed down just a little. Now at the burrito stand, Stella went to order. Leo, his mind slowly returning to his body, found a nearby picnic table and wiped it down with the tissues from his pocket. He was still wiping when Stella returned with 2 foil-wrapped bundles and sat down next to him. Suddenly, Leo felt a strange tickle in his nose. Was he catching a cold from the ride? He reached for a tissue, but the one in his hand was shredded. Then he saw Stella holding a fresh one, reaching toward his face. She tilted his chin up. "You're bleeding," she said, her voice laced with concern as she pressed the tissue to his nose. "Lean your head back. That should stop it." Leo stared at her face, so close to his. "Don't get any closer," he thought desperately. "The bleeding won't stop. It's only getting worse." The other customers at the roadside stand shot them knowing, benevolent smiles. Who hadn't been young and foolishly in love? Leo felt like he was losing enough blood to fill a transfusion bag. It only stopped when Stella, having run out of tissues, went to get more from the vendor. As soon as she was a few feet away, the bleeding subsided. A teenage boy's body was an untamable beast. This time, Leo sat on the opposite side of the table. But then he saw her take a bite of her burrito, and his eyes drifted down to her chest, then to her waist, the waist his hands had been around just minutes ago. He felt another telltale trickle in his nose. Damn it. He tilted his head back and stared at the sky. A timeline notification shimmered into view. 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eat breakfast. Prevent gallstones and kidney stones. A man with no stones is a healthy man. The mundane message was enough to cool him down. He focused on his burrito. It was incredible, filled with eggs, chorizo, potatoes, and some kind of magical green chili sauce. Stella had ordered for both of them without asking, and she'd picked perfectly. He wasn't a picky eater, though he did have a weird aversion to chicken feet. After they finished, they went for a walk along the edge of the wheat field to let their food settle. Leo had been in Bridgeport for 4 years, but barely knew the city. The campus was so far from downtown that unless you had a girlfriend to entertain, there was no reason to go. The isolation of the campus was like a bubble, protecting students from the harsh realities of the world. It was a naivete they would lose almost instantly upon graduation. For now, though, Leo was still that naive college student. They walked along a narrow dirt path at the edge of the field. It was barely wide enough for one person, let alone two. When Leo stumbled, Stella reached out and grabbed his hand to steady him. She didn't let go. They walked in silence for a long time. Leo suddenly understood why couples always sought out dark, difficult-to-navigate places. It was the perfect excuse to hold hands. His palm was hot and sweaty, but Stella's hand remained cool, like she was holding a piece of ice. It felt nice in the growing heat. He didn't say a word, just focused on the feeling of her hand in his, sometimes lacing their fingers together. Stella was confused. He was bold enough to wrap his arms around her on a motorcycle and hold her hand like this, but he blushed and got a nosebleed just from looking at her. She didn't understand why she was so drawn to him. Maybe it was her own uncertainty about the future, about studying abroad, that made her want to do something reckless for once. But it felt wrong, like she was leading him on. She was leaving, and here she was flirting with him. She knew she was flirting. 4 years of living with Jessica Monroe had given her a doctorate in theoretical romance, even if she'd never put it into practice. Her mom had pushed her to go abroad to wash away the shame of her attending a non-prestigious state school. This time, she hadn't refused. But deep down, she wanted to. The conflicting emotions were suffocating. They walked and walked, hand in hand, until the sun was high in the sky and they were deep in the field, the road no longer visible. A new timeline appeared for Leo, and he realized they'd been walking for half an hour. No wonder people in relationships had bad grades. Who spends 30 minutes wandering aimlessly through a wheat field under the hot sun without saying a word? He felt a mosquito bite his leg, then another. The sharp edges of the wheat stalks were leaving little scratches on his calves. But he didn't care. All that mattered was the hand in his. His brain had migrated to his palm. "We should head back," Stella said finally. They turned around, and she switched hands, lacing her fingers through his other one. They got lost on the way back, taking several wrong turns before finally emerging from the sea of gold. The burrito guy was already packing up his trailer. This time, Leo got on the bike first. When Stella saw the red welts and bloody scratches on his legs, she gasped. She bought a bottle of water from the vendor and gently poured it over the cuts. All Leo could feel was an intense itching. He'd been so focused on holding her hand that he'd resisted the urge to scratch. Seeing his miserable expression, Stella couldn't help it. She laughed. Leo was stunned. When she laughed, her whole face transformed. She looked gentle, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Her smile was radiant. In that moment, he finally understood the system's 83-point rating. It wasn't just her body. It was her smile. It was like the world was bathed in light. "Come on, hold on," she said, swinging her leg over the bike without kicking him in the face. This time, Leo wrapped his arms around her waist before she even started the engine. His hands needed a home. Otherwise, he'd start scratching his legs raw. Stella stiffened for a second, a blush rising on her cheeks under her helmet. Then the engine roared, and they sped away. The old man packing up the food trailer took a sip of tea and fanned himself. Youth. He remembered when he was young and handsome, girls chasing after him. One time, a girl rode her bicycle all the way to his house to ask him to go see the fireflies. He turned her down. The series finale of MASH was on that night, or a few fireflies compared to that. He'd regretted it his whole life. The fireflies would have been better. "I'll be in the study room from 8 to 9. Then I'll take a break from 9 to 9:30, probably get a yogurt. Then back to studying. This afternoon, I have to walk a dog. I picked up a side gig taking care of a big golden retriever. Then, more studying. And I'll work out for an hour, either tennis or swimming. At night, I'll probably just read. They were back on campus. Stella parked the motorcycle, and just like that, the spell was broken. Away from the golden fields, their hands weren't intertwined. Away from the black and yellow bike, his arms weren't around her waist. They were two polite strangers again. Her affection meter hadn't budged. Still not at 80. Did holding hands and hugging count as dating? How was this supposed to work? Leo had no idea. So he did the only thing he could think of. He recited his entire schedule for the day, a clumsy, awkward report. It was the only thing he had to offer. Not roses, not a car, not a fancy apartment. Just himself. Just his time. The most valuable and the most worthless thing he possessed. Stella listened patiently, and when he finished, she stepped forward and hugged him. There in the small, stuffy garage, surrounded by the faint smell of gasoline, she held him. This time, underneath the sharp scent of motor oil, he caught a faint, delicate fragrance of magnolia. It reminded him of being a little kid, visiting his grandmother, who was a nurse at the hospital. There was always an old woman selling magnolia blossoms by the back entrance. She'd string them into bracelets and necklaces. They were beautiful but fragile, wilting after only a day. The hug was chaste and brief. "Leo," Stella said, pulling back. "You're a really good person. You're going to be happy." And that was it. They walked out of the garage and parted ways, just like yesterday. On the main path, they passed another couple holding hands tightly. At the turnoff for his dorm, Leo asked, "Are we running tomorrow?" "Yes," she said. She turned and walked away. Leo stood there and watched her until she disappeared from sight. In that moment, he truly understood the mindset of a simp. It was like his body was no longer his own. But he also understood. It was over. Alex had taught him the code. When a girl tells you you're a good person, what she really means is, "Sorry, this isn't going to work." He thought about it. In this whole chaotic mess, the one person on campus who seemed to have unwavering faith in him was still Sean. Girlfriends were uncertain, but hungry bros were a sure thing. With a sigh, Leo headed to the dining hall. Time to go feed the animals. Stella didn't look back. She knew he was watching her. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to her mother. "Mom, have you ever been in love with someone?" A second later, her phone exploded with notifications. A forwarded link. 10 ways scammers target college girls. A forwarded link. Is your daughter being gaslit? The warning signs of P2I. Forwarded link. What to do if you have an unplanned pregnancy. A forwarded link. Woman scammed. Wakes up in a bathtub of ice, missing a kidney. She'd asked a simple question, and her mother had immediately jumped to the worst possible conclusions. She counted to 10, and right on cue, her phone rang. She walked to a small garden behind her dorm and answered. Her mother's voice, sharp and frantic, filled her ear. "Stella, I'm telling you, that school of yours is filled with degenerates. There are no good men there. They're all trying to trick you." Her mother went on for a long time, eventually circling back to the topic of applying to universities abroad. She was determined to use a prestigious foreign degree to erase the shame of her daughter attending a simple state school. When she finally hung up, the phone was hot against her ear. Stella sat on a bench, the morning sun warming her face. She just wanted to ask her mom if she'd ever loved her dad. They must have, at some point, or she wouldn't exist. A few minutes later, a notification from her father popped up. "Bank transfer, $200, 000. Memo, we love you, sweetie." A text followed. "Your mother can be a bit intense. If you really want to date someone, that's okay. Just be careful and protect yourself. If you like a boy, you can bring him home to meet me. I'll help you vet him. No pressure either way." Then another text from her mother, a forwarded link. "Teen girl lured to Mexico by online boyfriend, body never found." Stella sighed and accepted the transfer. Cash assets, $250, $245, $80. Leo, the so-called scammer, was walking to the library after dropping off food for his roommates. He remembered he should call his mom. His dad answered. "She's in the shower? Her friend invited her out, so she has to get all dolled up. You know your mother, still trying to out-pretty her friends at her age." "Dad, you're brave. You wouldn't say that to her face," Leo laughed. "The hell I wouldn't," he heard his dad shout, followed by his mom's muffled voice in the background. "It's your son." "Yeah, that one looks great on you. You got fair skin, you look good and everything. You're just seeing old friends. You could wear a paper bag and they'd still be jealous. Your legs look amazing in that." Leo held the phone away from his ear. The second-hand schmaltz was giving him hives. After a few more minutes of his mom, reminding him to eat well and stay out of trouble, they hung up. A moment later, a notification popped up. His dad had sent him $1,000. Text from dad. Here's some of my secret stash. You're killing me, son. Still no girlfriend? I remember girls calling the house in elementary school to ask you for help with homework, and you'd spend an hour on the phone actually explaining the problems. Use this to take a girl out to a nice dinner. If you need more, just ask. Leo accepted the money. Cash assets increased to $1314. 0 time to study. Nothing was going to stop him now. Leo was not calm. He found an empty classroom, one blessedly free of couples making out, and sat down. The timeline on his display flickered an hour later than usual today. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Study English. Learning is the ladder to human progress. The more you learn, the more rungs you have to climb to reach the rich ladies. The 9 o'clock sun was soft and warm, a light most college students never saw. It was only 9 a.m., but Leo felt like he'd already lived half a lifetime. He'd fallen in love and had his heart broken, all before breakfast. It was exhilarating and exhausting. No wonder people said dating was for suckers. It drained all your energy and emotions. Running was hard work, but afterward, you felt clear-headed and ready to learn. Dating just left you feeling empty and filled your brain with useless junk. Does she like me? Does she not like me? Is it possible she likes me even a little bit? Why doesn't she like me? If she doesn't like me, why did she hang out with me? If she does like me, why did she say that? For a brief moment, he felt like a philosopher. It made him think of a guy from his high school. He was brilliant, a certified genius, but he spent all his time reading dense philosophy books instead of studying for exams. Leo had borrowed once a book by Freud. He hadn't understood a word of it, but he remembered it had an illustration of a naked woman from a Greek myth. Now, sitting in the quiet classroom, a line from the book surfaced in his memory. Human behavior is determined by the unconscious, which contains repressed desires and impulses that influence our conscious thoughts and actions. The loneliness and despair of man are inherent to his nature. He remembered thinking the kid who read that stuff was a total weirdo. Now, he was the one thinking about it. He felt a prickle of fear. Thinking too much was a dangerous habit, something men over 38 did right before they started drinking heavily. And here he was, with nothing to his name, contemplating philosophy? Philosophy was a luxury for people who had already solved all of life's real problems. For normal people, philosophy was just called survival. And survival was what he needed to focus on. He unlocked his phone and started scrolling through TikTok, his mind still racing. A video of 5 girls in tiny outfits and digitally elongated legs filled the screen. One of them stepped forward and started dancing. For $10, you could send her a virtual flower crown, and she would shake and bounce and gasp, making you think she was doing it just for you. Of course, the flower crowns were just the beginning. Then came the PK battles, the exclusive chats, the private content. You had to spend a lot of money to keep her happy. Thank God he was broke. And thank God for Alex, who had told him about a friend who dropped 80 grand on an e-girl he never even met. Thanks for the crown, babe, the girl on the screen cooed, making a heart shape with her hands over her chest. Love you. Leo's mind replaced her face with Stella's. Stella would never talk like that. Stella's legs were longer than this girl's, even without the filter. Stella dressed modestly, but was 100 times sexier. Stella was smart, disciplined, and rich. Stella was a good person. Stella. Leo mentally slapped himself. What the hell did he care if she was a good person or not? If you don't study, you're dead. He turned off his phone. He started reading. Maybe it wouldn't help him now. Maybe it would never help him, but it was better than scrolling TikTok and definitely better than pining over a girl. He forced himself to focus, to memorize vocabulary, to write out sentences until his hand cramped. He studied with ferocious intensity for an hour. When he finally leaned back, he was exhausted. His brain was empty of everything but English words. There was no room left for Stella. He stared up at the stained ceiling of the classroom. If I were Spider-Man, he thought idly, I could crawl up there and clean it. Wait, if I were Spider-Man, why would I be cleaning ceilings? I'd be the fastest food delivery guy in the world. Learning really did broaden your horizons. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System notification. Congratulations, host, for passing the preliminary trophy husband test. You did not lose yourself in the chaotic world of lust and desire. An outstanding trophy husband is not easily swayed by temptation. An outstanding trophy husband has dignity and earns his keep with pride. You deserve the best. For passing this preliminary trial, you are rewarded with an intermediate level item. Buff, pristine vocals, permanent. Having a clear and pleasant voice will give the host more courage to speak up and express his needs, making people want to listen to every word he says. Leo stared blankly at the ceiling. A test? That was a test? You sent a beautiful, cool, rich college girl to test me? Who the hell could pass a test like that? I almost had a complete mental breakdown. I started quoting Freud, for Christ's sake. And this is my reward? This isn't for me. This is for her. She's the one who's obsessed with my voice. God damn it. 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Swimming. The best exercise for toning your body, increasing lung capacity, and improving your mood. Go on. Host. Show yourself off without shame. This is one of the top 10 best places to find a sugar mama. Leo had remembered to pack his swim trunks today. He tossed out the pair he'd found balled up in his drawer yesterday. These were a pair his mom had bought him. Decent quality, normal fit. Not some big brand, but women her age seemed to have a sixth sense for finding things that were both well-made and affordable. They were black, with 2 diagonal blue stripes down the sides. For a guy, wearing just swim trunks was still a little embarrassing. At least it was for him. He had no idea what it felt like for guys who were already, men. He changed, pulled on his swim goggles. They had a slight prescription, another one of his mom's thoughtful purchases, and took a breath. For a long time, most guys were basically mama's boys. You couldn't help it. Guys were careless. Dads were even more careless. And your mom was the only one who seemed to care if you lived or died. If you learned how to date, you might get to experience that kind of detailed affection from a girl. If you didn't, all you got was your mom's constant, hovering care, punctuated by her yelling at you every other day. The last couple of days of running had produced surprisingly noticeable results. Leo had never been fat, but he'd always felt like a limp noodle, perpetually low on energy. But after just 2 days of exercise, his whole posture and presence had changed. He wasn't slouching or staring at the ground anymore. He wouldn't say he was super hot, but he was definitely kind of handsome now. At least, compared to the other guys shuffling around campus, he stood out a little. The only people who came to the university pool in the middle of a weekday were students with a swim class or groups of girls coming together. 2 guys showing up to swim together felt weird. Leo would drag Sean to the basketball court, but he never considered asking him to come to the pool. Not that it would be a huge deal. They'd all seen each other in the dorm showers. But girls went to the bathroom in pairs. Guys just didn't do things like that. No particular reason. It was just how it was. The absolute worst kind of people at the pool, though, were the couples. Teenagers just starting to date. If they'd made it to the let's go swimming stage, the next stage wasn't far off. Or maybe they'd already passed it, which was why they were so bold. After the high-intensity academic beatdown he'd been putting himself through, Leo's brain was mostly scrubbed clean of romantic nonsense. He was focused. Swimming was different from running. It felt more balanced, working out his whole body. He was starting to really like it. He felt free in the water, completely enveloped. With the system correcting his form, he could feel himself getting better, faster. That sense of progress was incredibly satisfying. Exercise was a bit like leveling up in a game. When you used the right moves, your body grew stronger. At a certain point, it all clicked into place like your energy was flowing freely, and you ascended to a new level. He felt fantastic, like he just hit the first stage of enlightenment. The whole world looked brighter. Host has demonstrated a serious and decisive spirit, a determination to study as if he has renounced all worldly desires and seen through the illusion of romance. He has grasped the true meaning of knowledge. Studying might not guarantee success, but not studying guarantees failure. Host is rewarded with the intermediate item, buff, strength boost, permanent. Host's original physical strength is doubled. You have transformed from an ordinary, weak man into an ordinary, not-so-weak man. You could originally lift a 100-pound girl. Now you can lift a 200-pound girl. Keep it up. Leo was speechless. A 200-pound girl? Are you sure you can still call her a girl? Has life really gotten this desperate? He felt like the system was messing with him. Maybe it sensed he was in a bad mood and was giving him better, permanent buffs to cheer him up. The trophy husband system, true to form. Picks on the weak, sucks up to the strong. Leo did a few quick stretches and walked over to the edge of the pool, getting ready to dive in. Suddenly, a voice called out his name. Leo Foster. It was a sickly sweet, put-on baby talk voice. It was so jarring that Leo's first instinct was to grab a towel and cover himself up. So much for his pre-dive focus. Who had a voice that cloying? It was terrifying. He turned and saw Jessica Monroe. She was wearing a royal blue, high-cut one-piece swimsuit. To be fair, it wasn't a bikini, so it wasn't overly revealing. But the cut was so high it made her legs look impossibly long, 2 pale limbs stretching up into the tight fabric. Leo was genuinely startled to see her walking toward him. Don't come over here, he thought frantically. I can't do this to Alex. Alex Young might be a bit of a user, but for 4 years, he had shared a constant stream of snacks, gift from his rotating cast of girlfriends, with his roommates. They had all gotten taller and filled out thanks to Alex's contributions. And if you were ever in real trouble, Alex was the guy who could make it go away. Once, Sean had been visiting a relative and missed a surprise room inspection. It counted as an unauthorized overnight absence, and he almost lost his financial aid grant. Alex had somehow smoothed it over, saving Sean the $5,000 that basically funded his entire school year. Now, Leo watched as Jessica approached, a playful smile on her face. It was a foul. She wasn't even wearing a swim cap, her long hair cascading over her shoulders as she walked toward him, barefoot and bare-legged. Leo didn't hesitate. He dove straight into the water. Fine, he subscribed to the philosophy of don't betray a good girl, don't waste a bad girl. But your buddy's girl was absolutely off limits. Seeing him plunge into the water, Jessica stopped at the edge of the pool, her body shaking with laughter. What are you so afraid of? I don't bite. Her voice got even more saccharine, the last word drawn out into a sing-songy little trill. Didn't sound like someone who didn't bite. Not at all. The surface of the pool shimmered. When Leo dove in, he'd splashed water onto Jessica's face. Jessica was curious about Leo. It was because of her roommate, Stella Vance. Stella was from a different world, and while she tried to keep a low profile, Jessica had matured far too early to be fooled. When other kids were still squatting on the sidewalk counting ants, she was already dreaming of marrying a prince, living in a castle, having 2 kids, and buying mountains of beautiful clothes and jewelry, all without a single worry in the world. Date a poor guy, and he'll give you endless emotional validation. Then marry a rich guy, because you can give him emotional validation. That was Jessica's philosophy. If she said it out loud, people would call her a gold digger, say her values were screwed up. But she just wanted a good life. She wasn't as pretty as Stella, as rich as Stella, or as smart as Stella. Was she supposed to just give up? Why did some people get born into an easy life? Why not her? They'd ended up at the same university as roommates. Why couldn't she have what Stella had? Jessica had always been fiercely competitive. She just aimed that competitiveness at the wrong things. Maybe if she'd had better guidance, a mentor who taught her to channel that drive into her studies, she would have gotten into a top-tier university and developed a healthier outlook on life. But her parents were responsible for her birth, not her life. On the first day of freshman year, Jessica had walked into their dorm room and spotted a small figurine on a desk. Intrigued, she picked it up, only to be met with a cool, detached voice. "Excuse me, please don't touch my things." That one sentence was all it took for Jessica to feel slighted. From then on, she paid extra attention to everything Stella did. Stella didn't date, was incredibly disciplined with her studies, and had a solitary hobby, riding her motorcycle. Stella wasn't popular. That might have been partly Jessica's doing. She had a habit of dropping subtle hints to others about how stuck-up and aloof Stella was. Not that Stella cared. Stella didn't seem to care about anyone. So it was a surprise when Stella had agreed to come to the fire mic. The whole outing had been Jessica's idea to get closer to Alex Young, who she figured couldn't refuse a group invitation. She'd roped in her roommates to pad out the numbers, never expecting Stella to actually show up. But she had. And what was more, Stella had seemed unusually interested in one of Alex's roommates. The average-looking one, Leo Foster. Jessica had done some digging afterward. Leo came from a perfectly ordinary family. He was a nobody, totally unremarkable. Except that night, his singing had been extraordinary. He was also quiet and introverted. In Jessica's mind, Leo was the kind of shy, inexperienced guy she could have wrapped around her finger. She never expected that the very next morning, Stella would be out jogging with him. And this morning, when Stella came back to the room, something was off. Jessica would bet 100 Botox injections that whatever it was, it had to do with Leo. A wave of relief washed over her. So even the perfect Stella Vance could get tripped up by something as messy as a crush. But that relief was quickly followed by anger. Why him? Why couldn't she just stay on her pedestal, untouchable? Jessica didn't even understand her own feelings about Stella. It was a toxic mix of envy, jealousy, hatred, and a deep-seated admiration. In her heart, Stella's life was the one she'd always wanted. She simultaneously hoped Stella would remain perfect forever and prayed she would fall from grace and become just like her. All those complicated emotions had now morphed into a burning curiosity about Leo. What was so special about him? What did he have that could actually make Stella Vance's heart flutter? In every other area, Jessica knew she couldn't compete with Stella. But when it came to men, Jessica felt she was in a different league entirely, 18 levels higher. Looking at Leo now in his swim trunks, she was surprised to see that his body was actually in good shape. He didn't look like the timid, hunched-over guy she'd first seen at the karaoke bar. He seemed bright, confident, with a genuinely good aura about him. Even though he dived into the water, Jessica didn't follow. Looking up from under the surface, Leo could see the shape of her well-toned thighs, the triangle of her swimsuit, her flat stomach, her prominent chest. Your roommates call you by your last name. Can I call you Leo? Jessica sat down on the edge of the pool, dipping her legs into the water and kicking playfully. Leo? Leo panicked even more. He desperately wanted to swim away, but that would look cowardly. No, he said, his gaze unfocused. As she sat down, he wanted to warn her not to. People were always spitting water out at the edge of the pool after getting a mouthful. Even with the constant circulation, it felt dirty. He never understood why so many girls loved taking pictures sitting there. Jessica thought he was staring at her, but felt a flicker of shyness. But she kept her cheerful expression plastered on her face. The high cut of the swimsuit left a good portion of her backside exposed. Despite his alarm, Leo saw the easy confidence in her smile. He was starting to understand how a girl with a 73-point face could be considered the campus queen of the English department. She radiated a raw, unapologetic sex appeal. It was in every movement she made. The average college guy wouldn't stand a chance. If it weren't for his run with Stella that morning, he probably wouldn't have stood a chance either. But even a naive kid like him had standards. Love and lust were two different things, and love came first. Besides, he'd seen her holding hands with Alex just yesterday. If Alex saw him messing around with Jessica in the pool, he'd kill him. Jessica noticed that while Leo's eyes were on her, his expression wasn't lecherous. It was something else. Something weird. The pool was mostly empty. Jessica gritted her teeth, made a decision, and then, with a dramatic flair, accidentally slipped, tumbling right on top of him. Leo screamed internally. Get away from me. Don't try to frame me. Lady, you're a negative asset. I can't afford you. I'm broke, and your debt will outlive me. You got the wrong guy. But with his morality stat at an 8, he instinctively reached out and caught her. Jessica was ambitious and hated to lose. She couldn't understand why this guy was so completely immune to her, even when she was in a swimsuit. She checked the mirror. She looked good, great from every angle. She refused to be defeated. She was willing to go all out. It's not like she'd lose a piece of flesh. All she had to do was fall into the water. She wouldn't drown, but falling and jumping were different. She'd slightly miscalculated. As she crashed into him, a genuine yelp of fear escaped her, and her arms clamped around him instinctively. Her entire body was pressed against his, the water swirling around them. The few other people in the pool paid them no mind, assuming they were just another couple fooling around. They even swam a little farther away to give them space. Leo's hands landed on her backside, half on the fabric of her suit, half on the soft flesh beneath. It was a reflex, just trying to steady her. Jessica's initial panic quickly dissolved into a triumphant smile. She wrapped her arms around his neck, letting her full weight rest on him. Her smile was bewitching. She was wearing waterproof makeup, fox eyeliner that made her single-lidded eyes look long and slyly arrogant, and a bold red lipstick. She bit her lower lip playfully. Then she pressed her chest against his. Help, she cooed, her voice a theatrical whisper. Help me. Who yells for help in a baby talk voice? At first, Leo thought she had actually fallen. Now, he wanted to swat her on the butt, but he was worried she might enjoy it. Empowered by his athletic enhancement buff, his unshakable core, and his new strength boost, Leo gave her no quarter. He wrapped his arms around her, lifted her clean out of the water, and deposited her back on the concrete edge of the pool. Excuse me, he said, his voice flat. You can't be in the pool without a swim cap. Please follow the rules. Jessica sat there, her long hair dripping, as she watched Leo swim away like a fish. It was unbelievable. He was telling her to follow the rules? He had rejected her. She felt a flash of anger, her heart hammering in her chest. He had lifted her. He had actually picked her up and lifted her out of the water. He was so strong. Then, she felt her cheeks flush. Jessica might act promiscuous, but that was just her way of using her physical advantages. She discovered early on that a few small, suggestive actions could yield a lot of extra benefits. It had become her default mode of operation, and she'd never really run into any obstacles. Because she was on a college campus, she'd never encountered true malice. She could be as flirty as she wanted without suffering any real harm. She moved through the world like an experienced player, but in reality, she hadn't done much of anything. She was saving herself for a good marriage. Benefits were benefits, but she had her lines. Right now, though, all she felt was a weakness spreading through her limbs. Even though Leo hadn't even touched her, but when he lifted her, his hands had been on the backs of her thighs. What girl wouldn't feel her body go soft after being effortlessly lifted by a guy like that? Her heart pounded. Thump, 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 as she watched Leo, now a swift, powerful shape like a swordfish, swim farther and farther away. Her body felt weaker and weaker. Leo swam until the world felt ancient. He swam until he felt his young, handsome body had been bleached white by the chlorine. He went from practicing his breaststroke to mastering the freestyle, but he didn't dare try the backstroke, terrified that the siren Jessica was still lurking on the deck. God, that girl was nuts. Thank God for the strength buff. If she had jumped in and wrapped herself around him without it, he would have been stuck. The resistance in the water was no joke. Without some real power, you couldn't push anyone away. It was the first time Leo had ever met a girl like Jessica. She was the textbook definition of a bad girl. Just yesterday, she was holding Alex's hand while smiling and waving at him. Today, she was tracking him down at the pool. What kind of weird hobby was that? And Stella had said it was Jessica who told her about his morning runs. Jessica definitely knew he and Stella were running together, and she still came after him. It was terrifying. A double dose of moral transgression. He hadn't done a single thing, yet he felt a bizarre, second-hand thrill. Leo couldn't wrap his head around how Jessica's mind worked, but he had to admit it took a full 4 hours of swimming with the time dilation buff to finally calm his teenage body down. He was so exhausted he couldn't think about anything else. Otherwise, what young guy could withstand a campus beauty, all dressed up in a swimsuit, jumping into the water, wrapping her arms around you, and pressing her chest against you? She was insane. After a shower, Leo felt completely drained. He desperately needed food, and not just any food. He needed something substantial to replenish his energy. His body felt hollow. Then he saw a new message on his phone, sent while he was swimming. It was from Miz Miller. Leo, I made a whole chicken for Cody today, and we have too much. Why don't you come over for lunch? Leo replied, okay, sounds great. He then shot a message to the dorm group chat, telling them he'd be late bringing back food, and that they should grab a piece of fruit or something to tide them over. Sean, K. Jordan, Calix, I'm out. No need to grab anything for me, thanks. Leo sent a smiley face emoji, feeling a pang of guilt. Just seeing Alex's profile picture made him nervous. Alex actually used a professional headshot of himself, gazing softly at the camera. It was unnerving. After showering, he stuffed his wet swimsuit and towel into a plastic bag and headed toward the faculty apartments with his backpack. He was already starving, and the thought of Miz Miller's cooking made his legs feel weak. But then it occurred to him, the last time Alex had dragged them over to see Miz Miller, they brought a fruit basket. The time after that was to help Cody with his bandages, so no gift was needed. This time, he was showing up to eat. Should he bring something? Leo decided to stop by the fruit stand near the cafeteria. He had over $1,000 to his name now. He was flush. Being financially stable made you more generous and socially aware. If he'd been scraping by on his meal plan, the thought of bringing a gift wouldn't have even crossed his mind. But when he got to the stand, the fruit was all pretty expensive. A whole fruit basket was out of the question and felt a little over the top anyway. They had just brought her one a few days ago, and there were only 2 people in her apartment. He remembered seeing a pile of other gifts by her door. They weren't the only ones visiting. Just then, he noticed the fruit vendor had gotten a delivery of fresh lilies. $15 a bouquet. Wrapped in simple newspaper, they actually looked quite nice, like a proper gift. Leo bought 2 bouquets. Net worth, $30. He walked toward the faculty apartments, lilies in hand. There was a security guard at the gate who Leo hadn't really noticed yesterday. He wasn't arrogant, just introverted. He tried to avoid eye contact to minimize interactions. On a normal day, he moved through the world like an NPC, walking his designated path without engaging with anyone around him. If an NPC engages too much, it might gain sentience. And everyone knows that when an NPC gains sentience, nothing good happens. Either the NPC dies, or the whole timeline collapses. But today, the old guard actually spoke to him. Where you headed, son? Leo paused. Building A901. Miz Miller's place? You one of hers? A student, Leo said with a nod and a small smile, hoping that would be the end of it. The guard looked like he wanted to chat, so Leo kept his mouth shut. The guard waved him through. As Leo walked toward Building A, he ran into Dr. Evans, the campus physician from yesterday. They exchanged another nod. Leo started to feel a little uneasy. He was just going over for some chicken soup. Why was he running into so many familiar faces? It made him feel like he was up to no good. He finally made it to the elevator without seeing anyone else he knew and breathed a sigh of relief. But as the doors opened on the 9th floor, Professor Wallace, the information management professor who once ate a bowl of noodles during a lecture, was standing right there. Bald, big beer belly, with a towel draped over his shoulder on this hot day, holding a bag of trash while he waited. There were 2 apartments on this floor, 901 and 902. It looked like Professor Wallace had just come out of 902. Professor, Leo said. Professor Wallace grunted a nod. He didn't recognize the kid, but he figured it was probably one of his students. As Leo stepped out, he was hit by the rich, savory aroma of chicken soup. He took a deep breath. Standing in front of Ms. Miller's door, he almost reached out to type in the keypad code. He caught himself when he heard the elevator doors close. If Professor Wallace had seen him do that, what would he have thought? He should knock. It wasn't just Cody inside, Ms. Miller was home. Then another thought struck him. Had she changed the code? If she hadn't, that meant he had the key code to his teacher's apartment. He could just walk in any time. He knocked. Ms. Miller answered, wearing an apron over a yellow floral dress. The yellow was bright, and the floral pattern was delicate, the kind of dress a student would never wear, but it looked perfect on her. It was elegant and made her skin seem even fairer. Come in quick. Slippers are by the door. Help yourself. Laura Miller's smile widened when she saw the sneakers on Leo's feet. Then her eyes fell to the lilies in his hands. She reached out and took them from him. Leaning down, she inhaled their scent. Lilies smell so lovely before they bloom. Just a light, fresh fragrance, she said with a smile. Once they open up, they're so vibrant and romantic. And they last for a long time. I love them. Thank you. Leo had just been trying to save money. $30 worth of flowers felt more substantial than $30 worth of fruit. It was basic city dweller savvy. He never expected her to sound so genuinely pleased. He felt his cheeks grow warm. I have to finish up in the kitchen, she said, placing the bouquets on a side table before rushing off. Leo took off his sneakers, the very pair she had given him. He had planned to put them away, but his other pair had gotten covered in mud during his run with Stella through that wheat field. He had no choice but to wear these. By the door was a pair of blue slip-on sandals. They looked new, too. He slid them on. He set down his backpack and the plastic bag with his wet swimsuit. He hadn't put the wet bag inside his backpack. As he walked in, Cody called out excitedly from his bedroom, waving like a husky, seeing its owner. The kid was probably going stir-crazy. Boys his age couldn't sit still for a minute, but because of his injury, he had to lie in bed all day. It was pitiful. Leo, Cody called. How did you know my mom loves lilies? My dad told me that when he was trying to win her over, he used to bring her a bouquet every single day. Leo froze. What am I supposed to say to that? That your dad was a frugal dater? The chicken soup had been simmering all morning, infused with angelica root, giving it a rich, earthy aroma. Southerners loved adding medicinal herbs to their soups, believing it made them more nourishing. They had to have soup with every meal. Leo had an uncle with severe gout, whose doctor repeatedly warned him against drinking rich broths. But his aunt insisted on making him all kinds of soups, adding different herbs she claimed were folk remedies for gout. Rich broth aggravates gout. The herbs were meant to treat it. Stewing them together, was that supposed to cure him or make it worse? In any case, his uncle now had diabetes, gout, recurring pancreatitis, and a high-risk thyroid nodule. The young Leo didn't have to worry about any of those things yet, even if many of them ran in the family. He was only 21. He drank half the pot of soup by himself, at least 5 bowls. Besides the angelica root, there were various mushrooms that made it incredibly savory. He also ate 3 bowls of rice and finished every last bit of the side dishes Ms. Miller had made. Today's meal was light. Bitter melon with scrambled eggs, smashed cucumber salad, stir-fried potatoes and green beans, and a black fungus salad with fresh peanuts. The peanuts tasted like they'd just been pulled from the ground, bursting with a sweet juice when he bit into them. The potatoes had been fried once before being stir-fried, making them crispy, and the green beans were cooked through perfectly. Undercooked ones can be toxic, but these weren't overdone to the point of being mushy and tasteless. Making a simple green beans stir-fry taste good was a real test of skill. Leo's mom often burned them, or stewed them into oblivion. Between him and Cody, they cleared every plate. Today, Leo insisted on washing the dishes, and he wasn't just being polite. He'd feel too guilty otherwise, getting a free meal like this. A good free-range chicken was expensive these days, and he'd probably eaten $99 of a $150 bird. His appetite had exploded, at least double what it used to be, likely due to the athletic and strength buffs. If he kept eating this much at every meal, his food budget was going to skyrocket. Leo was so firm about taking the dishes that Ms. Miller didn't argue. She loved to cook, but hated washing up. While Leo was at the sink in the kitchen, Laura Miller decided to arrange the lilies in a vase. She washed one out in the adjacent sink and began trimming the stems. The 2 sinks were side by side in front of a window that looked out into an air shaft, directly facing the red brick wall of the opposite building. Laura rarely opened it. In the dim light, the window acted like a mirror, reflecting a clear, yet slightly hazy image of the two of them standing together. The man washing dishes, the woman trimming flowers. Laura glanced up casually and saw the reflection. The image startled her. She quickly grabbed the flowers and hurried out of the kitchen, feeling a little flustered as she placed the vase on the dining table. It used to be like this with her and Cody's father, a comfortable division of labor. He would wash the dishes while she tidied up nearby. They would stand side by side, their reflections in the window, as they talked about everything and nothing. He'd tell her he wanted to expand his business, to move them to a house on Emerald Lake. A house that cost at least $50 million. She would laugh and tell him he was dreaming, that their life was already wonderful. Laura, he'd say, I'm going to give you the happiest life imaginable. Trust me, I can do it. And she'd tell him she believed him. He really had done it. He worked tirelessly, his company grew, and he achieved everything he'd set out to do on the path to giving her a happy life. But somewhere along the way, he had forgotten to bring her with him. The image in the window had cracked through her composure. Her hands trembled slightly as she arranged the flowers. Her hyperthyroidism was probably flaring up again. She developed it during her pregnancy, and when it recurred, her emotions would swing wildly. She'd lose weight, feel both anxious and agitated, and suddenly feel the urge to cry or smash her phone. Laura took a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. This will pass. When Leo finished in the kitchen, he came out to see Miz Miller standing by the dining table, staring blankly at the lilies in her hands. The table was covered with a gingham cloth, matching the sheer curtains on the living room window. A single shaft of afternoon sun slanted in, illuminating her from the side. The furniture was all in a warm, European style. The scene looked like an oil painting. The woman arranging flowers was enveloped in an aura of sorrow. The sunlight seemed to hesitate, only daring to touch her back. Her skin was snow white, her eyes faintly red. She was soft, warm, and melancholic. For a young man like Leo, the image was staggering. It was an indescribable feeling, not sexual tension or any deliberate seduction. It was just a moment he knew he would never be able to erase from his memory. The flowers on her yellow dress were tiny daisies. The flowers in her hands were lilies. He walked over to her and said, softly, "You've got this, Laura." The sound of her name startled her. She looked at the young man standing before her, a wry, sad smile touching her lips. She took one of the lilies and gently tapped him on the head with it. Don't be fresh. You should call me Miz Miller. The flower brushed his forehead, its petals grazing his cheek, leaving its fragrance in the air. Leo just smiled foolishly. Leo. Cody's voice called from the bathroom. Leo went to help, figuring it was good practice for taking care of Moose. Hey, Cody, I'm taking the dog for a walk this afternoon. I could swing by and take you out for some fresh air. Might as well walk two as one. Cody was silent for a beat. Are you calling me a dog, Leo? No. How could you compare yourself to a dog? Walking the dog gets me $80 an hour. Walking you is free. From the other room, Laura couldn't help but laugh. Cody's face scrunched up in mock anger. But the thought of going to play with Moose made him happy again. He had been a little down today. Yesterday, he complained about his dad, but he'd still assumed his dad just had something urgent come up. He never imagined his dad really wasn't coming to get him. In a little boy's world, a father is held in higher esteem than a mother. Dads were amazing, invincible. Dads kept their promises. Every time his dad went on a business trip, he'd bring back whatever Cody asked for. But now, his dad had broken a promise, and the disappointment was crushing. It wasn't just about not getting a toy. He was even thinking he would give up all his toys if his dad would just come back. Cody didn't know how to describe the feeling, only that it hurt. But he knew he couldn't complain to his mom about it. That would probably just make her feel worse. It was because Laura had noticed her son's low spirits that she'd called Leo over. Her son seemed to adore Leo. When he was around, Cody was more energetic, more talkative. The whole apartment felt livelier. Okay, Leo, I'll rest up now. You have to come get me this afternoon. Cody said obediently. You got it. It's a date. Seeing her son, who had been fussing all morning, finally settle down, Laura felt her own heart grow calm. She closed his bedroom door. Leo was ready to leave. He still had to get food for his roommates. But as he was picking up his things by the door, the plastic bag holding his swimsuit broke, and the wet trunks and towel tumbled out. Leo bent down quickly to grab them. Miz Miller bent down at the same time. Leo was flustered. A swimsuit was just a swimsuit, but to a guy, it felt almost like underwear. Dropping it in front of his teacher felt vaguely indecent. He scrambled to snatch it up, but instead of grabbing the trunks, his hand brushed against Miz Miller's. The contact was fleeting. Laura picked up the swimsuit. No wonder you smell like chlorine, she said. Your trunks will get moldy if you leave them in a wet bag. I'll wash them for you. They should be dry by the time you come back for Cody this afternoon. Leo's face didn't blush, but the tips of his ears turned bright red. Jessica, in her revealing swimsuit, had hugged him in the water and pressed her chest against him, and he had remained perfectly calm. But now, seeing his black swim trunks held in his teacher's small, fair hands, he was losing his composure. His heart was hammering, his breathing suddenly ragged. Okay, thanks, Ms. Miller. Leo practically fled. As he left, Ms. Miller pressed a case of organic protein milk into his arms. You're a growing boy with all that exercise. Go on, refuel. Inside the elevator. Congratulations, host, on your initial success in pursuing the bronze-tier single woman, Jessica Monroe. Affection has reached 60. Please continue your efforts and strive for new heights. Leo's eyes went wide. Holy crap, Jessica's affection for him was only at 60? How on earth did she manage to throw herself at someone she only felt a 60- level affection for, especially while wearing so little? No, wait. If he didn't have the system, he would have totally assumed she was into him. Maybe not 100, but at least 80, right? Or 78. She literally threw herself into his arms. Wasn't that a sign? Didn't that mean she was interested? The next time Jessica saw him and asked sked for a favor, cold as Sano, he'd already rejected her advanced Sanopol. He'd feel at least a little bad turning her down again. Endel thought for him as Lysik Stipo and Sofa affection, just barely a passing grade. Basically a steep up from Mass Stranger. Jessica was a master. How did she do it? Leah felt like just beansucker minus punched reality. Now under people dating was for losers. It was terrifying. And wait, she was holding hands with Alexi yesterday. How was single now? There was no way she was single. There were rumors about that they're having a boyfriend in Everett apartment. There was a story about a random black foreign exchange professor who had already left the university. Ugh. Leo felt a little disgusted with himself for thinking such crude thoughts about her behind their back. But it was a manager. After the way she acted, coming gonto hangiswins to their first real meeting, how could she not but subject off gossip? Perhaps sensing Isterintov questions, the system provide a detailed note. Bronze-tier single woman, Jessica Monroe, age 22. Inside the elevator. Congratulations, host, on your initial success in pursuing the bronze-tier single woman, Jessica Monroe. Affection has reached 60. Please continue your efforts and strive for new heights. The mechanical voice echoed in his head. Leo's eyes went wide. Holy crap, Jessica's affection for him was only at 60? How on earth did she manage to throw herself at someone she only felt a 60-level affection for, especially while wearing so little? No, wait. If he didn't have a system, he would have totally assumed she was into him. Maybe not 100, but at least 80, right? Or 78. She literally threw herself into his arms. Wasn't that a sign? Didn't that mean she was interested? The next time Jessica saw him and asked for a favor, could he say no? He'd already rejected her advance in the pool. He'd feel at least a little bad turning her down again. And all that for a measly 60 points of affection? Just barely a passing grade? Basically a step up from a stranger. Jessica was a master. How'd she do it? Leo felt like he'd just been sucker punched by reality. No wonder people said dating was for losers. It was terrifying. And wait, she was holding hands with Alex yesterday. How was she single now? There was no way she was single. There were rumors about her having a boyfriend in every department. There was even a story about her and a black foreign exchange professor who had already left the university. Ugh. Leo felt a little disgusted with himself for thinking such crude thoughts about her behind her back. But it was human nature. After the way she'd acted, coming on to him in a swimsuit at their first real meeting, how could she not be the subject of gossip? Perhaps, sensing his torn of questions, the system provided a detailed note. Bronze-tier single woman, Jessica Monroe, age 22. Net worth, -30. He walked toward the faculty apartments, lilies in hand. There was a security guard at the gate who Leo hadn't really noticed yesterday. He wasn't arrogant, just introverted. He tried to avoid eye contact to minimize interactions. On a normal day, he moved through the world like an NPC, walking his designated path without engaging with anyone around him. If an NPC engages too much, it might gain sentience. And everyone knows that when an NPC gains sentience, nothing good happens. Either the NPC dies, or the whole timeline collapses. But today, the old guard actually spoke to him. Where you headed, son? Leo paused. Building A901. Ms. Miller's place? You one of hers? A student, Leo said with a nod and a small smile, hoping that would be the end of it. The guard looked like he wanted to chat, so Leo kept his mouth shut. The guard waved him through. As Leo walked toward Building A, he ran into Dr. Evans, the campus physician from yesterday. They exchanged another nod. Leo started to feel a little uneasy. He was just going over for some chicken soup. Why was he running into so many familiar faces? It made him feel like he was up to no good. He finally made it to the elevator without seeing anyone else he knew and breathed a sigh of relief. But as the doors opened on the 9th floor, Professor Wallace, the information management professor who once ate a bowl of noodles during a lecture, was standing right there. Bald, big beer belly, with a towel draped over his shoulder on this hot day, holding a bag of trash while he waited. There were 2 apartments on this floor, 901 and 902. It looked like Professor Wallace had just come out of 902. "Professor," Leo said. Professor Wallace grunted a nod. He didn't recognize the kid, but he figured it was probably one of his students. As Leo stepped out, he was hit by the rich, savory aroma of chicken soup. He took a deep breath. Standing in front of Miz Miller's door, he almost reached out to type in the keypad code. He caught himself when he heard the elevator doors close. If Professor Wallace had seen him do that, what would he have thought? He should knock. It wasn't just Cody inside. Miz Miller was home. Then another thought struck him. Had she changed the code? If she hadn't, that meant he had the key code to his teacher's apartment. He could just walk in any time. He knocked. Miz Miller answered, wearing an apron over a yellow floral dress. The yellow was bright, and the floral pattern was delicate, the kind of dress a student would never wear, but it looked perfect on her. It was elegant and made her skin seem even fairer. "Come in quick. Slippers are by the door. Help yourself." Laura Miller's smile widened when she saw the sneakers on Leo's feet. Then her eyes fell to the lilies in his hands. She reached out and took them from him. Leaning down, she inhaled their scent. "Lilies smell so lovely before they bloom. Just a light, fresh fragrance," she said with a smile. "Once they open up, they're so vibrant and romantic. And they last for a long time. I love them." "Thank you." Leo had just been trying to save money. $30 worth of flowers felt more substantial than $30 worth of fruit. It was basic city minus dweller savvy. He never expected her to sound so genuinely pleased. He felt his cheeks grow warm. "I have to finish up in the kitchen," she said, placing the bouquet on a side table before rushing off. Leo took off his sneakers, the very pair she had given him. He had planned to put them away, but his other pair had gotten covered in mud during his run with Stella through that wheat field. He had no choice but to wear these. By the door was a pair of blue slip minus-on sandals. They looked new, too. He slid them on. He set down his backpack and the plastic bag with his wet swimsuit. He hadn't put the wet bag inside his backpack. As he walked in, Cody called out excitedly from his bedroom, waving like a husky seeing its owner. The kid was probably going stir minus crazy. Boys his age couldn't sit still for a minute, but because of his injury, he had to lie in bed all day. It was pitiful. Leo, Cody called. "How did you know my mom loves lilies?" "My dad told me that when he was trying to win her over, he used to bring her a bouquet every single day." Leo froze. What am I supposed to say to that? That your dad was a frugal dater? Chapter 44. The chicken soup had been simmering all morning, infused with angelica root, giving it a rich, earthy aroma. Southerners loved adding medicinal herbs to their soups, believing it made them more nourishing. They had to have soup with every meal. Leo had an uncle with severe gout, whose doctor repeatedly warned him against drinking rich broths. But his aunt insisted on making him all kinds of soups, adding different herbs she claimed were folk remedies for gout. Rich broth aggravates gout. The herbs were meant to treat it. Stewing them together, was that supposed to cure him or make it worse? In any case, his uncle now had diabetes, gout, recurring pancreatitis, and a high minus risk thyroid nodule. The young Leo didn't have to worry about any of those things yet, even if many of them ran the family. He was only 20-1. He drank half the pot of soup by himself, at least 5 bowls. Besides the angelica root, there were various mushrooms that made it incredibly savory. He also ate 3 bowls of rice and finished every last bit of the side dishes Miz Miller had made. Today's meal was light, bitter melon with scrambled eggs, smashed cucumber salad, stir minus fried potatoes and green beans, and a black fungus salad with fresh peanuts. The peanuts tasted like they'd just been pulled from the ground, bursting with a sweet juice when he bit into them. The potatoes had been fried once before being stir minus fried, making them crispy, and the green beans were cooked through perfectly. Undercooked ones can be toxic, but these weren't overdone to the point of being mushy and tasteless. Making a simple green bean stir minus fry taste good was a real test of skill. Leo's mom often burned them or stewed them into oblivion. Between him and Cody, they cleared every plate. Today, Leo insisted on washing the dishes, and he wasn't just being polite. He'd feel too guilty otherwise, getting a free meal like this. A good free minus-range chicken was expensive these days, and he'd probably eaten 90 minus $9 of 100 minus and minus 50 minus dollar bird. His appetite had exploded, at least double what it used to be, likely due to the athletic and strength buffs. If he kept eating this much at every meal, his food budget was going to skyrocket. Leo was so firm about taking the dishes that Ms. Miller didn't argue. She loved to cook, but hated washing up. While Leo was at the sink in the kitchen, Laura Miller decided to arrange the lilies in a vase. She washed one out in the adjacent sink and began trimming the stems. The two sinks were side minus by minus side in front of a window that looked out into an air shaft, directly facing the red brick wall of the opposite building. Laura rarely opened it. In the dim light, the window acted like a mirror, reflecting a clear, yet slightly hazy, image of the two of them standing together. The man washing dishes, the woman trimming flowers. Laura glanced up casually and saw the reflection. The image startled her. She quickly grabbed the flowers and hurried out of the kitchen, feeling a little flustered as she placed the vase on the dining table. It used to be like this with her and Cody's father, a comfortable division of labor. He would wash the dishes while she tidied up nearby. They would stand side minus by minus side, their reflections in the window as they talked about everything and nothing. He'd tell her he wanted to expand his business, to move them to a house on Emerald Lake. A house there cost at least $50 million. She would laugh and tell him he was dreaming, that their life was already wonderful. Laura, he'd say, I'm going to give you the happiest life imaginable. Trust me, I can do it. And she'd tell him she believed him. Here Ally had done it. He worked tirelessly, his company grew, and he achieved everything he'd set out to do on the path to giving her a happy life. But somewhere along the way, he had forgotten to bring her with him. The image in the window had cracked through her composure. Her hands trembled slightly as she arranged the flowers. Her hyperthyroidism was probably flaring up again. She developed it during her pregnancy, and when it recurred, her emotions would swing wildly. She'd lose weight, feel both anxious and agitated, and suddenly feel the urge to cry or smash her phone. Laura took a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. This will pass. When Leo finished in the kitchen, he came out to see Ms. Miller standing by the dining table, staring blankly at the lilies in her hands. The table was covered with a gingham cloth, matching the sheer curtains on the living room window. A single shaft of afternoon sun slanted in, illuminating her from the side. The furniture was all in a warm, European style. The scene looked like an oil painting. The woman arranging flowers was enveloped in an aura of sorrow. The sunlight seemed to hesitate, only daring to touch her back. Her skin was snow minus white, her eyes faintly red. She was so soft, warm, and melancholic. For a young man like Leo, the image was staggering. It was an indescribable feeling, not sexual tension or any deliberate seduction. It was just a moment he knew he would never be able to erase from his memory. The flowers on her yellow dress were tiny daisies. The flowers in her hand were lilies. He walked over to her and said, softly, "You've got this, Laura." The sound of her name startled her. She looked at the young man standing before her, a wry, sad smile touching her lips. She took one of the lilies and gently tapped him on the head with it. Don't be fresh. You should call me Ms. Miller. The flower brushed his forehead, its petals grazing his cheek, leaving its fragrance in the air. Leo just smiled foolishly. Leo. Cody's voice called from the bathroom. Leo went to help, figuring it was good practice for taking care of Moose. Hey, Cody, I'm taking the dog for a walk this afternoon. I can swing by and take you out for some fresh air. Might as well walk two as one. Cody was silent for a beat. Are you calling me a dog, Leo? No. How could you compare yourself to a dog? Walking the dog gets me $80 an hour. Walking you is free. From the other room, Laura couldn't help but laugh. Cody's face scrunched up in mock anger. But the thought of going to play with Moose made him happy again. He had been a little down today. Yesterday, he'd complained about his dad, but he'd still assumed his dad just had something urgent come up. He never imagined his dad really wasn't coming to get him. In a little boy's world, a father is held in higher esteem than a mother. Dads were amazing, invincible. Dads kept their promises. Every time his dad went on a business trip, he'd bring back whatever Cody asked for. But now, his dad had broken a promise, and the disappointment was crushing. It wasn't just about not getting a toy. He was even thinking he would give up all his toys if his dad would just come back. Cody didn't know how to describe the feeling, only that it hurt. But he knew he couldn't complain to his mom about it. That would probably just make her feel worse. It was because Laura had noticed her son's low spirits that she'd called Leo over. Her son seemed to adore Leo. When he was around, Cody was more energetic, more talkative. The whole apartment felt livelier. Okay, Leo, I'll rest up now. You have to come get me this afternoon. Cody said obediently. You got it. It's a date. Seeing her son, who had been fussing all morning, finally settled down, Laura felt her own heart grow calm. She closed his bedroom door. Leo was ready to leave. He still had to get food for his roommates. But as he was picking up his things by the door, the plastic bag holding his swimsuit broke, and the wet trunks and towel tumbled out. Leo bent down quickly to grab them. Miz Miller bent down at the same time. Leo was flustered. A swimsuit was just a swimsuit, but to a guy, it felt almost like underwear. Dropping in front of his teacher felt vaguely indecent. He scrambled to snatch it up. But instead of grabbing the trunks, his hand brushed against Miz Miller's. The contact was fleeting. Laura picked up the swimsuit. No wonder you smell like chlorine, she said. Your trunks will get moldy if you leave them in a wet bag. I'll wash them for you. They should be dry by the time you come back for Cody this afternoon. Leo's face didn't blush, but the tips of his ears turned bright red. Jessica, in her revealing swimsuit, had hugged him in the water and pressed her chest against him, and he had remained perfectly calm. But now, seeing his black swim trunks held in his teacher's small, fair hands, he was losing his composure. His heart was hammering, his breathing suddenly ragged. Oh, mine is okay, thanks, Miz Miller. Leo practically fled. As he left, Miz Miller pressed a case of organic protein milk into his arms. You're a growing boy with all that exercise. Go on, refuel. Chapter 45, Inside the Elevator. Congratulations, host, on your initial success in pursuing the bronze minus tier single woman, Jessica Monroe. Affection has reached 60. Please continue your effort sans strive foreign wings. The mechanical vocicho ed in his shed. Leo sighs when twide. Holy crap. Jessica's affection form wasn't at 60. How on earth did Jennifer throw herself at Semyonchin Lifelta 60 minus level affection for, especially while wearing so little? No, wait. If headed the ved system, he would have a totally assumed him. Maybe not 100, but at least 80, right? Or 78? Shalitera Litha were self in his arms. Was a sign, didn't that mean she was interested? The next time Jessica saw him sked for a favor, cold as say no. He'd rejected her advanced Pool. He'd feel at least a little bad turning her down again. Endel thought from the 6 type so affection, just barely a passing grade. Basically a steep up from Mass Stranger. Jessica was a master. How did she do it? Leah felt like just beansucker minus punch head reality. Now under people dating was for losers. It was terrifying. And wait, she was holding hands with Alexi yesterday. How was single now? There was no way she was single. There were rumors about her having a boyfriend in Everett apartment. There was Savannah story about the Randa Black foreign exchange professor who had read left university. Ugh. Leah felt a little disgusted with himself for thinking such crude thoughts about the behind their back. But it was a manager. After the way she acted, coming gone to him once to their first real meeting. How could she not bet subject off gossip? Perhaps sensing Isterintov questions, the system provide a detailed note. Bronze minus tier single woman. Jessica Monroe, age 22. Net worth. Minus 9,000. Debt incurred by her father, who used her student ID to apply for credit cards and borrow money for gambling. Academics. Average, 66. Specialty. Languages. Appearance. Average, 73. Leo went quiet. He remembered the last time the system had introduced her. Her net worth was closer to 9,500. So in just a few ways, she paid off $500. Where Eddie Des student get that kind of money. Leo, who had just gotten $1,000 in allowance from his dad, fell silent. Spending money wazy, earning jit was shard. He was getting paid to buck stoic page dog this afternoon, and that was a generous friend price. He'd asked him Jessica's debt was from it habits. Cosmetic procedures for Max sing out credit cards on shopping sprees. Hen of imagined thighs was theorisan. She's emits outgoing gone confident, her small so bright. She didn't look like Simeon carrying gay heavy burden. It just one she couldn't judge a book be discover. He was still processing to tell one how to top the cafeteria top pick up food for scene in Jordan. The server had to ask him what he wanted twice before he snapped out of it. Tofu cutlets, stir-fried water spinach, sliced potatoes, green beans, fried rice cakes, and a seaweed egg drop soup. 3 servings of rice. Sean always ate 2. He felt a little guilty. He just had a nourishing chicken soup, fresh side dishes, and fragrant premium rice. He'd seen the bag in Miz Miller's kitchen. Now he was bringing back leftover cafeteria dregs for his roommates. Sean was easy to please. He'd eat anything. But Jordan, the pampered son of a small factory owner, had been thoroughly roughened up by their dorm lifestyle. At least there was the protein milk. It felt like he was back to living the good life, even if it was just a case of milk. Back in the dorm, Jordan's face was pale with hunger. Leo, he wailed, "Why do you smell like chicken soup? It smells so good." Did you bring me chicken? Leo offered him the container of tofu. Sean looked haggard. He was so intensely focused lately that his stubble seemed to be growing at twice its normal rate. Earlier, a girl had asked him for help with something, and he'd actually said no. Previously, if a girl called, he'd be there in a flash. Since he'd started his TikTok account, he turned down 3 different girls. He was evolving. He was editing the video of Leo playing tennis. The dorm organization video had plateaued at 20,000 likes. The singing video, however, had over 10,000 likes and 10,000 shares, and it was still climbing steadily. He'd already gotten over 7,000 saves on his account. The comparison video he'd edited yesterday was still languishing at a few hundred likes. That was the way of the TikTok algorithm gods. One video could be dead on arrival, even if it was right next to one with 100,000 likes. There was no trickle-down success. But if one video got you in trouble, your whole account could get banned. They didn't live together, but they could die together. Still, Sean was thrilled. Just having a glimmer of hope was enough. He kept at it, eating with one hand while watching video editing tutorials on his phone. Once you were passionate about something, learning became so much easier. Concepts that were once opaque suddenly made sense. His mind was finally open to absorbing new knowledge. Leo looked at the scruffy Sean and the pale Jordan and handed each of them a carton of protein milk. He took one for himself. Young men needed their milk. After finishing his, Leo grabbed a plum. It was a deep, reddish purple. He remembered they were sometimes sold under a fancier foreign name, which somehow justified a tenfold price increase. Learning English was really important. Give something an English name, and its value skyrocketed. He took a bite. Sour. The English name didn't help. It was incredibly, shockingly sour. It was so acidic it brought tears to his eyes. This plum was as tart as Stella Vance. Like owner, like fruit, he thought. With that sour taste still in his mouth, Leo lay down for his afternoon nap. He was out in seconds. Hard exercise was the ultimate cure for overthinking. When you were tired enough, you could sleep through anything. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. reading. A book is a tool to create a soul. Victor Hugo. Pretty faces are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. An excellent trophy husband must have an interesting soul. Read more, scroll less. Leo woke up to the new time bar. He grabbed his backpack and headed for the library. Sean stood up, too, ready to go shoot some more footage. Seeing Sean's dense stubble and the adoring look in his eyes, Leo felt a little weirded out. Sean, man, maybe you should shave? You're looking a little rough. Sean pulled out his phone, glanced at his reflection in the front-facing camera, and immediately turned it off. Leo understood. A 6-point face seen through a selfie camera could be a frightening thing. Nope, Sean said firmly. Leo, from this day forward, I swear, I will get a video with 100,000 likes. And until I do, I'm not shaving. Leo stared at him. So, you my magical, bearded fairy godmother? Is that what's happening? Chapter 46. The afternoon light softened the old, red-minus brick walls of the library. Ivy clung peacefully to the building, a picture of tranquil timelessness. Sean took photos of the wall from every angle, straightened from the side, practically in gone ground. Leo stewed in the RB, trying very hard to pretend he didn't know the bearded man sprawled deathly softy wall. Seen Woolship for Rabbit, then review whisk work, constant lie adjusting his phone. Their soul twasti solidi avamen crouch head be a wall, Hishans moving ceaselessly. Luckily, Ninil Sawas around. One scene was satisfied, they went in sitted together, instinctive lowering fear of wasses. What book are I looking for, Leo? No idea. Just browsing. It figured to how to go in mine. Nah, I just feel like his whole dread. It feels important. If a scroll on my phone foreigner, thought our gist vanishes from my life. Beautify read for Anyer, it feels like if he didn't hortoy. Sean, filming, thought o himself that Leo had reallocated. His diligence letly wazel most scary. He wondered what twas going gona thomathe twas spooting so much pressure on him. He desperately wanted this videos to take off so he could help. Esto remembered his first day off freshman year. He'd walk it in Toth Dormerman seen a huge DSL camera sitting in Attisk. Henormal didn't touch other people's things, but the camera waterful, almost glowing. Back then, before college had beaten him down, scene wasn't sodomid. Here a cheetah tan picket tup. Just then, Thedo were swung upon. A boy with a free guide walked in. Startled, Shin almost dropped the camera. It's school, you can play with it, the boy had say with Thagrin. Press that button on top toter Neaton. Try it. You got take the lens scape off first. Carefully, Shinamid the camera at the doorway and took his first, minus, ever did seller photograph fof testimony a boy standing there. Theboe's grin was warm and bright, his facestal damp, like how'd you just washed it. That was probably theme sound fell in love with photography. College hadn't been easy. He'd faced constant setbacks and unfriendly classmates. He worked at part-minus time jobs and was often looked down in. Once, while cleaning the auditorium, twas student Sakis at Heimo stealing some mething they'd lost. I twas latter found Dontapeth outside. Leo had walked that path with him, back and forth, ate to me until they found it. Seen hadn't cried Dontapeth, but themament they found Thedum. He broke down, overwhelmed with his Sintafine justice couldn't articulate. Being ported make him a criminal. Themor human thruff, themor precious team memory of tat smiling face in his first day of college became. That's why I wanted to succeed. Not just for himself, but for Leo, too. Leo was a good guy. Kind, easygoing, but not particularly driven. Whatever was forcing him toward the shard had to be serious. Feeling helpless, Scene didn't say anything more. Had just resolved to try harder. Leo browsed at the shelves, picking a book at random. With Scene filming him, Heffel to shoot at least Lenith apart. Hekos a book titled The View from a Different Altitude, a memo by an author named Daniel Vance. He'd seen a quote from it in TikTok a while back. Everson salas thuzy if me legs, my family tipped around the subject. On the mifrin recreated me normally. He'd take me to the park to play Zoxaran tel meadow be the goalie. Hadn't treat me like he disabled person. Hadn't treat me like he personatal. At the end of mid-20 first year, my legs betrayed me for good. The enlightening that kept me from dying was friendship. Felonshat struck him thin. Funny, sad, and deep limovingalatance. Today Leo was in a sentimental mood. It's an the bookto were reading Garib at the window. Sean, after getting a foot sought Leo from the back inside. A new technical wastering, this funupto filmed the pitch soft T-book, keeping Leo's face out off the frame. Then Sound Pickadipabu con photography and Startatory ad, too. For a while, The and Sound was the soft trust Leo turning pages, themist beautiful wit noise in the world. Using time, minus dilation buff, Leo Beckamethium, crippled author, struggling in the vortex of fate. Life wasn't just hard, it was brutally hard. There were things worse than death, like the difficult task of living. Stuck in a wheelchair, rolling through a park. Feet to noble touch the ground, head in obliterate the ski. How could he be man was too tall and proud? He had to live. Find a way to live. Find a way to live happily. Because his life wasn't just his own, it belonged to his family and friends, too. Thebu resonated deeply with Leo, S8- point morality stack. After I was realized, I remembered the shameless spirit my bro Theron stopped. The gist was, I feel wanted to asamething, Don Tarissamuk about saving face. Even if I hate to fikitiliome kite, you have to pushi hour when taught the company of experts. How old have a thought to a verb in a mountain a gain? Hook old believeth that a climb bet at meself. Leo had climbed countless mountains, but didn't ever felt to thrill like Kethes. He watched as the author, inane electric wheelchairs with Fahad Hagel for Rand final abot, summit at the peak. 50-7 years old. Had wanted to die 20-1, Buther Hewas, still alive. It was good. Every day he lived was Leo close said the book. Had levied rough off to Uther's life. But here, the world around him was still quiet. Outside, the Valive swayed gently in the soft under the Brightson. Across from him, Scene had fallen asleep, his face pressed against this photograph I book. Leo took a deep breath, shook his shed, then up in Thebakaganithithers on the flap. Daniel Vance, 1951 to 2010, Heliveta Beffety, -9. Toyer Sifter Hefenel Acclimid Thought Mountain. Phew. Leo wasn't Surya if it was in Dinger Tragicon. Heffel to pang of sadness, butyl so strain G zins of exhilaration. These was what I felt read a good book. For now, it was just dreading. But maybe, years from now, he beddoing some mething and suddenly understand why. Because had Don to read a book, and the person nini thadinit he some mething. In that moment, knowledge and action would become a own. Host has completed the immersive reading task. Host is rooted with a random bonus from the book. Vance S. Blessing. Lifespan +10. If I hadn't 30 years, id wanto clim tamatin bithele quid me wife time. Leo checked his to spanel. There was no detailed breakdown of his lifespan. Age, 21/50 plus 10/108. His maximum potential spawn was 108. He was 21 now. He was originally projected alive to 50, but now, with the extra 10 years, he was subto 60. At least Medito retirement tontage. But the suspected system was skiating. Maybe reading the book just made him want to be a healthier, Mormon full life. Wickwood natural extend this lifespan of 60 anyway. The system remained silent. Leo stood up toward turned the book. He showed up from his chair without feeling ditzy. His body felt great. His legs were strong. He was grateful for his life, for his parents. Scene woke up, rubbing highsies. Had checked his phone. 1% battery. All done, Leo? Yeah, let's go. What's next? Work. Walking the dog. I'm heading back to theater to edit. I was tired to sleep last night. Kept waking Gipri Hordo Kekmistats, seen say with Than. The parted ways at he Geoftest stood in strip. Seeing Sean slightly stumbling gait, Leo called out. Hey Sean, you got this. Sound turned around and grinned. Yeah. Don't do anything und get lost. Leo laughed. Chapter 47, Leah spent hours studying at his Certed classroom, filling Isbrin with more potentially useless knowledge. Heffel till little more grounded. The system, obligingly, gave Hema 1- day memory buff. Hester Ted to worry. What would happen when it didn't faith the buff? Would studying become a torture regain? What was the point to for earning if a couldn't remember any of it? That won't happen. All buffs in Yancy our existing abilities. They didn't create them from nothing. Dear present a stadia could achieving your own with proper conditioning. Be actively ascend your brain while a buff is active. You are also stimulating our brain's natural memory functions. Leo figured it was like muscle memory. Thebuff left a trace. With no practice, Hakud slowly develop a natural buff off his own. Thetho twake was exciting. Whatty out truly learn a swap becomes yours. 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Learning pet care, plus child rearing. Amin can care for pets sand children is infinitely sexy. Capture her stomach, and she'll never forget you. Even when in Anatherman's arms, her stomach will belong to. She's responsible for bringing Methy Basin. You are responsible for being beautiful, walking thepit, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of child. Leo had to laugh at the Notami bar. First, he went to the faculty apartment stopping up Cody. Then wheeled him a Verto Page, Kennedy's apartment at the student strip. Peg Hadel reading massage at home. She was out shopping with a friend. She had wanted to come over to dib but felt a little minus conscious, thinking the girl shown Betheta forward. Then her friend called, and she did want to buy some new clothes, Sash gone. When Leo arrived, a cleaner was there. The apartment twice aggressive light pink. Thessifa cover was pink. A giant pink stuff at an imel sat under the window, and a glance in the room revealed more pink. Today, Moose, Thegel Den Retriever, Wasportin gaping bowished. Leo waved at the dog. Thedage ignored him. Seriously? Weren't they best buds yesterday, like owner like dog? So dramatic. He knew Peg for a year since Theartness class and had no idea she liked him. This deg was giving him the cold shoulder after just an e-day. More for Clethen woman. While Leo struggled to jit Moose moving, Coda was cricking Yoop in his wheelchair. It was hilarious. No matter how much Leo pulled, the 80- dog refused to budge. With this new strength, he called Dave picked Moose up, but the dog was presenting him with its rear end. Had not cois but as his secret weapon. Leah still at an intermediate voice off clarity capsule. 6 hours per 30 days. I would expire within a month. Leo, Thekin summit a pragmatist, couldn't stand Thithoto fit going toast. The system, for lit squirks, had been true toit sorts afar. The capsule's effect was discrebitas. Makest them want to hear our next sentence. May work in animals. He wondered what a double minus, strength clear of Waswudo. Moose, why didn't you want to good today? Your owner saw running outside. Thought you need at least in her day. Whiff. What? You didn't want to earth a pink bow in your head. You think it's sugly. Liao ate shadas the dog tree to batatite sound head with its spa. Head hot hound stewed. Woof. Lear moved the pink bow. Sure enough, Moose tail started wagging furiously. He nudged Leosa with a shade bound dead toward the door. Cody, who had been laughing eye-strictly, now stared at Leo with wide, worshipful eyes. Leo, that's amazing. You can speak, dog. Somehow Leo thought, that doesn't feel like a compliment. Leo pushed Cody's wheelchair while holding Moose leash, heading toward Thegressa lawn with the Compass Lake. On the way, the Pasetta hot dog stand. Moose started barking insistently. Woof. Resigned, Leo bought 12 hot dogs and 4 corn dogs. The afternoon light softened the old, red brick walls of the library. Ivy clung peacefully to the building, a picture of tranquil timelessness. Sean took photos of the wall from every angle, straight on, from the side, practically lying on the ground. Leo stood nearby, trying very hard to pretend he didn't know the bearded man sprawled at the base of the wall. Sean would shoot for a bit, then review his work, constantly adjusting his phone. The result was the silhouette of a man crouched by a wall, his hands moving ceaselessly. Luckily, no one else was around. Once Sean was satisfied, they went inside together, instinctively lowering their voices. What book are you looking for, Leo? No idea. Just browsing. I figured you had a goal in mind. Nah, I just feel like I should read. It feels important. If I scroll on my phone for an hour, that hour just vanishes from my life. But if I read for an hour, it feels like I've added an hour to it. Sean, filming, thought to himself that Leo had really changed. His diligence lately was almost scary. He wondered what was going on at home that was putting so much pressure on him. He desperately wanted his videos to take off so he could help. He still remembered his first day of freshman year. He'd walked into the dorm room and seen a huge DSLR camera sitting on a desk. He normally didn't touch other people's things, but the camera was beautiful, almost glowing. Back then, before college had beaten him down, Sean wasn't so timid. He reached out and picked it up. Just then, the door swung open. A boy with a carefree gait walked in. Startled, Sean almost dropped the camera. "It's cool, you can play with it," the boy had said with a grin. "Press that button on top to turn it on. Try it. You gotta take the lens cap off first." Carefully, Sean aimed the camera at the doorway and took his first ever DSLR photograph of the smiling boy standing there. The boy's grin was warm and bright, his face still damp, like he had just washed it. That was probably the moment Sean fell in love with photography. College hadn't been easy. He faced constant setbacks and unfriendly classmates. He worked part-time jobs and was often looked down on. Once, while cleaning the auditorium, 2 students accused him of stealing something they'd lost. It was later found on the path outside. Leo had walked that path with him back and forth 8 times until they found it. Sean hadn't cried on the path, but the moment they found the item, he broke down, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice he couldn't articulate. Being poor didn't make him criminal. The more he went through, the more precious the memory of that smiling face on his first day of college became. That's why he wanted to succeed. Not just for himself, but for Leo, too. Leo was a good guy. Kind, easygoing, but not particularly driven. Whatever was forcing him to work this hard had to be serious. Feeling helpless, Sean didn't say anything more. He just resolved to try harder. Leo browsed the shelves, picking a book at random. With Sean filming him, he felt he should at least look the part. He chose a book titled The View from a Different Altitude, a memoir by an author named Daniel Vance. He'd seen a quote from on TikTok a while back. "Ever since I lost the use of my legs, my family tiptoed around the subject. Only my friend Eric treated me normally. He'd take me to the park to play soccer and tell me to be the goalie. He didn't treat me like a disabled person. He didn't really treat me like a person at all. At the end of my 21st year, my legs betrayed me for good. The only thing that kept me from dying was friendship." The lines had struck him then, funny, sad, and deeply moving all at once. Today, Leo was in a sentimental mood. He took the book to a reading area by the window. Sean, after getting a few shots of Leo from the back and side, a new technique he was trying, set his phone up to film the pages of the book, keeping Leo's face out of the frame. Then Sean picked up a book on photography and started to read, too. For a while, the only sound was the soft rustle of turning pages, the most beautiful white noise in the world. Using the time dilation buff, Leo became the young, crippled author, struggling in the vortex of fate. Life wasn't just hard, it was brutally hard. There were things worse than death, like the difficult task of living. Stuck in a wheelchair, rolling through a park. Feet unable to touch the ground, head unable to reach the sky. How could he be a man who stood tall and proud? He had to live. Find a way to live. Find a way to live happily. Because his life wasn't just his own, it belonged to his family and friends, too. The book resonated deeply with Leo's 8-point morality stat. "After I was paralyzed, I remembered the shameless spirit my brother once taught me." The gist was, if you want to do something, don't worry so much about saving face. Even if you have to fake it till you make it, you have to push your way into the company of experts. Who would have thought I'd ever be on a mountain again? Who could believe that I climbed it myself? Leo had climbed countless mountains, but he'd never felt a thrill like this. He watched as the author, in an electric wheelchair his wife had haggled for and finally bought, summited the peak. 57 years old. He had wanted to die at 21, but here he was, still alive. It was good. Every day he lived was a bonus. Leo closed the book. He had lived through half of the author's life, but here, the world around him was still quiet. Outside, the ivy leaves swayed gently in the soft breeze under the bright sun. Across from him, Sean had fallen asleep, his face pressed against his photography book. Leo took a deep breath, shook his head, then opened the book again to the author's bio on the flap. Daniel Vance, 1951 to 2010. He lived to be 59, 2 years after he finally climbed that mountain. Phew. Leo wasn't sure if it was a happy ending or a tragic one. He felt a pang of sadness, but also a strange sense of exhilaration. This was what it felt like to read a good book. For now, it was just reading. But maybe years from now, he'd be doing something and suddenly understand why. Because he had once read a book, and the person in it had done the same thing. In that moment, knowledge and action would become one. Host has completed the immersive reading task. Host is rewarded with a random bonus from the book, Vance's Blessing, lifespan +10. If I had another 10 years, I want to climb the mountain by the lake with my wife one more time. Leo checked his status panel. There was now a detailed breakdown of his lifespan. Age, 21/50 plus 10/108. His maximum potential lifespan was 108. He was 21 now. He was originally projected to live to 50, but now, with the extra 10 years, he was up to 60. At least he'd made it to retirement age. But he suspected the system was cheating. Maybe reading the book just made him want to live a healthier, more mindful life, which would naturally extend his lifespan to 60 anyway. The system remained silent. Leo stood up to return the book. He shot up from his chair without feeling dizzy. His body felt great, his legs were strong. He was grateful for his life, for his parents. Sean woke up, rubbing his eyes. He checked his phone. 1% battery. All done, Leo. Yeah, let's go. What's next? Work. Walking the dog. I'm heading back to the dorm to edit. I was too wired to sleep last night. Kept waking up every hour to check my stats, Sean said with a yawn. They parted ways at the edge of the student strip. Seeing Sean's slightly stumbling gait, Leo called out, "Hey, Sean, you got this." Sean turned around and grinned. Yeah. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Get lost." Leo laughed. Leo spent another hour studying in a deserted classroom, filling his brain with more potentially useless knowledge. He felt a little more grounded. The system, obligingly, gave him a one-day memory buff. He started to worry. What would happen when he didn't have the buff? Would studying become torture again? What was the point of learning if you couldn't remember any of it? That won't happen. All buffs enhance your existing abilities. They don't create them from nothing. They represent a state you could achieve on your own with proper conditioning. By actively using your brain while a buff is active, you're also stimulating your brain's natural memory functions. Leo figured it was like muscle memory. The buff left a trace. With enough practice, he could slowly develop a natural buff of his own. The thought was exciting. What you truly learn is what becomes yours. 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Learning pet care plus child rearing. A man who can care for pets and children is infinitely sexy. Capture her stomach, and she'll never forget you. Even when she's in another man's arms, her stomach will belong to you. She's responsible for bringing home the bacon. You are responsible for being beautiful, walking the pet, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the child. Leo had to laugh at the new time bar. First, he went to the faculty apartments to pick up Cody. Then he wheeled him over to Paige Kennedy's apartment on the student strip. Paige had already messaged him. She was out shopping with a friend. She had wanted to come over today, but felt a little self-conscious, thinking a girl shouldn't be too forward. Then her friend called, and she didn't want to buy some new clothes, so she'd gone. When Leo arrived, a cleaner was there. The apartment was aggressively pink. The sofa cover was pink, a giant pink stuffed animal sat under the window, and a glance into the bedroom revealed more pink. Today, Moose, the golden retriever, was sporting a pink bow on his head. Leo waved at the dog. The dog ignored him. Seriously? Weren't they best buds yesterday? Like owner, like dog. So dramatic. He'd known Paige for years in their tennis class and had no idea she liked him. This dog was giving him the cold shoulder after just one day. More fickle than a woman. While Leo struggled to get Moose moving, Cody was cracking up in his wheelchair. It was hilarious. No matter how much Leo pulled, the 80-pound dog refused to budge. With his new strength, he could have picked Moose up, but the dog was presenting him with its rear end. He had no choice but to use his secret weapon. Leo still had one intermediate voice of clarity capsule, 6 hours per 30 days. It would expire within a month. Leo, the consummate pragmatist, couldn't stand the thought of it going to waste. The system, for all its quirks, had been true to its word so far. The capsule's effect was described as, makes them want to hear next sentence. May work on animals. He wondered what a double-strength clear voice would do. Moose, why don't you want to go out today? Your owner said you love running outside, that you need at least an hour a day. Woof, woof, woof. Woof. What? You don't want to wear the pink bow on your head? You think it's ugly? Leo watched as the dog tried to bat at its own head with its paw. He thought he understood. Woof. Leo removed the pink bow. Sure enough, Moose's tail started wagging furiously. He nudged Leo's leg with his head and bounded toward the door. Cody, who had been laughing hysterically, now stared at Leo with wide, worshipful eyes. Leo, that's amazing. You can speak, dog. Somehow Leo thought, that doesn't feel like a compliment. Leo pushed Cody's wheelchair while holding Moose's leash, heading toward the grassy lawn by the campus lake. On the way, they passed a hot dog stand. Moose started barking insistently. Woof, woof, woof. Resigned, Leo bought 2 hot dogs and 4 corn dogs. Net worth, -9, 500. So in just a few ways, she'd paid off $500. Worried he just stood and get that kind off money. Leo, Ho had just gotten $1,000 in allowance from Miss Dad, fell silent. Spending money wazy, earning jit wishard. He was getting paid to buck stoic page doc this afternoon, and that was a generous friend price. He'd asked him Jessica stat was from it habits. Cosmetic procedures or maxing out credit card sun shopping sprees. He never imagined Ed thighs was theoriousin. She's emits outgoing gone confident, her smell so bright. She didn't look like some own carrying gay heavy burden. It just twento she you couldn't jijabuk be discover. He was still processing to telling a totha cafeteria topic up food for scene in Jordan. The server haid toast scum wathawantet twice before his pita tofit. To fuck it, let's stir minus fried water spinach, sliced potatoes, green beans, friedrich cakes, and a soapy degdrup soup. 3 servings safris. Cianal wasted 2. Heffel talent la guilty. He just ate a nourishing chicken soup, fresh side dishes, and for grandpa mice, he'd seen Thebagen MS. Miller's kitchen. No, he was bringing back a leftover cafeteria dregs for his roommates. Seen wasty aside of please, he'd add anything. But Jordan, Thepam Pearson Ophasmal Factory Yowner, had been thorough liar up and up with theater lifestyle. Ate least the ruist the proteinic. It felt like he was back to living the good life, even if it was just stack case of milk. Back in the dorm, Jordan's face was full with hunger. Leo hewled. Would you smell like a kickin' soup? It smells so good. Did you bring Mexican? Leo for dim the container of tofu. Seen Luke at Haggard. He was so intensely focused latalife this double sim med to be growing gatwy seats normal rate. Earlier, Agiril hit us them for help with zomething, and he'd actually say no. Previously, if a girl called, he'd Bethery in a flash. Since he'd start Teddy's TikTok account, he'd turn Ed down 3 different girls. He was evolving. He was editing the video Fleo playing tennis. The dorm organization video hot potoda 20,000 likes. Thiezinging video, however, had over 10,000 likes and 10,000 shares, and it was still climbing steadily. He dow ready gatan over Savant House Sand safes in his sack out. The comparison video deed it Deister was still languishing gat a few hundred likes. That was the wave TikTok algorithm gods. One evidia could be an arrival, even if it was right next to you with 100,000 likes. There was no trickle minus down success. Beautiful evidia get you in trouble, your holy account could get banned. They didn't live it together, but he called you together. Still, Scene was thrilled. Just having gaglamur of hopuisa. Heck up tat it. Eating one while watching video editing tutorials in his phone. Once he were passionate about something, learning became so much easier. Conceptatori ansio pe quesud and made sense. His mind was finally open to absorbing the knowledge. Leolokita tescrifici nan pale Jordan han didichov tima kartonov protein mic. Hito okina for himself. Yelman dead thermilk. After finishing gis, Leo grabbed applum. It was a deep, reddish minus purple. Remember Ed to Oresameto Sildundrafin seer forename. Wixami how justify datin full price increase. Learning English was really important. Give some Ethingen English name and its value skyrocketed. He took a bite. Sour, the English name it in Thelp. It was incredibly, shockingly sour. It was so sadissit brought tersto his eyes. This plum was ass start a Stella Vance. Like owner, like fruit, head hot. With that sour taste still in his mouth, Leo lay down for his afternoon nap. He was stood in seconds. Hard exercise is the ultimate tech for over a thin king. When you were tired enough, you could sleep through anything. 1:00 p.m. minus 2:00 p.m. Reading. A book is a tolto creati soul. Victor Hugo. Pretty face I matos in. Beaut an interesting soliconian a million. An excellent trophy husband must have an interesting soul. Read more, scrollless. Leo woke up to Thena time bar. He grabbed his backpack and headed forth the library. Scene stood up, too, Reddita gossip some memor footage. Seeing Sean's densest stubble end headering Luke in his eyes, Leo felt a little wired out. Sean, man, maybe you should shave? Yuri looking a little rock. Scene pulled out his phone, glanced at his reflection on the front minus facing camera, and immediately turned it off. Leo understood. A 6 minus point face seen through Azelphi camera could be frightening thing. Nope, scene said firmly. Leo, from this day forward, is where it will get a video with 100,000 likes. And on Toledo, imminent shaving. Leah stared at them. So, you're a magical, bearded fairy godmother. Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Chapter 46 The afternoon light softened the old, red minus brick wall so Celebratory. Ivy clung peaceful lighted the building. A picture reef tranquil to meatlessness. Seon took photo soft wall from the angle. Straight in from the side, practical laying gone the ground. Leo stood in the RB, trying very hard to pretend it didn't know the bearded man sprawled at the base softy wall. Seen Woolship for Abbott, then review his work, constant lie adjusting his phone. Their soul twas the solidi of a man crouch had be a wall, Hishans moving ceaselessly. Luckily, Nunil was around. One scene was satisfied, they went and sit together, instinctively lowering their voices. What book are I looking for, Leo? No idea. Just browsing. It figured you had to go in mine. Nah, I just feel like his whole dread. It feels important. If a scroll on my phone foreigner, thought our gist vanishes from my life. Beautify read for Anyer, it feels like if in Hortoy. Sean, filming, thought o himself that Leo had reallocated. His diligence a letly ways almost scary. He wondered what twas going gonna thomathe twas spooting so much pressure on him. He desperately went to dis videos to take off so he could help. Esto remember dis first day off freshman year. He'd walk it in Toth at Ormerman Sina huge DSLR camera sitting at isk. Henor lit to show thir people's things, but the camera waterful, almost glowing. Back then, before college had beaten him down, scene wasn't sodomite. Hirachita tan pickadai tup. Just then, Theodore were swung upon. A boy with a curve-free guide walked in. Startled, Shin almost dropped the camera. It's school, you can play with it, Theba had said with Thagrin. Press that button on top toter Neaton. Try it. You got take the lens scape off first. Carefully, Shinamid the camera off the doorway and two kiss first, minus ever to seller photograph fof Tesmalia boy standing there. Thebo's grin was warm and bright, his face still damp, like he'd just washed it. That was probably theme sound fell in love with photography. College hadn't been easy. He'd faced constant setbacks and unfriendly classmates. He worked part, minus time jobs and was often looked down in. Once, while cleaning the auditorium, twas student Sakis at Himof stealing some ething they'd lost. It was latter found Dontipeth outside. Leo had walked that path with him, back and forth, ate to me until they found it. Seen hadn't cried Dontipath, but themament they found Thedum. He broke down, overwhelming this of fiend justice couldn't articulate. Being poor didn't make him a criminal. Themor human thruff, Themor precious to Mario of tat smiling fashion his first day of college became. That's why I wanted to succeed. Not just for himself, but for Leo, too. Leo was a good guy, kind, easygoing but not particularly driven. Whatever was forcing him to earth the shard had to be serious. Feeling helpless, Scene didn't say anything more. Head just resolved to tree harder. Leo browsed at the shelves, picking a book at random. With Scene filming him, Heffel to shoot at least Lenith apart. Hekos a book titled The View from a Different Altitude, a memo by an author named Daniel Vance. He'd seen a quote of from it in TikTok a while back. Ever since I lost Uzi of me legs, my family tiptoed on the subject. On the mifrenderic treated me normally. He'd take me to the park to play Zox or Rantel Meadow be the goalie. He didn't treat me like he disabled person. He didn't treat me like he personatal. At the end of mit winning minus first year, my legs betrayed me for good. The lighting that kept me from dying was friendship. Felonshad struck him thin, funny, sad, and deep lime of ingalatance. Today Leo was in a sentimental mood. It's an the boopto were reading Garib at the window. Sean, after getting a foot sots of Leo from the back and side. A new technical was streeing. This phone up to filmed the pitch soft T-book, keeping Leo's face out off the frame. Then Seong picked up a book on photography and started to ad too. For a while, the and lie sound was the soft trust Leo of turning pages. The missed beautiful what annoys in the world. Using time, minus dilation buff. Leo Beckamethune, crippled author, struggling in the vortex of fate. Life wasn't just hard, it was brutally hard. There were things worse than death, like the difficult task of living. Stuck in a wheelchair, rolling through a park. Feet unable to touch the ground, head in obliterate the ski. How could D. Beeman was stood tall and proud? He had to live. Find a way to live. Find a way to live happily. Because his life wasn't just his own, it belonged to his family and friends too. Thebu resonated deeply with Leo, S8 minus point morality stat. After I was paralyzed, I remembered the shameless spirit my bro Theron taught him. The gist was, I feel wanted asamething, don turissimuk about saving face. Even if I have to kitiliome kite, you have to pushi our way in toth company of experts. How old haveth thought to a verbian amount in a gain? Hook old believeth that a climb bet at me self. Leo had climbed countless soundings, buth dina verfelt to thrill like Kethies. He watched past the author, inane electric wheelchairs of fed ickled for an final abot, summit head the peak. 50 minus 7 years old. Had wanted to die 20 minus 1, Boother he was, still alive. It was good. Every day he lived was happiness. Leo close said the book. He had levied rough off to Uther's life. But here, the world around him was still quiet. Outside, the Valives weighed gently in Thesoft Banner the Brightson. Across from him, Scene had fallen asleep, his face pressed against this photograph I book. Leo took a deep breath, shook a shed, then up in Uther's want the flap. Daniel Vance, 1951 to 2010. Heliveta Beffety, -9. Toy Irsif Tur Hefenel Acclimid Thought Mountain. Phew. Leo was sincere fitways and Dinger Tragicon. Heffel to pang of sadness, Butyl so strange, zins of exhilaration. These waswatite felt like to read a good book. For now, it was distressing. But maybe, years from now, he'd beddoing some mething and suddenly understand why. Because had done to read a book, and the person any that in it he some mething. In that moment, knowledge and action would become a own. Host has completed the immersive reading task. Host is rooted with a random enough from the book. Vance S. Blessing. Lifespan plus 10. If I hadn't 13 years, it'd want to climb to nothing with the lake with me wife film at time. Leo checked his to spanel. There was no detailed breakdown of his lifespan. Age, 21/50 plus 10/108. His maximum potential lifespan was 108. He was 21 now. He was originally projected alive to 50, but now with the extra 10 years, he was subto 60. At least Medita retirement tontage. But the suspected system was skiating. Maybe reading the book just made him want to live a healthier, Mormon full life, Wickwood natural extend his lifespan to 60 anyway. The system remained silent. Leo stood up to return the book. He showed up from his chair without feeling dizzy. His body felt great. His legs were strong. He was grateful for his life, for his parents. Scene woke up rubbing highsies. He checked his phone. 1% battery. All done, Leo? Yeah, let's go. What's next? Work. Walking the dog. I'm heading back to theater to edit. The was to oired to sleep last night. Kept waking up reheardo kekmastats. Scene stayed within. The parted ways that he'd geof test student strip. Seeing Sean's slightly stumbling gait, Leo called out. Hey Sean, you got this. Sound turned around, Dan grinned. Yeah. Don't do anything. Get lost. Leo laughed. Chapter 47. Leo spent a hour studying in at a certed classroom, filling his brain with more potentially useless knowledge. Heffel till little more grounded. The system, obligingly, gave him a 1-day memory buff. Hester Ted to worry. What would happen when it didn't fave the buff? Would studying become a torture regain? What was the point for earning Gifia Kunchum Baranio fit? That won't happen. All buffs in Yancy our existing abilities. Fading Cretethum from nothing. Their presentistati you could achieving a own with proper conditioning. Be actively ascend your brain while a buff is active. You warrior so stimulating or brain's natural memory functions. Leo figured it was like muscle memory. The buff left a trace. With no practice, Hakud slowly develop a natural buff off his own. Thetho twake was exciting. Why do you truly learn a swap becomes yours? For 30 p.m. minus 5 30 p.m. Learning pet care, plus child rearing. A man can care for pets sand children is infinitely sexy. Capture her stomach, and she'll never forget you. Even when she's in anatherman's arms, her stomach will belong to. She's responsible for bringing a methy basin. You are responsible for being beautiful, walking thepit, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of that child. Leo had to fat thenotomy bar. First, he went to the faculty apartment to pick up Cody. Then wheeled him a Verto Page, Kennedy's apartment at the student strip. Peg had already massaged him. She was out shopping with a friend. She had wanted to come over to but felt a little self-conscious, thinking the girl shouldn't bet forward. Then her friend called and she'd want to buy some new clothes, sashed gone. When Leo arrived, a cleaner was there. The apartment was aggressive light pink. Thessifa cover was pink. A giant pink stuff at an imel sat under the window, and a glance sanithedrum revealed more pink. Today Moose, Thegel den retriever, was portin gaping bonished. Leo waved at the dog. That a ignored him. Seriously? Weren't the best butsy yesterday, like owner like dog? So dramatic. He'd known Pega for years in theaternis class and had no idea she liked him. This de was giving him the cold shoulder after just an day. More for clefin woman. While Leo struggled to get Moose moving, Coda was cricking up in his wheelchair. It was hilarious. No matter how much Leo pulled, the weighty -pound dog refused to budge. With his new strength, he called Dave picked Moose up, but the dog was presenting him with its rear end. He had not cois but as his secret weapon. Leah still had an intermediate voice-off clarity capsule. 6 hours per 30 days. I would expire within a month. Leo, Thekin summit a pragmatist, couldn't stand Thotho fit going toast. The system, for its works, had been true to its sorts afar. The capsule's effect was discrebitas. Makest them want to hear our next sentence. May work in animals. He wondered what a double minus, strength clear of wise swudo. Moose, why didn't you want to go today? Your owner's all running outside. Thought you need at least in her day. Vwiff. What? You didn't want to earth a pink bow in your head. You think it's sugly. Liao H should dash the dog tree to batatite sound head with its spa. Head hot hounder stewed. Woof. Lear moved the pink bow. Sure enough, Moose tail started wagging furiously. He nudged Leosa with a shidan bound dead toward the door. Cody, Ho had been laughing eye-strictly, now stared at Leo with wide, worshipful eyes. Leo, that's amazing. You can speak, dog. Somehow, Leo thought, that doesn't feel like a compliment. Leo pushed Cody's wheelchair while holding Moose leash, heading toward the Grisalambith Thekampus Lake. On the way, Thepa set a hot dog stand. Moose started barking insistently. Woof, woof, woof. Resigned, Leo bought 12 hot dogs and 4 corn dogs. Net worth, -11. This was turning into a losing venture. He was spending money before he'd even earned any. You can have 4 now, but that's it, he told the dog. Woof. Moose devoured the 4 corn dogs with a happy grin. Leo ate 1 of the hot dogs. His intense exercise and study schedule, amplified by the time dilation buff, burned a lot of calories, so he finished it easily. Cody only ate half of his, so Leo ate the rest. It wasn't gross. The vendor always cut them in half, and girls often bought 1 a share. Cody was delighted. He felt like he and Leo were even better friends now. The afternoon sun was warm but not scorching, and a pleasant breeze was blowing. On the lawn, Moose took off at a full sprint. Leo took a blanket from the back of the wheelchair, spread it on the grass, and carefully lifted Cody out so he could lie down for a bit. He wasn't supposed to sit for too long. As Leo lifted him, Cody tensed up, afraid of being dropped and getting hurt again. But Leo's arms were steady, lifting him effortlessly without a single tremor. The last time his dad had tried to lift him, he'd almost dropped him, jostling his wound. Leo radiated a sense of security. He felt so reliable. After running around, Moose came back and nudged Cody playfully. At first, Cody was hesitant, but he soon realized how gentle Moose was and warmed up to him immediately. Leah Snap had a few pictures with his phony and sent them to his 2 clients, Paige Kennedy and Laura Miller. He even set the same caption for both. Your kid, image after sending them. Leah felt a thrill, like he just unlocked it in a player skill. The mass text, same content, sent no different girls. Diabolical. Paige replied instantly. Paige, Moose looks so happy. Who's a little boy? He kinda looks like you, lol. Goofy. Paige. Meme. I am your father, Paige. GIF. A bouncing alpaca. Leo rolled his eyes. Don't be weird. That's my teacher's son. A few moments later, Ms. Miller replied. Laura Miller. Cody looks very happy. Thank you. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Rose. Did the rose emoji mean something special coming for a woman her age? After a moment of hesitation, Leo sent one back. Leo. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Rose. After replying to his teacher, Leo felt a sudden surge of happiness. It was just a rose emoji, a mundane little icon. But because he had sent it to Ms. Miller, it suddenly felt not mundane at all. It felt special. Looking at the rose emoji again, he thought it was exceptionally well drawn. The red was so vibrant. The riverside lawn was lush and green in the late afternoon, vibrant with the energy of youth. A university was a good place to be, filled with so many young people. Any place with young people always felt full of hope. Cody's happiness was simple and pure. He and Moose raced across the grass. Moose, woof, woof, woof. Leo, it's a race. First one to the end and back wins. Moose, woof. The boy and the dog shot off. Of course, Moose won. He had 4 legs. Leo only had 2. Moose was a little chunky, but he had a natural advantage. With the athletic enhancement buff active, Leo could have kept up. Without it, he was just eating the dog's dust. He collapsed on the grass next to Cody, panting. Moose nudged him with his head. Woof, woof, woof. Again, again. No way, Leo gasped. I need a break. When he'd been running with Stella that morning, he could go for a full half hour without a word. Now, one sprint had wiped him out. It really depended on who you were trying to impress. Moose wanted to keep running, but Leo was done. Woof, woof, woof. You need to exercise more. You're too skinny. Leo just lay there. Moose's big, brown eyes looked at him pleadingly, but he didn't push it. He just settled down to play with Leo on the grass. Moose was 3 years old. His lifespan was typically 10 to 12 years. In human terms, a healthy 3-year-old golden retriever was like a man in his 30s. So, in his eyes, 21-year-old Leo was just a kid. Humans loved golden retrievers for their calm, cheerful, and loyal personalities. But in reality, their full name was Golden Retriever, a gun dog. They were excellent swimmers. If you were drowning, a golden retriever would dive in and pull you back. They were also formidable hunters on land. Because Leo could somehow communicate with him, and because he'd felt a strange kinship with him from their first meeting, Moose had, with his canine wisdom, come to a conclusion. This little brother in front of him was actually a hairless, mutated golden retriever. Being hairless was pitiful enough, but he was also a weak runner and had no hunting skills. No owner would want him. He would starve. Therefore, Moose felt an urgent need to train his little brother. Furthermore, Moose sensed that his owner was actually thinking about adopting this hairless little brother. She'd even given him a name, Leo. Of course, not as strong a name as his own, Moose. Probably because Leo was so weak, his owner hadn't made up her mind yet. If he could train Leo to be as strong as him, then his owner could adopt them both, and he would finally have a companion. Moose was very pleased with his own intelligence. He was truly the smartest of dogs. No wonder humans loved him so much. Woof, 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 woof. Leo, you gotta step it up. Don't be ashamed of being hairless. You just need to work out. Leo had no idea what the dog was barking about. He couldn't run anymore. This $80 was hard-earned. Moose started nudging Leo toward the river. Seeing that Cody had had enough lying down, Leo lifted him back into his wheelchair, and they all headed to the riverbank. But when they got there, Moose turned to Leo. Woof, woof, woof. Watch me. And with that, he dove headfirst into the river. Leo panicked. Oh God, was he going to lose Paige's dog on his first day? Paige would be devastated. She'd probably murder him. Moose, he yelled at the water. Moose ignored him. A moment later, he emerged, dripping wet, with a fish in his mouth. He dropped it on the grass. Woof, woof, woof. See? You get it now? Leo was stunned. He watched, mesmerized, as Moose proudly shook the water from his coat, the sunlight catching the spray. On the grass, a fish of more than a pound flopped and struggled. Awesome. Leo had never seen a dog catch a fish before. Cody was also staring, his eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Seeing Leo's amazement, Moose felt a surge of pride. Woof. Want to learn? Can you do that again, Moose? I want to get it on video, Leo said excitedly. Woof woof. You want to record it so you can study it? Fine. Leo got his phone out and started recording. Moose obliged, diving back into the water. A moment later, he returned with an even bigger fish, probably over 2 pounds. It thrashed so hard it splashed water on Leo and Cody's faces. Moose shook his magnificent coat again. He loved playing in the water, especially when it was hot. The water droplets flew off, leaving his fur fluffy. As Leo watched through his phone, the spray caught the sunlight and created a fine, rainbow-colored mist. Woof, woof, woof. Did you get that? Leo gave Moose a thumbs up. Moose breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little overweight. A prime golden retriever should be around 70 pounds, and he was over 80. His stamina wasn't what it used to be. If Leo had asked for a third fish, it would have been a struggle. He'd even gotten smacked in the face by another fish while catching that last one. He really didn't need to get back in shape. Moose was happy. Woof, woof. It had been a good day. He'd caught fish, played in the water, and taken a hairless little brother under his wing. Leo found a bag for the 2 fish. Dinner was sorted. He and the dog started wrestling again. Moose loved to pounce on him for some reason. If Moose could throw a frisbee, Leo suspected he'd be the one chasing it. As they were playing, a man and a woman approached from down the path. The man was a tall, lanky exchange professor from Europe or America. Walking beside him was Jessica Monroe. They were walking very close together along the riverbank. Leo didn't notice them until they were right there. Jessica saw him at the same time. She had spotted the golden retriever first and told her companion, Jim, that she wanted to go see it. They were chatting and laughing, and she never expected to see that the boy playing with the dog was Leo. Normally, Jessica didn't care what other people thought. She got what she wanted, and their opinions didn't pay her bills. But in this moment, watching the carefree Leo wrestling with a golden retriever on the grass, she felt a strange twinge of embarrassment. It suddenly occurred to her that Leo was actually more like Stella. Looking at the expensive sneakers on his feet, if his family was ordinary, he wouldn't be wearing those. His family must be simple, clean, happy. That's why he could play so freely with a pet. Why his smile was so bright and genuine. Thinking back to the pool that morning, Jessica felt a hot flush of shame. That was why he had rejected her so completely. He probably thought she was dirty. What's on your mind, Lynn? Jim asked. Jessica plastered a brilliant smile on her face. Nothing. She scoffed at herself. She knew she had a reputation. There were even rumors she slept with foreigners, that she had a kid. She didn't care. She never cared. I'm extremely pleased to be your child's teacher this year, she said, her English fluid and practiced. Grace has a special place in my heart. I am so proud of her development. She has worked so hard and improved in every aspect. I recommended you to my friend, Jim said. You're great. You always surprise me, Lynn. A look of genuine happiness crossed Jessica's face. Leo saw her then. In street clothes, she had a completely different vibe. A crisp white shirt, slacks, her hair down, and a small purse looped over her arm. Very professional, very mature. But when she smiled, she still had that alluring, flirtatious spark. As he listened to them talk, he realized, to his surprise, that he could understand them. A small thank you to his recent dedication to studying. Jessica's words, though spoken quickly, were clear to him. She was tutoring a foreigner's child. That was impressive, and the professor was recommending her to his friends. Leo was starting to understand where Jessica got her money. She was clearly a hustler. Her spoken English was so fluent, she didn't seem like the daughter of a gambling addict. She seemed more like the daughter of a casino mogul, confident, ambitious, and not afraid to show it. Knowing that her affection for him was only a 60, barely more than an acquaintance, definitely not a crush, Leo felt himself relax. He pushed the dog off him. Moose resisted, so he had to wrap his arms around the big fur ball and gave Jessica a friendly wave. Hey! Jessica saw Leo holding the big dog, his expression open and clear. There was no judgment in his eyes, no assumption about her and the professor. He wasn't avoiding her gaze. He just looked at her directly and said hi. She waved back. Hey! That evening, Paige Kennedy returned from a massive shopping spree, laden with bags of beautiful new dresses. Most were in her usual cute, sweet style. But today, she'd also picked out 2 that were a bit sexier. Her friend and the sales clerks had insisted they looked amazing on her. They weren't even that scandalous, just simple slip dresses. But she was busty and had always been a little self-conscious about it, usually opting for clothes that disguised her figure. She even wore minimizing bras to make herself look flatter, convinced that smaller chests were more fashionable. But she had a feeling that Leo liked looking at chests and feet. His gaze just seemed to drift there. It was weird. So, she bought a form-fitting dress and a tight t-shirt and short set. She had the body of a bombshell, a tiny waist and long legs, but the face of a doll. Social media was always promoting the model-thin, flat-chested, chic look, which made her feel insecure about her round, slightly childish face. She was still young, her sense of style and self still developing. She had been happily planning her next outfit for when she'd see Leo again. But then, in the car on the way back to campus, she received the video of Moose catching a fish. Paige shrieked with delight. Moose could catch fish. He'd never once caught a fish for her. He really liked Leo. He was even catching fish for him. Suddenly, she regretted going shopping. She wanted to have been there to see it herself. Leo returned Moose to the apartment. The dog was reluctant to see him go. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Leo, keep working hard. Once you're as strong as me, I'll get the owner to adopt you, and we can live together and eat kibble. You're probably hairless because you're not eating the right food. Leo couldn't understand what Moose was barking about, but seeing his wagging tail and pleading eyes, he got the strange sense the dog was giving him a lecture. All right, buddy, I'm leaving. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Moose. Cody waved. Moose ignored Cody and directed another barrage of barks at Leo. Woof, woof, woof. Leo was halfway down the hall, pushing Cody's wheelchair, and he could still hear Moose barking. He felt like his ears were going to fall off. It was like being nagged by his mom. Terrifying. Maybe he was just missing his mom, if a dog's barking could remind him of her. He was definitely suffering from a maternal affection deficit lately. He sent the video of Moose catching fish to his employer, Paige, and delivered the actual fish to Miz Miller. If she invited him to stay for dinner, he'd get to eat fish tonight. Leo, pushed Cody, who was holding the bag with the fish. Both of them were grinning like idiots. Cody was thrilled. A dog had caught this fish. It was so cool. He couldn't wait to brag to his friends. He'd seen it with his own eyes. As they reached the security gate of the faculty apartments, the mechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations, host, on your remarkable success in pursuing the gold-tier single male golden retriever, Moose. Affection has reached 80, achieving the guardian stage. He will be your most loyal guardian and protector dog. His heart is now tied to yours. Please continue your efforts and strive for new heights. Leo almost stumbled, nearly sending Cody's wheelchair flying. System, are you for real? Conquering men was weird enough, but now he could conquer males of other species? He couldn't accept same-sex relationships for himself, but he knew some people could. But this was cross-species. Crossing genders was one thing, but crossing species. System, your worldview is getting a little too progressive. He couldn't believe Moose was a single dog. A literal single dog. He didn't even have a girlfriend. And Leo had just told Paige to get him neutered. He felt like a monster. Should he tell her not to do it? But that might just remind her when she had probably forgotten all about it again. He'd deal with it later. He'd be seeing the dog every day. If Paige was really going to go through with it, she'd probably ask him to come along. Dogs really were man's best friend. He'd only played with Moose for 2 days, and his affection was already at 80, the guardian stage. What did a protector dog even mean? Leo figured the dog must think he was strong and dependable and wanted him for protection. He hadn't realized Moose was such a little weakling on the inside. Moose was way too trusting. Humans were mostly no good. It was a good thing he wasn't a person. He would have been scammed out of his money and virtue 100 times over by now. Host has successfully pursued a gold-tier single dog for the first time, reaching 80 affection. Host is rewarded with 1 attribute point. It can be freely allocated. Leo was baffled. Did he get an attribute point for getting anyone or any animal to 80 affection, or did he have to pursue different species or genders? This was getting weird. So far, the only ones at 80 affection were Sean and a dog. Leo felt like his powers of attraction were aimed in a slightly wrong direction. He checked his stats. Name, Leo Foster Stamina, 6 + 1/10 average. Strength boost is permanent, but you need balanced exercise. You're too weak. Intelligence, 6 ± (1/10 average. Add some memory points. Being a trophy husband isn't that easy. Use your brain. Mood, 7 + 1/10 high. You're young and energetic. Keep it up. Morality, 8 - (1/10 high. Pro, easily gains affection. Con, easily taken advantage of, prone to self-blame. Appearance, 7 ± (1/10 average. Keep working. Host. A handsome face is the foundation for catching a sugar mama's eye. Leo had learned his lesson. Attribute points were rare. Who knew what weird creature he'd have to conquer next to get another one? A caterpillar? How to make a caterpillar fall in love with me? Urgent, please advise. This time, he was definitely adding it to intelligence. His IQ often felt critically low. He had no idea what girls were thinking. They'd hug you, hold your hand, and call you a good person. They'd press their chest against you, and their affection was only at 60. They'd give you a nickname and tease you relentlessly, and that meant they liked you. And Miz Miller, she gave him her ex-husband's shoes. Did she like him? In short, he desperately needed to be smarter. Add point to intelligence. Intelligence, 7 ± (1/10) above average. Keep working. Host. A pretty face is a dime a dozen. An interesting soul will make a sugar mama obsessed with you. Leo pushed Cody into the elevator. Just as the doors were closing, a young woman rushed in, breathless. Once inside, she smoothed her hair in the reflective metal of the door and blotted her nose with a tissue. She got off on the 5th floor. She's not a professor, Leo thought. She's not composed enough. But she's probably not a student, either. She's the right age, but when she raised her arm, I think I saw a tattoo on her wrist. Northwood State had a strict no-tattoo policy. Get caught with one anywhere, and you were expelled. She was carrying a bag that looked like it held tools. She wasn't a plumber, maybe a makeup artist for a house call. Cody is one of the professors on the 5th floor getting married. Well, Leo, how did you know? Ms. Holloway on the 5th floor is getting engaged. She's friends with my mom. She came over to see me yesterday. She said she was meeting her fiancé's parents tonight for a small engagement party. Leo was stunned he'd said it out loud. He'd just been observing details and making a wild guess. He never expected to be right. He couldn't remember ever being this smart in his entire life. Was this what it felt like to be a high IQ person? No wonder geniuses thought everyone else was an idiot. From their perspective, normal people's conversations must be riddled with logical fallacies. So simple, so naive. Friendly reminder, increasing your intelligence attribute does not make the host a genius. It only enhances your cognitive abilities, strengthening your capacity for observation and thought. The upper limit of your intelligence is determined by your knowledge and experience. Even at max level, without a solid foundation of knowledge, the host will not become a genius. At best, you will be a clever person among your peers. Leo got the message. You're calling me uncultured. System. You're getting smarter. He walked into the apartment, and the air smelled wonderful. A woman's home was a world away from a men's dorm. The lilies on the dining table looked elegant, refined. It always felt good to see someone cherishing a gift you'd given them. Ms. Miller wasn't home. Leo felt a slight sense of relief. He had been hoping she'd be there, but he wasn't disappointed. He helped Cody back into bed and handed him his favorite manga. Cody beamed. He'd asked Leo for it last time, and Leo had remembered. He wanted to ask Leo to play video games, but Leo had said too much gaming would hurt his eyes. What I meant, Leo thought, was that it would hurt my pride. Without a speed buff, I can't even beat you, and you're a legendary middle schooler. With Ms. Miller out, Leo planned to drop off Cody and the fish and leave. But then a new time bar appeared. 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., learning culinary arts. A boy who can cook is eternally sexy. Capture her stomach, and she'll never forget you. Even when she's in another man's arms, her stomach will remember you. Host has happily completed the pet care and child-rearing task, earning the sincere affection of said pet and child. Host is rewarded with an additional 1 millimeter, which can be applied to any part of the body. Leo Foster, all 5 feet 8 inches of him, read the explanation and fell silent. Could you be any more of a troll? This was getting ridiculous. A person's stomach remembering you was useless. He remembered when the factory where his parents worked was still open. There was a woman with a small cart outside who sold the most amazing pretzels. Leo and his friends would watch her knead the dough. It was so simple. Just dough, a little oil, a sprinkle of salt, and a handful of sesame seeds at the very end. They were perfect for someone who didn't like onions. The pretzels were unbelievably fragrant, with just a hint of saltiness that brought out the flavor of the wheat and sesame. You'd eat one, and the next day you'd be craving another. The woman had an oval face, fair skin, and long, smooth hair tied in a low ponytail, tucked under a neat little hat. Back then, some Korean historical drama was popular, and Leo always thought the random pretzel lady outside a factory was prettier than the star. Later, the pretzel lady's husband got laid off. Leo heard he'd gotten into some kind of dispute, and in despair, he jumped off a building. They never saw the pretzel lady at the factory gate again. Then the factory itself closed down, and the whole area was torn down and redeveloped. Now, even the spot where she used to stand was gone, as if erased from existence. It was like a memory that had been invented. Sometimes he wondered if it had just been a childhood fantasy. A woman more beautiful than a TV star selling 60-cent pretzels outside a rundown factory. But his stomach remembered the taste, so he knew it was real. One summer, he asked his dad about her. His dad said yes, she was real. The men at the factory used to call her the pretzel queen. But her husband was no good, a heavy drinker who got violent. He was in the first wave of layoffs, and after he was diagnosed with liver cancer, he couldn't take it anymore. Knowing she was a real person finally put Leo's obsession to rest. He felt a pang of sadness for her, but also gratitude that his own father was a decent cook, a skill that had kept their family afloat. During those years of mass layoffs, so many families had fallen apart. The friend he used to watch the pretzel lady with had moved away with his mom, somewhere far south. His dad, Mr. Foster, was actually a pretty good cook. It was like a talent. Some people just had a knack for it. His mom's cooking was terrible, but his dad could whip up something delicious from nothing. Leo had inherited that from him. Even his instant ramen was exceptionally good. If he tried to use his new cooking skills to make ramen for the animals in his dorm, he'd probably get caught. They were doing strict inspections for unauthorized appliances lately. "I'll clean the fish before I go," Leo told Cody. "Since your mom isn't back yet, I'll keep you company." Cody was thrilled. Before his injury, he loved being home alone. Now, he preferred having someone around. He was a well-behaved kid. While his big brother was working in the kitchen, he didn't just stay in his room. He had Leo help him into his wheelchair so he could read at the kitchen doorway, keeping him company. Leo tried to remember how his dad cleaned fish. Stun it, scale it, gut it. The first time he brought the knife down on the fish's head, he hesitated. The blow wasn't strong enough, and he had to do it again. The second time, he used too much force and sent the fish flying across the kitchen floor. Leo retrieved the fish from the living room. Cody was giggling uncontrollably, filming the whole disaster on his phone. The first fish was a mess. It looked so easy when his dad did it. By the time he was done, there wasn't much fish left. It hadn't been killed. It had been tortured to death. He had more success with the second fish. From stunning to gutting, his movements were much smoother. When he was done, the fish was still intact. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Accomplishing anything, even just cleaning a fish, brought a sense of achievement. He couldn't imagine the skill level of a guy who'd been a fishmonger for 10 years. After cleaning the fish, he checked the time and decided to wash some rice and put on to cook. "Cody, your family's rice is so good. Where do you guys buy it?" "We don't buy it. We get it from a university for Teacher Appreciation Day." Leo made a mental note of the brand on the bag. He'd have his dad see if he could find it. His mom loved good rice, too. He started the rice cooker, then checked the fridge. There was fresh pork. He washed some peppers to make a spicy stir-fry, sliced some ginger. As Leo worked, Cody chattered from the doorway. "My mom has another meeting. She has meetings every day. She's so busy." It made Leo think about a topic he'd seen online once. Why were the heroines in old romance novels never tenured teachers? They were always clumsy office assistants or baristas, popping up wherever the CEO happened to be. A tenured teacher had meetings, papers to grade, and a fixed schedule. She couldn't just be whisked away and held captive by a billionaire for a month. If a person with a stable government job disappeared for a month, someone would file a missing persons report. So, job security was really important. His dad had asked him that morning if he'd ever considered taking the civil service exam. His uncle worked in the government and could give him advice. Leo wasn't interested. His roommate Alex was a social chameleon, a master of networking. Competing with a social terrorist like him sounded like a nightmare. But marrying someone with a stable job seemed like a great idea. The government had already done a background check on them and their family. They had great benefits, a clean social circle, and they even got free rice and cooking oil from their employer. He had just finished prepping all the vegetables when he heard the front door open. Not knowing anyone else was home, Laura Miller leaned against the wall and kicked off her heels, a habit of hers. As she bent down to peel off her nylons, she noticed a familiar pair of black and white sneakers next to her own shoes. Leo emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron. He stood in the living room, his face looking bright and innocent. "Miz Miller, you're back." Laura's face suddenly flushed. Why did the boy's voice sound so nice? Cody's prepubescent squawk immediately followed. Mom, Leo and Moose caught fish. We're having fish for dinner. Paige Kennedy, Venmo, 10-00 Paige Kennedy. The dog walker mentioned she saw you buy Moose a hot dog. This should cover it. Leo Foster. I have a feeling she was ratting me out. He had a pretty good idea of what had happened. He accepted the payment, then immediately sent $2 back to Paige. Leo Foster. That hot dog was a private matter between me and Moose. It had nothing to do with you. Cash assets, plus 800, a trophy husband he may be, but his principles were rock solid. Paige stared at her phone and giggled. One idiot. A private friendship with Moose? It was like a scene out of Marley and Me. She grabbed Moose's big, blocky head and ruffled his fur affectionately. As much as Leo wanted to stay at Miz Miller's for the fish fry, he knew he shouldn't overdo it. 2 meals in one day was pushing it. As he thought this, he wondered if it was because of his recent intelligence boost. Without it, he probably would have shamelessly angled for that dinner invitation. Had a single point in intelligence somehow gifted him a basic understanding of social strategy. He grabbed his swim trunks and towel and made his escape. They were both dry. The towel, surprisingly, smelled amazing, something like sweet pomegranate. It was probably the cleanest and best smelling it had been since the day he bought it. On his way out, Miz Miller pressed a heavy container of barbecue ribs into his hands. He tried to refuse, but she insisted. It felt like at least 3 pounds of meat, probably worth a good $50. Her generosity was overwhelming. He figured he'd take them back to the dorm and share the feast with the animals. The mention of free ribs was enough to summon Alex Young back to the room. He even brought a contribution, a whole rotisserie chicken. They pushed 2 desks together to form a makeshift dining table, and the 4 of them crowded around, the atmosphere instantly lively. The rice was just cheap takeout from the dining hall, each batch tasting suspiciously like leftovers from the meal before, but when they ate together, it was delicious. Sean always asked the server to ladle some extra gravy over it, which, if you squinted, was almost as good as getting more meat. Jordan, a guy with a serious sweet tooth, provided dessert. You could tell just by looking at him. He was the heaviest in the dorm, soft and rounded. At 5'9", he weighed a perfectly balanced 175 pounds. Sean's contribution was manual labor. He'd gone on the food run. The heat was oppressive. Their room had no AC, just a rattling old box fan. Jordan, our resident pretty boy, had stripped off his shirt, revealing a pristine white tank top underneath. The pale skin of his arms made Sean, who'd gone completely shirtless, look even darker and skinnier by comparison. Alex, ever the future politician, had merely swapped his button down for a t-shirt. Leo, still self-conscious, didn't dare take his shirt off. He changed into a worn-out old tee, the kind you'd use as pajamas, so he wouldn't care if it got stained. He owned way too many white t-shirts and had to be careful not to ruin them. In the casual chaos of a men's dorm, guys would sometimes wander to the bathroom without even bothering to put on shorts, claiming it led to a more liberating experience. As they ate, Leo sent Sean the videos Cody had taken of him working in the kitchen. Cody had also filmed a few clips of him playing with Moose, and Leo forwarded those too. At this point, the idea that TikTok could actually be a source of income hadn't even crossed their minds. To them, it was just like another class project. They still thought of this internship as an assignment from a professor, not an assignment from life itself. During his junior year, Jordan had posted a makeup tutorial for guys video that blew up overnight, getting over 2,000 likes and 500,000 views. Convinced he was about to become a star, he'd gone all in, posting new makeup videos every day for a week. He spent that time walking around with his face painted in shades of white and red, sometimes even smearing on a mud mask, claiming that contrast was the key to going viral. It was torture for his roommates. Jordan, in his baggy shorts and a tank top, would have his face painted like some kind of demonic clown, complete with a long-haired wig. It was genuinely terrifying in person. One morning, Leo had woken up, opened his eyes, and nearly had a heart attack, convinced a ghost, a particularly ugly one, had broken into their dorm. After a week of posting videos that barely broke single-digit likes and a few hundred views, Jordan gave up. If going viral was that easy, everyone would be an influencer. But now, seeing Sean starting to get some traction, Jordan's interest in TikTok was rekindled. That was just how he was. His passions came in intense, short-lived bursts. His philosophy was to try everything because you never knew what might stick. Alex believed that confidence was the most important thing. It was good to see Sean finally passionate about something instead of moping around. Leo just thought it was great that Sean had found something to be motivated about, and he was determined to encourage him. Better for him to be making TikToks than simping over some girl for free. It's never too late to start doing something, to do it seriously. That's always something worth supporting. Over their meal, the conversation jumped all over the place. Eventually, Leo worked up the nerve to ask Alex about Jessica Monroe. Ever since he'd boldly asked what Alex's parents did and found out he was the real deal, the son of a well-connected political figure, Leo felt surprisingly more relaxed around him. Before, he'd been afraid to ask, worried that Alex might be all talk and that pressing the issue would just expose a lie. But Alex was genuinely humble. If Leo's parents were even minor managers at some factory, he'd probably be bragging nonstop. His 8-year-old cousin already walked around with his nose in the air. For someone from a truly influential family, Alex had been incredibly down-to-earth for the past 4 years. Leo didn't have his bravado buff anymore, but his boosted intelligence told him that asking a direct question was the simplest and most effective way to get information. Alex might talk in circles, but he wouldn't lie to your face. The guy never left himself exposed. Thinking about it, Leo felt a flicker of admiration. Alex was still in college, but he already carried himself like a chief of staff. "So, Mr. Secretary," Leo began, "you broke up with that sophomore. Are you with the star of the English department now?" Alex's face immediately turned red. He thought Leo was making fun of him for being a virgin. Alcohol is the enemy, he thought. Never again. 1 or 2 drinks, and he'd spilled all his secrets. What if he got subpoenaed someday? No, stop that thought. That's quite the title, Leo, Alex stammered. "You're misunderstanding," Leo said, confused. "I meant like a political thing." Alex waved a dismissive hand, composing himself to make a statement. Yes, he and the sophomore had broken up, but he wasn't with Jessica Monroe either. She was incredibly deceptive. At first, he'd really thought she was into him. She'd initiated a group hangout with their dorms, asked him out herself. She was very forward. She was flirty, intimate, and would accidentally brush his hand while asking about his internship. He thought she was looking for a passionate, last semester of college romance. They'd known each other for a while through student government, after all. But as soon as Jessica got the information she wanted, she ghosted him. She said she wanted to ask about his internship, and that's literally all she did. Alex was still baffled. "Ahem. Let me tell you guys, sophomore girls are the best," he declared, changing the subject. "They're not as shy as freshmen, not as crazy as juniors, and not as jaded as seniors. They're just perfectly cute." Jordan slapped his chest dramatically. "Thank God. Seriously, Senator Young, if you and Jessica had actually gotten together, I would have cried. She's my goddess, man." "Your goddess," Alex teased. "You didn't say a single word to her at the fire mic the other night." "That's different. She only had eyes for you." "I didn't want to interrupt," Jordan mumbled. "That's not what it was. She was seriously just asking me for information. We grabbed dinner, and she even paid," Alex said, being completely open about it. "Jordan, why are you so obsessed with her?" Sean, the oldest in the room, couldn't help but ask. "She doesn't seem like your type. I'm not saying anything about her reputation. We don't know the real story there, but she just seems intense. Like you wouldn't be able to handle her." Sean, with his own insecurities and stubbornness, had a very fixed type. He liked softer, fuller-figured women, the kind he thought would make a good, stable wife. His taste was traditional. Listening to them talk about Jessica Monroe, Leo felt a strange pang of guilt. With a rib in his left hand and a chicken wing in his right, he suddenly wasn't sure which one to eat first. "I know. She's super fierce," Jordan said. "Listen to this. The first time I saw her outside of campus was at my family's manufacturing plant. She was there with a Japanese client, giving him a tour of the facility. Her Japanese was flawless, so professional. You'd never guess she was a student. I honestly thought she was his professional interpreter at first. I was in my brother's office, and They were in the conference room next door. There's this one-way window between the rooms. It's a family business, so things aren't exactly by the book, but don't tell anyone that. Anyway, I could see them, but they couldn't see me. This Japanese guy wasn't the boss, just some employee in his 30s sent to negotiate. After my brother left the room, it was just the two of them. The guy started getting way too close to Jessica, trying to get handsy. I was feeling awkward, wondering if I should knock on the door, but then Jessica did something totally unexpected. She took the initiative. She reached out, grabbed the guy's hand, and just let loose a torrent of Japanese. He tried to pull away, but she held on tight. It looked like she was the one harassing him. She didn't let go until my brother came back. After that, the guy was perfectly behaved, sat up straight, and everything. Jordan paused to scarf down a piece of cake. In the private sector, especially at a factory, things can get messy between employees. It's hard to police everything, and usually it's the female employees who are at a disadvantage. We get complaints, but there's not much you can do unless you're willing to quit. But Jessica, she's fearless. She was so proactive it was scary. She reverse harassed him and shut him down completely. He didn't try anything else after that. Sean's right, Jordan concluded, clasping his hands together and wiggling his stout torso. She's fierce. But don't you guys think that's what makes her so amazing? It's like total girlfriend power. Max level. Ugh, dude, gross. Sean, Alex, and Leo all looked down at their plates in unison, unable to watch. In front of Leo was a growing pile of rib bones and chicken bones. After dinner and cleanup, Sean checked the time and decided to post his fourth video. A successful content creator needed a theme. Jumping from one topic to another was a surefire way to fail. He'd already decided on his theme, the daily life of his roommate, Leo. He'd done his research. In most popular day in the life videos, the person filming rarely appeared on screen. The focus was always on the main subject. You needed a central character. Teammates or a crew were best kept to a minimum, appearing only as occasional flavor. It created a more immersive experience for the viewer. The key was to keep the shots simple, natural. It would be even better if Leo spoke. The person he was talking to could stay off camera. Viewers like to imagine what the person behind the camera looked like, but strangely, they didn't actually want to see them. He'd finished editing the tennis video, but it felt generic. Polished, well-shot videos didn't tend to get much traction anymore unless you already had a decent following. Once you were a minor influencer with a dedicated fan base, maybe. Still, Sean uploaded it. Consistency was crucial for growing channel. You couldn't be like some old person on Facebook who posts 18 photos in one day and then disappears for a month. A steady daily upload schedule was key to building a viewing habit in your audience. Even though the tennis video didn't get a ton of views, the trend was positive. It had over 200 likes. His previous videos usually got less than 10. His DMs were starting to fill up with random offers from people claiming he had potential and could make money on TikTok. Sean felt a jolt of excitement, but quickly tempered it with caution. Based on his long and storied history of being scammed, he knew that whenever a desire far exceeded his actual abilities, a scam was usually waiting just around the corner. It happened every time. Getting scammed doing online tasks for cash. Getting scammed as a campus brand ambassador. Getting scammed paying a fee for a job referral. Getting scammed by someone on Messenger pretending to be a senior student who needed a quick loan. The amounts were never large, but the experiences were numerous. Sean was too embarrassed to tell anyone about most of them. He figured it was because he was so desperate for money that he was an easy target. These scammers didn't go after rich people. They preyed on the poor. This time, Sean was determined not to fall for anything. This wasn't just about him anymore. It was about him and Leo. He decided to post a video of Leo in the library next. He'd shot in landscape mode. Leo's face was never fully visible, just his profile or a fleeting glimpse, but his voice was clear. As Sean edited the footage, he realized that his dedicated filming over the past few days had paid off. His hands were much steadier. He'd been seriously looking into something called the TikTok Creator Fund. If you joined, you could get paid for views on landscape mode videos that were between 1 and 3 minutes long. Those first two videos, Leo cleaning the dorm and Leo singing, had gotten so many views. If he had shot them in landscape and applied for the Creator Fund beforehand, he could have made some real money. The more views, the higher the payout. The other monetization method was sponsored content, but no companies were knocking on their door yet. That felt like a distant dream, and he wouldn't even know where to start. But the Creator Fund felt more like a campus club activity, achievable. Sean read the requirements. He needed to post 3 original landscape videos over a minute long, with a cumulative view count of over 10,000 to be eligible to apply. In Jordan's words, try it. You could do anything. There are plenty of chances. The library video was smoothly shot, but the part where Leo flipped through the book seemed a little too fast. Sean wondered if he'd accidentally hit a fast-forward button while filming. It looked like it was playing at 4 times the normal speed. Because this video was a stepping stone to joining the Creator Fund, Sean wasn't as anxious for it to go viral. His mindset had shifted slightly. He was less frantic. The first day had been the worst, a constant state of anxiety. Desire, he realized, was what gave others power over you. He'd refresh the comments section with every new notification, as if his constant refreshing could will more comments into existence. Now he was calmer. His state of mind had improved, and it showed in his work. The videos were steadier, more fluid. In this new video, Leo's face was never shown, but it was oddly comforting to watch. It had a peaceful, tranquil vibe, making you feel like all was right with the world. It also made you incredibly curious about what the guy in the video actually looked like. From his jawline and profile, you got the feeling he was really handsome. Sean finished the edit and uploaded it. The moment he hit post, Stella Vance's phone buzzed. She had set up a special notification for the account. Leo would probably think she was being weird, randomly joining him for runs and letting him give her a ride on a scooter to breakfast. But Stella, a classic Capricorn, had watched his videos 800 times before she ever spoke a word to him. The cleaning and organizing video was fascinating, incredibly cathartic. It was the perfect antidote to her mother's daily bombardment of bizarre, fear-mongering articles. She could watch that cleaning video on a 24-hour loop. It was that satisfying. For some reason, she just kept watching. The video of him organizing, with his singing as the background music, was a perfect combination. She'd listen to the song on her phone while watching the video on her tablet. The video from the fire mic, however, made her cringe. She'd skipped it. The feeling of seeing herself on screen was just too weird. Thankfully, her appearance was brief, the lighting was dark, and you couldn't see her clearly, so she hadn't objected to being included. She followed the account. Then she saw the video of Leo playing tennis. It was strange. She never paid any attention to him before. He was practically invisible. But once you started paying attention, you noticed special things everywhere. He was a good tennis player, serious and competitive. Stella even got the sense that the girl he was playing against had a little crush on him, but Leo was completely focused on the game. There was a moment where he wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt, and for some reason, she found it incredibly attractive. Watching the long video, she couldn't help but pause every time that moment came up. Stella felt like a total creep, a stalker. Thank God for the privacy curtains around her dorm bed and for headphones. If her roommates ever found out, they'd think she was a complete weirdo. Especially Jessica Monroe. Stella often thought Jessica was kind of an airhead, but in certain areas, she was unnervingly sharp, an odd, misplaced intelligence. Jessica was a deeply practical person and also very short-sighted. She excelled at things with immediate, tangible benefits, like Japanese, which she heard was a good way to make money. But for her required coursework, which had no obvious payoff, she was hopeless. She couldn't learn it, and even when she cheated, she'd copy the answers wrong. Stella didn't really like her. She found her too calculating. Even her approach to education was transactional. But everyone's life was different, so there was no point in judging or worrying about her. In short, Stella looked down on Jessica's casual attitude toward relationships. And yet here she was, in her senior year, obsessing over some guy. Hearing the notification, she immediately opened TikTok. A new video. It was the library. Stella recognized the ivy-covered walls instantly. The building next to it, a new addition to the campus, had been donated by her father. To her eternal shame, it was named the Vance Center. That year, the university had asked her to give a speech at the dedication ceremony as an outstanding student representative. She had refused. Of course, there were other perks. She had the option of guaranteed admission to the graduate program or a spot in a study abroad program. The school had resources for both. She chose to apply on her own merit. If she didn't get in, she had a safety net. The university had partnerships with foreign schools and reserved spots in the grad program. She had plenty of options. Her grades were excellent, top of her class in every subject. Even if her dad hadn't donated a building, she would have earned her place. It was all very practical, really. She had the luxury of studying what she loved without pressure. Jessica Monroe scrambled to learn whatever she thought was useful. They shared a dorm room, but lived in different worlds. Right now, Stella was watching the video of Leo studying in the library. His face wasn't visible at all, but she found herself watching with even more patience, playing it on a loop without fast-forwarding. In her mind, the faceless Leo became even more handsome. She realized that even when they were together, she rarely looked directly at his face. After watching the video a dozen times, Stella felt a wave of restlessness. She closed the app and decided to go for a walk. Meanwhile, Leo was looking at his new timeline. It was free time, but today, having just boosted his intelligence, he felt a strong urge to study, to experience what it was like to be smarter. Learning things must be so satisfying for intelligent people. Just the thought of it made him happy. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for a classroom building, full of ambition. Nothing was going to stop him from self-improvement. Night fell, and the campus classrooms grew more crowded. The dorms for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors still had quiet hours. Not everyone could be tucked away in a corner making out, and you risked getting written up by an RA. It was better to just head to a classroom and study together. Leo was in high spirits, feeling a rare motivation to learn. He'd even dug out his old calculus textbook, determined to teach it to himself from scratch. But after wandering around for what felt like ages, he couldn't find a single empty classroom. Every corner of every room seemed to be occupied by a couple. College life was great. Their idea of a date was so simple. No need for movies, shopping, or expensive bubble tea. They could just sit in a classroom and talk all night. It seemed they had an endless supply of things to say, and even when they didn't, the silence was comfortable. Just holding hands could bring a whole evening of happiness. Leo felt a pang of envy for the underclassmen. By this point, the only ones still having quiet, romantic study dates in classrooms were the freshmen and sophomores. Seniors were rarely so relaxed. They were either off campus at internships, stressing about not having found one, or their post-grad life was already arranged by their families, leaving them free to grind video games in their dorms. A senior like Leo, actually hitting the books, was a rare sight. He was filled with a vague sense of regret now that he was a senior. He couldn't pinpoint what he regretted exactly, just a general feeling that he'd learned nothing and was now about to graduate, about to be herded out into the real world. It felt like being a pig that wasn't fattened up yet, but was being forced onto the truck to the slaughterhouse. It was terrifying. Of all his system's items and skills, Leo's favorite was the time dilation buff. With time moving at a quarter of its normal speed, it felt like he could start over right now and relive his entire college experience, or at least make sure his tuition wasn't a total waste. After a long search, he finally found a spot in a large lecture hall in the General Studies building. There were couples here too, but the room was big enough that they were spread out and not a distraction. Leo was ready to test the effects of his intelligence boost. He felt so confident that he'd actually brought his calculus textbook. He sat down and focused for a solid 20 minutes. Then, to his horror, he discovered that some things you just don't get. He was beginning to understand the limits of his intelligence. A small boost was just that, a small boost, not a massive one. Calculus was still calculus. No wonder Professor Reed's knowledge score was an 86 and his was a 69. The gap was immense. He hadn't even been beaten by the harsh realities of life yet. He was already being defeated by calculus. Who even invented this evil branch of knowledge? The world seemed to be getting more competitive, too. Over the last holiday break, he'd seen the neighbor's daughter from the clothing shop next to his dad's place sitting outside, working on math problems. She was adorable, with a little ponytail sticking straight up and a round, chubby face. He'd been about to go over and tease her when he saw the title of her workbook, Pre-K to Kindergarten Math Olympiad Prep. He had silently backed away. He hesitated. Maybe he should just pack it in for the night. There was no professor watching him, and with his level of intelligence, it was highly unlikely he'd ever need calculus in his future. Unless he really did decide to go work for Professor Reed. With a grimace, he slammed the book shut, closing Professor Reed inside its pages. When he looked up, he saw Stella Vance. What the hell? Leo thought he was seeing things. He looked down, then up again. It was really her. She was sitting in the chair opposite him, just watching him. What did she even get here? He wondered. He must have been more absorbed in his calculus struggles than he thought. Tonight, Stella was wearing a dress, a very simple one. It was a sleeveless, crewneck shift dress, with a clean cut and no embellishments. On most people, it would probably fall to the knees, but because Stella was so tall, it hit her mid-thigh. She wore a pair of plain white sneakers. The desks in this building were just simple tables, offering no cover. It was an ordinary, minimalist dress, not revealing or ornate in any way. But on Stella, it just looked pristine, clean, high class. No wonder no one dared to ask her out. Even in an outfit this simple, she radiated an aura of untouchable confidence. It was probably the sin of money. Leo, his fashion sense temporarily heightened by a buff he'd used before, knew that even though the dress had no logos, it had to be expensive. A conservative guess would put its price tag at more than his entire cash savings. The calculus must have scrambled his brain. The first thing out of his mouth was, "How much is that dress you're wearing?" Stella thought for a moment, then answered earnestly, "My mom bought it. I don't know the exact price, but she's a VIP member, so she probably got a discount. I think the tag said it was around $20,000. Whoosh. The moment he heard the answer, Leo was wide awake. He didn't even need to slap himself. A single dress cost more than his entire 4 years of tuition. What kind of fantasy was he living in? "What can I do for you, Your Highness?" he asked, his tone shifting. It was weird. He hadn't told anyone he was coming to this building. How did she find him? Did she plant a tracker on him? Stella bristled at the nickname. She'd been teased with similar names before and usually just ignored it. But hearing it from Leo felt different, creating a distance between them. Still, she couldn't get angry. His voice was too nice. Everything he said sounded good. It was clear, crisp, without any muddled nasal tones. And she really hadn't come looking for him. She just wanted to take a walk by herself. She disliked going to her own department's building because she didn't like having to say hello to people, but it was rude not to respond when they greeted you. So she'd wandered over to the adjacent general studies building instead. The lights were bright, and she was less likely to run into couples making out in dark corners. She never expected to see Leo here. He was engrossed in his book, taking notes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt, athletic shorts, and sneakers, completely unremarkable. Yet, for some reason, Stella's heart had started beating a little faster. She thought of the video, the way he'd wiped his face with his sleeve. Just moments ago, she'd been watching a video of him in the library where she couldn't see his face at all, and now, here he was in the flesh. It was in that moment that she finally understood the line from the old poem. After searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd, I turned around, and there he was under the fading lights. He was in a classroom, studying, unhurried, comfortable, and warm. "Don't call me that," Stella said, her voice serious. "You can call me Stella." Leo looked at her earnest expression, half expecting her to demand he call her princess. "Did I interrupt your studying?" she asked. "You don't look like you're very good at calculus." Leo stuffed the book into his backpack. "You can't judge a book by its cover. But yeah, you're right. I'm terrible at it." Stella smiled. Her teeth were perfect, straight, and white. "Come on," she said. "Can I buy you a late-night snack?" Leo glanced at her dress. She definitely couldn't ride on a scooter in that. He felt a mix of relief and disappointment. "My treat. You got breakfast this morning, so it's my turn. Fair's fair." "Okay," Stella said, standing up happily. Leo walked behind her. Under the bright lights of the building, they didn't hold hands or walk side by side. Moths fluttered around the overhead lights. Stella's steps were light, almost like a dance. Nighttime on the student strip was a chaotic, vibrant scene, buzzing with life. The woman who ran the breakfast bowl stand was long gone. She closed up shop at 2 in the afternoon. A guy's typical late-night snack was something like barbecue wings or skewers. The thought of asking Stella, in her $20,000 dress, to sit on a tiny plastic stool at a roadside stand made Leo's conscience ache. Even though she seemed to be in a good mood, he was pretty sure that wasn't her scene. He wasn't sure why, but maybe it was because he'd had his arm around her waist. If you rounded up, the waist was pretty close to the heart. He felt like he was starting to get a read on her. Leo told Stella to wait for him and went to food truck. He bought 3 orders of wings, 6 flats and drums, a portion of curly fries, some marinated coleslaw, and 2 bottles of Mike's Hard Lemonade. While he waited, he saw her standing off to the side, away from the crowd. When she noticed him looking, she gave him a sweet, brilliant smile. But she felt so far away. It was only the space of 2 or 3 people, but where she stood, she seemed a world apart. Maybe it was because her shoes were too white, her dress too pristine, so out of place with the gritty surroundings. He got the food. Seeing her looking a little lost, unsure of where to sit, Leo called out, "Let's go, Stella." He unceremoniously handed her the bag with the drinks. It was heavy, but it wouldn't stain her dress. As expected, having something to carry seemed to make her less awkward, closing the distance between them. It also prevented him from looking like her delivery driver. Stella didn't ask where they were going. She just followed him obediently. Leo found her strange. Sometimes she was incredibly assertive, and other times she seemed shy and at a loss for words. But the fact that she was interested in him at all was, in itself, a little strange. Having already been friend-zoned by her, Leo felt a sense of calm. "If you're going to call me a good guy, then you're not allowed to hug me anymore. If you hug me, I'm going to kiss you. I mean it." Leo led Stella to the science building. They took the elevator to the top floor and then climbed 1 more flight of stairs. It was pitch black with no lights. Their breathing seemed to intertwine in the darkness. In the moment before he pushed open the door to the roof, Leo finally understood why couples liked walking in the dark. Alone, The darkness is scary. But with two people, it acts like a sticky buff, drawing you closer, making you want to lean in. The atmosphere shattered like a soap bubble the instant Leo pushed the door open. They stepped out onto a flat, unremarkable rooftop. In one corner was a pile of discarded lab tables and chairs, but a few steps forward revealed a panoramic view of the entire campus. At night, the university, surrounded by the lake, looked like a mysterious woman veiled in a silk scarf. The scattered lights were like stars, serene and beautiful. This was a secret spot he and Sean had discovered. Sean had been cleaning a lab one time and asked for help moving the old furniture, which is when they found this place. Unfortunately, Sean the simp had never gotten the chance to bring a girl up here. Leo had figured that, until graduation, he would only ever sit here with Sean, talking about life. What was it Sean had said last time? That when he got rich, he was going to buy 2 bowls of ramen from that fancy place downtown. The 4 of them had gone into Bridgeport once, and Jordan had treated them. Sean had seen the name of the place, Master Kang's Beef Noodles, and assumed it would be cheap, like the instant noodle brand. How expensive could it be to boil some instant noodles for you? But a bowl there was $48, and it hadn't even filled him up. The bowl was huge, but the portion was tiny. Up here on this roof, Sean had made a solemn vow that one day he would be rich enough to order 2 bowls for himself. Leo placed the wings, fries, slaw, and drinks on the spot where Sean had sat that day. He wiped the top of the Mike's hard lemonade with a napkin, popped the cap, and handed it to Stella. She took a sip. It was sweet, fizzy, and surprisingly good. Wings, fries, coleslaw. Stella rarely ate this kind of food at night. She was very disciplined. At school, she ate normally. At home, their cook prepared her meals. When she did go out, it was usually to Michelin-starred or at least highly rated restaurants. Her mother was picky. Her father, Richard Vance, who was more of a rough-around-the-edges, down-to-earth type, would sometimes take her to odd, hole-in-the-wall places. Leo tore open the paper sleeve on a pair of disposable chopsticks, snapped them apart, and rubbed them together to get rid of any splinters. He handed them to her. She held the chopsticks, looking a little helpless. Strange, he thought. She seemed perfectly fine eating that breakfast bowl yesterday. Why is she being so timid now? A girl who could find a legendary food trailer by a wheat field had to be a foodie. Leo tried a wing. The food truck owner hadn't let him down. It was perfectly cooked and delicious. Does the princess require feeding? He teased. Stella froze for a second before realizing he was joking. She playfully slapped his arm. The sound was surprisingly loud. Leo clutched his arm, a real stinging pain shooting through it. This girl was strong. Weren't playful slaps supposed to be light? Hers was more like an all-out slap. Are you trying to give me a free bruise? He yelped, rubbing his arm. Puffed, she snorted. I was just thinking of getting you a hoodie. You seem very loyal. They both broke into a smile. They'd both, it seemed, been following the loyalty hoodie girl on TikTok. After taking a big swig of her drink, Stella started eating the wings in earnest. She wiped her hands with a wet nap and then just picked them up, eating them cleanly down to the bone. She must have been raised with a no talking while eating rule because she was completely silent. She just ate and drank with quiet focus. The early autumn night was still warm. The fabric of Stella's dress was heavy enough that the wind didn't lift it. Leo's t-shirt was flapping around, but her dress stayed stubbornly put on her thighs. That's what a $20,000 dress gets you, I guess. Utter defiance. After they finished eating, Stella still didn't seem to want to leave. She just stood there silent. Do you know what this is? Leo asked, pointing to the old lab table where they'd put their food. Stella shook her head. This is a magic wishing platform. If you have a wish, all you have to do is stand on it, shout your wish to the sky, and it will come true. Stella, are you just trying to see the color of my underwear? What? No. What kind of person do you think I am? They're blue, Stella said flatly. Leo. His face turned bright red. He did not see blue underwear. She was wearing safety shorts underneath her dress, black ones, just a fraction shorter than the hem. Leo helped Stella climb onto the table, then scrambled up after her. This was the place where Sean had vowed to one day buy 2 bowls of expensive ramen. Leo had made his own vow here too. If you say it out loud, it won't come true. It's a secret. For some reason, a lot of people had recently found out he doesn't eat chicken feet. Standing on a high platform, Stella had a precarious, wobbly feeling. It was true that people get more excited when they're in a dangerous situation. It was like her love for riding her motorcycle. At high speeds, watching the world blur and retreat was a thrilling, special feeling that made her happy. At her core, she was drawn to extreme sports. When a person doesn't have to worry about their basic needs, they start seeking adventure. If you're struggling to make a living, you can't be so reckless. You worry about getting hurt, about medical bills, about losing income. Stella stood on the edge, spreading her arms wide. Leo grabbed her hand. Whoa, whoa, easy there. This isn't the Titanic, it's a rooftop. Stella turned and saw that Leo's eyes were squeezed shut. His long eyelashes fluttered, which she found surprisingly amusing. Why are your eyes closed? I'm afraid of heights. Then why did you come up here? To be with you. And also because you seem a little unhinged right now, he thought. When I'm up here with Sean, it's like a cautious mom, checking the stability of everything and wiping it down first. Alex was right. Juniors do get a little crazy. And not just the girls, the guys too. I can't even remember what I did my junior year. After climbing onto Leo's spontaneously invented wishing platform, Stella didn't make a wish. After all, she'd been reading 100,000 Whys since kindergarten. Wishing on a shooting star was useless. A meteor was just space dust or a solid object that got pulled in by Earth's gravity, burning up in the atmosphere and creating a streak of light. If you see a small one, there's no point in wishing. If you see a huge one, you won't have time to. Boom. Everyone's gone. If you really wanted to see a shooting star, you could just smash two rocks together. The sparks were kind of similar. Or you could just hit your head on something hard and see stars that way. Stella didn't make a wish. She just stood there quietly, standing high enough to see a beautiful view with him. That was wish enough. When it was time to get down, Stella jumped off by herself. She even offered Leo a hand. Leo, so what if you have long legs? For a split second, a thought flashed through Leo's mind. If this were Jessica Monroe, she'd be clinging to me, asking me to lift her down. Get out, get out. Leo flinched. The thought was jarring. Here was Stella, smiling, radiant, almost sacredly beautiful, and his brain had just conjured an image of Jessica Monroe. He felt a bit disoriented. This was not a good sign. He escorted Stella down from the science building, mostly because the mosquitoes were getting vicious. He'd seen her slap her leg a few times, her face a little flushed. It was then that he realized she wasn't completely invincible. She could get embarrassed, too. He noticed the red, swollen welts on her fine, pale calves. He wondered what would happen if he pressed a cross into one with his fingernail. And then he actually did it. Is that better? He asked, crouching down. Stella was sitting on a step, and mosquito bites stood out starkly against her smooth, fair skin. She looked at the little cross indented on the bite, and it actually did seem to itch less. Leo grinned. Mosquitoes are bloodsuckers, basically in the same family as vampires. So if you make a cross, it seals them away. Stella rolled her eyes at him. Leo was discovering that he loved teasing her. All of her expressions were fascinating and beautiful. Even her eye roll was elegant. He glanced at his digital watch. It was strange. When he was studying, time dragged on, but with Stella, it was like there was an anti-time dilation buff. Time flew by at 4 times the normal speed. It felt like they'd only been together for a moment, but it was already time for the dorms to lock down. It felt like they hadn't even done anything. Where did the time go? Stella noticed him look at his watch. She gave him another eye roll. She hated how sensitive she was. This time, she turned and started walking back decisively. They were almost at the intersection where they'd part ways before Leo finally realized what was wrong. It was because he'd checked his watch. That's why she was upset. That's why she'd been silent the whole walk back. At the intersection, she gave his watch one last pointed look. Leo unstrapped his watch and held it out to her. Here, take it. From now on, when we're together, I promise I won't look at it. Not even once. It's yours. Pfft. Stella laughed again. She actually took the watch and walked away. The tense, pouty mood that had been building the whole way back seemed to vanish. He watched her go, happily clutching his watch. If he didn't know for a fact that she was loaded, Leo might have thought he'd just been scammed. Cash assets, $8. 50 material assets, -1 old Casio digital watch, resale value, $12. 00. Leo headed back to his dorm and took another shower. He hadn't done anything physically strenuous, but he felt more exhausted than after a run. He didn't even realize he was in a good mood until he found himself singing in the shower. Princess, please be happy every day. Princess, don't you cry. Princess, don't lose heart. He saw Sean creeping toward the bathroom door, phone in hand. Leo threw a bucket of water at him. Sean, dude, that's crossing a line. You can't sacrifice all your principles just to go viral. There's nudity here. It'll never get past the censors. No, I wasn't filming you. I was recording the song. You sounded really good. No way. If you want to record, at least wait until I have clothes on. Sean sighed dramatically. But you lose the feeling when you're wearing clothes. Leo, listen to you. Anyone who didn't know better would think you've seen it all. You've changed, Sean. Leo shooed him away. He stopped singing, finished his shower quickly, and went back to the room. He changed into his pajamas, an old cotton t-shirt and worn-out athletic pants, and was about to flop onto his bed for some quality phone time when his phone rang. A delivery at the front gate. A courier, this late at night? Leo trudged down to the dorm entrance. A freshman handed him a package, had him sign for it, and take a picture, and then left. Leo hefted the box. Could it be the electric razor he'd ordered from that sketchy discount app? It had been so long. He'd almost forgotten about it. Delivering packages this late. That kid had some serious hustle, even more than Sean. The box was surprisingly heavy as he carried it back to the room. It had some real weight to it. Shopping on those apps was like digging for treasure in a dumpster, but sometimes you really did find a great deal. Back in the room, Jordan was doing a face mask. Ever since his failed attempt at being a makeup influencer, he hadn't earned a dime, but all the supplies he'd optimistically bought were still lying around a year later. He had boxes of face masks under his bed. Sean was editing a video. Alex wasn't back yet. Leo happily tore open his package. Inside the cardboard was a dark green box. The packaging looked surprisingly high-end, even familiar. It looked like a knockoff of some luxury brand. He remembered his electric razor was something like $6. Was this for real? He opened the green box. Inside was a watch. A two-tone steel watch. In the center of the watch face, just above the hands, was a tiny crown. Leo was stunned. He pulled out his phone. Sure enough, there was a new message notification. Stella Vance. Let's trade watches for a bit. Mine is too heavy. Image a picture of a slender, pale hand wearing a plain, beat-up old Casio. Leo, you're trading me a Rolex for my Casio? Are you trying to insult me? Sean gingerly held his phone, filming the watch. What could he do? He'd never seen one up close before. He was just a small-town kid, curious. It was an educational experience. Leo had seen a Rolex before, but it had been on someone else's wrist. His uncle, a professor, had one, a standard steel model. His uncle was pretty low-key and never showed it off, but his aunt couldn't resist bragging. She'd said he bought it after winning an award for some major national project. The way she said it, she was bursting with pride. And it was true. His uncle was incredibly successful. But now, here was a Rolex, sitting on a cluttered desk in their shabby dorm room, surrounded by messy stacks of books, clothes, cups, and socks. It reminded him of a news story he'd seen about a 6-year-old girl who took her mom's gold bar to school to give to a friend. A 100-gram gold bar, worth $7,000 or $8,000. This watch was worth way more than that. Stella, stop messing with me. Leo texted back. Jordan stared at the box. TSK, TSK. His own dad had a Rolex, one with a blue face. His dad had loved it at first, but then stopped wearing it, saying a blue face was bad luck. He'd put it away in a safe. TSK, TSK. Jordan clicked his tongue again, then peeled off his face mask to reveal a plump, dewy fresh face. He grabbed Leo. Leo, my brother, my guy. I don't want to work hard anymore. Teach me your ways. I'll do anything. Sean cackled, but was careful enough to nudge the box toward the center of the desk, just in case their roughhousing sent the watch flying. Just then, Alex returned. He saw the Rolex. Whoa! Seeing the look on Leo's face, he conceded defeat. He was envious. If he became a public official someday, and someone tried to give him a Rolex, he wouldn't even dare to accept it. The thought itself felt dangerous. Who was he kidding? What kind of official gets gifted a Rolex? That was a one-way ticket to a pair of silver bracelets. Leo felt numb. This is how it starts, the slow slide into corruption. First, you get careless and accept a gift basket of expensive fruit, and the next thing you know, you're accepting a $20,000 watch. He had to draw the line. He never even touched something this expensive before. Alex picked up the watch, examining it. He looked at Leo and said, with mock gravity, "You know, Leo, I'm realizing you're the most promising one in this dorm. And don't worry, we won't judge you. We hate the game, not the player." Leo. After some more chaotic roughhousing, Leo carefully put the watch back in its box and placed it on his bed. Guys from other dorms were always wandering in and out. Leaving something so valuable lying around gave him zero peace of mind. At least his own roommates were trustworthy. Alex and Jordan both had expensive things, and no one ever messed with their stuff. A new timeline notification popped up. It was time for bed. 23 to 6 o'clock. Rest. Good sleep equals healthy digestion, lower risk of diabetes, high blood pressure, baldness, and kidney problems. Be a healthy trophy husband. Sleep now. But he was still buzzing with excitement and confusion. Seriously, this girl casually gives someone a $20,000 gift, and her affection level is still stuck at 79? Was that last point so hard to get? At 79, she gives you a watch. At 80, would she give you a car? Not that I want a car. I really don't. Women were truly a mystery. Even with a boosted intelligence, he couldn't figure them out. He stared at his message history with Stella. His last message was still there. Stella, stop messing with me. Below was the picture she'd sent of her wearing his watch. What was so special about a Casio? Her wrist was so slender that even on the tightest setting, it was still a little loose. But her hand was beautiful, pale, long, and elegant. As he stared at the screen, the little bubble appeared, indicating she was typing. In that instant, Leo felt his heart physically lurch. It was as if his heart, which had been beating steadily in its proper place, had suddenly leaped up on its own. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm it down. This wasn't good. A few more jumps like that, and he'd end up in the ICU. He waited for what felt like an eternity. Finally, 2 words appeared. Good night. Did it really take that long to type 2 words? Leo wondered if she could see that he was typing on his end, too. In the end, he replied with the same. Good night. That felt inadequate. He typed 2 more words. Good night, Stella. When Stella received that message, she was already dressed in a beautiful white nightgown, lying perfectly straight in her bed. A moment earlier, she'd been completely thrown off by a message from her mother, who had forwarded an article titled, 8 Telltale Signs of a Scumbag. Learn to spot them and never get hurt again. It was obvious nonsense, cobbled together for clicks. Her mom was usually so sharp, but when it came to things like this, she always erred on the side of caution. And then she saw his 4 words. Good night, Stella. And just like that, she was happy. A smile spread across her face. Her sleep schedule was very regular. She usually put on a comedy podcast, and she'd be out in 10 minutes. Tonight, she put on the song he'd sung, set a 10-minute sleep timer, and closed her eyes. The light from behind Stella's bed curtain went out. Room 301 grew a little quieter. Stella was generally good-natured, never raising her voice or arguing with anyone, but for some reason, her roommates were all a little afraid of her. It was hard to say why. Some people just have a natural aura. Jessica Monroe had just gotten back. Seeing that Stella's area was dark, she put her bag down more quietly than usual. She whispered and giggled with her other 2 roommates, handing them snacks she'd brought back. They all seemed to be great friends. Stella wasn't actually asleep yet. She could hear the quiet movements outside her curtain. As a girl, you could always sense when you were being excluded, but she didn't care. A little red flower for you, blooming on the branch that grew yesterday. She liked to sleep on her side, her head resting on her clasped hands. Right now, her chin was resting on the plastic face of the Casio watch. It was a bit uncomfortable. She shifted her position slightly and quickly drifted off to sleep. Jessica went to wash up and change into her pajamas. She didn't own any proper pajamas, just old t-shirts and shorts. But she was well endowed, and her shorts were very short, revealing her milky white skin. She had a great figure and was the type to show it off confidently. Her waist-to-hip ratio was particularly striking. Even in the dorm, she would often lie face down on her bed, a lazy pose that naturally accentuated the curve of her hips and her slender waist. Jessica knew she had an 8 out of 10 body, and she worked it to get 12 out of 10 results. The main lights went out, leaving only the faint glow of the emergency light. Jessica pulled her bed curtain closed. She checked the due date on her credit card statement. The next payment was in a little over 2 weeks. She let out a small sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to worry for the next few days. She lay down, exhausted. Babysitting was tiring, especially with spoiled foreign kids you weren't allowed to discipline. She opened her phone, intending to scroll through TikTok, but the very first video on her feed was from God-tier roommate. A library, ivy on the walls, someone reading a book. A perfect picture of tranquility. Her thumb paused for a second, then quickly swiped past it. She closed the app. Time to sleep. Leo didn't fall asleep so easily. The Rolex box was on his nightstand. Humans have a habit of keeping valuable things by their beds, a primal instinct inherited from our caveman ancestors. A deep-seated belief that if someone tries to touch it, you'll be able to wake up and stop them. In reality, modern humans no longer have that hunter's alertness. We usually sleep like prey. For guys, there's a natural fascination with watches. This society is full of temptations. The intricate machinery, the gleaming face, the precise hands, the elegant numerals, that simple little crown logo. Who wouldn't love it? We only pretend not to like it, because we can't have it. If I had a ton of money, I'd have a garage full of luxury cars, a cabinet full of fine watches, and a room full of model kits. That is, I'm not frugal. Poverty has just forced me to develop that virtue. I'm not stingy. Poverty just makes me seem that way. No wonder people say you should date within your own social class. If we're equals, I give you a carrot, you give me a piece of celery. If we're equals, I give you a luxury watch, you give me a sports car. When the material exchange is balanced, the relationship can be balanced too. Leo, with his unshakable core buff, felt his heart pounding erratically. Even a permanent buff couldn't protect him from the corrupting influence of a Rolex. He felt like he hadn't gotten the trophy husband system, but the moral aptitude test system, constantly challenging his ethics, intelligence, stamina, and emotions. This was a Rolex, the kind of watch that makes guys in Sub-Zero weather roll up their sleeves to show it off. The kind of watch that gangsters in Hong Kong movies make sure is visible before a knife fight. The kind of watch that criminals wear as they make their final, desperate run from the law. This was a Rolex. Leo never imagined he would one day possess a Rolex. His aunt had bragged that his uncle, for his massive contribution to a national project, the details of which were state secret, or maybe his aunt just couldn't explain it. Something about ball bearings, a project that had pushed society forward by one tiny step, had proudly bought himself a simple, all-steel Rolex. And he deserved it. It was justifiable, explainable, and could withstand scrutiny. What had he, a mere student, done to deserve this? He must be drunk. Leo got up to pee, hoping to shock himself back to reality. At 21, his stream was long and strong. No dribbling, no splashing on his shoes. After washing his hands, he realized he was still wide awake. He decided to take a walk on the roof of the dorm building. The dorm roof wasn't a co-ed hangout spot. This was a men's dorm. Girls weren't normally allowed in. And it wasn't a guy-on-guy hangout spot either. The campus culture was still relatively traditional. At this time of night, a couple of shirts and a single bedsheet were still hanging on a clothesline, forgotten by some senior. Being on the roof alone was completely different from being there with someone else. The moment he stepped out, the mosquitoes descended upon him. He slapped his arm, leaving a smear of blood and insect guts. On the science building roof with Stella, he'd probably been bitten too, but he hadn't felt a thing. Here, every bite was acutely obvious. Maybe it was because there was no one to share the misery with. The dorm building wasn't as tall, and the view was blocked by other buildings. Being closer to the wooded hill behind the dorms, the bugs were also much worse. The chirping of insects from the hill was deafeningly loud. Leo thought about the voice note-loving girl who had friend-zoned him. Maybe to her, giving away a Rolex felt the same as him giving away his Casio. It was only the recipient who felt the difference. No wonder his morality stat was in the negatives. In this materialistic world, his ethics were in constant danger of sliding into the abyss. Those corrupt officials you see on the news, they probably started out as good, honest people. To get into those government positions, you have to be the best of the best. They were all brilliant, surely full of ideals and ambitions at the start. But somewhere along the road, some of them kept moving forward, some stopped, and some turned back. If it's a difficult test for people with high IQs, it's an impossible one for a regular brain guy like Leo. Right now, Stella was probably sleeping soundly. The gift she had so casually given away was causing the boys she liked to toss and turn all night. That, right there, was the power of money. And that power was a part of her. It wasn't that he couldn't accept gifts, but he was afraid he could never repay them. It was like the gift exchanges between families when he was a kid. You give my kid $20 for his birthday, I'll give yours 30. But if you give my kid 2,000, I'll struggle to come up with 3. And if you give him 20,000, I just can't match it. Forget it. He felt like Stella, who seemed so serious and proper, was actually a devil in disguise. She had shattered so many of his firsts. First time on a motorcycle. First time touching a Rolex. She looked so innocent, but she was completely wild. A song came to his mind, Angel and the Devil. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Leo, the designated good guy, decided to do something about it. He stood on the rooftop, under some senior's forgotten bedsheet, took out his phone, and started to record a song. Gonna cut away these nerves stretched too thin. Cough, cough, cough. He choked on the wind after just one line. He thought he heard a noise and tensed up, thinking someone else was coming up to the roof. He looked around. Nothing. The coughing fit left his throat feeling raw and scratchy. He needed some water, but he hadn't brought any, and going back down might wake his roommates. He decided to just power through. Gonna cut away these nerves stretched too thin. He started again. Maybe then I'll finally get some sleep in. Gonna strip away this pride I can't hide. Maybe then you'll see what's inside. You're the angel and the devil in me, so you break my heart so beautifully. You make me laugh right up to the end, then I find a knife where my heart should have been. You're the angel and the devil in me, making hatred feel like blasphemy. Just 2 words fall like tears from my eyes. Thank you. You can knock me down and watch me fall, but don't you ever think I'll crawl? So go on and call me crazy, but don't you dare call me a fool. After he finished, he played it back. He was floored. Was that really him singing? The recording was crystal clear. You could even hear the wind whistling in the background. You could also hear the slight rasp in his voice. The song almost needed that bit of hoarseness. A voice that was too clean and perfect wouldn't be able to convey the same emotion. Forget it. He was going downstairs. No more singing. Love really does make you crazy. No sane person stays up all night to sing under a flapping bedsheet on a rooftop. And the song just made him feel worse, his chest aching. So dramatic. Way too dramatic. Leo went back to the dorm. The moment his head hit the pillow, he was out. The Rolex box sat peacefully on his nightstand. He dreamed. He dreamed he gave Stella a little red flower, crossed oceans to find her, and she stabbed him in the chest. Leo's eyes flew open. He gasped for breath and instinctively touched his chest. No knife, no scar. The sun was up. The timeline was glowing softly. 6 to 6:30. Wash up, drink a glass of honey water. Healthy gut, happy day. He glanced at his wrist to check the time, but it was bare. Stella had his watch. He checked his phone. 6:20. Time to get up. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound of a metal spoon scraping against the inside of a glass honey jar. Leo had forgotten to buy more again. Yesterday, there was just a thin layer at the bottom. Today, after more scraping, there was still just a thin layer at the bottom. He finally managed to get a full spoonful. He looked up to see Sean standing right next to him, phone in hand. You're insane. Leo threw his towel at Sean's head. The guy had basically fused with his phone. His eyes weren't even fully open, but the video was already recording. Daily content. Landscape mode. My bad, Sean mumbled, yawning. Leo drank his honey water and blocked the camera with his hand. I'm heading to the bathroom now. You don't need to film that. It's going to smell. After Leo finished in the bathroom, Sean went back to bed for his second round of sleep. He'd been waking up in the middle of the night to check his analytics, and his sleep was suffering. It made Leo think that success really is a young person's game. If you wait until you're older, you might not even make it, and all those sleepless nights staring at data will just land you in the ICU. Jordan was sleeping soundly. As a self-proclaimed pretty boy, he was committed to getting his 10 hours of beauty sleep every night. Alex, for the first time in ages, was already up. He was a ball of energy, usually out all day, but he was never an early riser. It was a rare sight. In the time it took Leo to use the bathroom, Alex had already transformed himself into a respectable-looking human being. He was dressed in his typical future Senator Yang style, button-down shirt, slacks, and a briefcase that screamed mid-level government official. He completed the look with black leather sandals worn over a pair of black socks. It was a slightly dorky look, but Alex was tall with a strong, square jaw, and at 22, he was still young enough to pull it off. He looked reliable and ambitious. They had a full-length mirror in the room, courtesy of Jordan. Standing next to each other, Leo felt like Alex looked a good 10 years older than him. Alex noticed Leo in his workout t-shirt and shorts. He seemed more confident lately, standing taller, looking energetic and young. Leo had always been good-looking, with a clean-cut face, and now that confidence was adding an extra something. Alex clicked his tongue twice. You've gotten a lot more handsome recently, Leo. Leo blushed a little. A compliment from Senator Yang himself? It must be true. Alex never did anything without a reason. He was heading out early for something important. Leo had his morning run to get to. He had a running partner waiting for him. He thought for a moment, then slung his backpack over his shoulder. He put the watch inside. The combined value of everything else he owned didn't even come close to the price of that watch. He was terrified of losing it and having to pay for it. He had to get it back to Stella. She was an adult, so it's not like her mom would come demanding it back. But you never know. What if? He could just imagine it. Given Stella's family background, her mother might summon him for a meeting and slide a check across the table. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave my daughter alone? Whoa. He was shocked by the sheer shamelessness of his own imagination. He saw Professor Reed walking toward him and was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot to say hello. She spoke first. Morning, Leo. Good morning, Professor Reed. It was an overcast day. No wind, just heavy, humid air. Professor Reed was wearing a purple knit short-sleeve sweater and a pair of white shorts that ended at her knees. It was incredible. At 69, her calves were still smooth and fair. She truly was a 24-karat gold tier single woman. Money can't make you young again, but it can definitely make you look a lot younger than your peers. She was also wearing different glasses. Not the gold-rimmed ones with the chain, but a stylish pair of diamond-shaped black frames. Those glasses look really fashionable, Professor, Leo said, his 7-point intelligence brain serving up the compliment automatically. Professor Reed demurely pushed the glasses up her nose with a finger and smiled. My grandson in the States bought them for me. They just arrived. I have a meeting in the city this afternoon, so I thought I'd wear them. She looked Leo up and down. A fine young man, she thought. Clean-cut, refreshing to look at, runs every morning, speaks politely, seems well-behaved. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Actually, she said, I could use someone to carry my bag today. My assistant is on leave. Are you free? You could be my aide for the day. Of course, travel and accommodation would be covered, along with other benefits and a stipend, but the professor didn't feel the need to mention that. For her, the invitation itself was the offer. Her assistant, Willow, was pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness, so she'd be out for a while. The university was supposed to assign someone else, but Professor Reed found the process tedious and hadn't finalized anything. Seeing this young man, for some reason, she decided to ask him on the spot. Leo's mouth fell open. He was surprised, but even more so, he was thrilled. The chance to work for a professor was something people fought for, especially a professor like Evelyn Reed. He'd Googled her before. The kind of brilliant people you meet in college, you rarely get a chance to encounter again after graduation. Evelyn Reed, American Academy of Arts and Sciences Fellow, Academia Sinica Academician, Professor Emerita of Mathematics and Physics at Harvard, Distinguished Professor at Tsinghua University, Vice Director of the Beijing Institute of Mathematical Sciences and Applications. The list of titles went on and on. Her role as a professor at Northwood State was the least impressive item on her resume. No wonder she looked at them in class like they were a herd of swine. She probably thought pigs were smarter. The only reason she was here was that the school offered her a house. The scenery was nice, and there was supposedly a legendary traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the area that she was interested in for her retirement. So, she'd been lured here to live out her golden years and, on the side, teach a bunch of idiots, mostly to boost the school's reputation. Even in retirement, she still held many important positions and had to attend conferences. Leo never imagined that simply going for a run every morning would lead to such an incredible opportunity falling from the sky. He had to catch it. He pictured himself leaping into the air, doing a 360-degree spin, and catching it right in his mouth. Yes, absolutely, Professor. What do I need to prepare? Where should I meet you? Evelyn Reed patted her upper arm. 1 o'clock this afternoon, at the entrance to the faculty apartments. There will be a car. If the meeting runs late, we might have to stay overnight, so just pack a change of clothes. Okay, I'll see you this afternoon. Leo was buzzing with excitement. He said his goodbyes and took off running again. Professor Reed waved, a small smile on her face as she watched his retreating figure. Youth, she thought, was a wonderful thing. Leo's heart was pounding. He was happy, excited, and a little flustered. He never would have thought that the first person to offer him an overnight stay would be his 69-year-old calculus professor. Leo sprinted toward Stella. She was waiting for him by the flower beds at the main campus roundabout. Her internal clock was as reliable as Professor Reed's. She woke up, washed her face, changed into her workout clothes, and headed out. Today, she was wearing a casual, sleeveless tank top and athletic pants. Leo felt like she could wear anything and still look cool, sharp, and effortlessly stylish. Her tank top was pure white, with a tiny logo on the right side of her chest, a small, finger-width red tag with the word Prada on it. Her pants had the same tag on the pocket. To preserve his fragile worldview, he decided not to ask about the price. He didn't need that kind of self-inflicted humiliation. But Stella had the kind of body that would look good even in a burlap sack. The tank top revealed her arms and shoulders. It wasn't low-cut. It didn't even show her collarbones. But her physique was so perfectly proportioned that even her shoulders and arms looked elegant. The curve of her chest was just right, not too big, not too small. A medical examiner would have loved her. A perfect specimen. Leo, a normal 21-year-old, appreciated the female form as naturally as he ate or drank. It wasn't about having weird thoughts. It was just an instinctive admiration. Women appreciated handsome men too, but they usually channeled it into things like celebrity crushes. Men were often more interested in the real-life people they saw every day. The love of beauty is universal. When Leo reached Stella, he was still buzzing with excitement, and his expression was happier than usual. Stella could see it clearly, and she felt a corresponding surge of joy. When you're waiting for someone and they come toward you with a smile, their happiness becomes your own. Because of one person, a mundane road becomes familiar and dear. The grass on the roadside seems more vibrant, and the clouds in the sky look perfectly placed. You don't realize you're missing them until you see them, and then you understand. This is what it feels like to miss someone. Leo watched as the serious expression on Stella's face blossomed into a smile the moment she saw him. It was like a night blooming Sirius that had waited all night to finally open. She was perfect from head to toe, except for the beat-up old Casio on her left wrist. It was possible she had chosen this particular workout outfit just to match the watch. Leo had a strange feeling he understood. Even now, he still didn't get it. What had he done to deserve this? Why her? Why him? But seeing her brilliant smile, he thought, who needs a reason? At least she was smiling. When she smiled, the whole world seemed to stand still. Life doesn't always need a why. Sometimes a smile is enough. Stella noticed Leo was carrying his backpack, but he wasn't wearing the watch she'd given him. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Right now, Stella was feeling a bit like a fan who's met their idol. She wasn't necessarily in love with the Leo standing in front of her. She was in love with the idea of him in her head. The one with the beautiful singing voice. The one who was distant and unattainable. If the Leo she admired happened to be the same as the real Leo, then maybe that was love. If they were vastly different, she would probably come to her senses and very rationally say goodbye. Leo couldn't grasp these complex emotions, but he could sense security and insecurity. Right now, Stella was happy, and that happiness was directed at him. Feelings were complicated. If he hadn't just run into Professor Reed, he would still be feeling anxious and insecure. The Rolex was beautiful. It was one thing to never have one, but to have had it in your hands and then let it go, that was something he would regret forever. But when Professor Reed asked him to work for her, suddenly everything shifted. Leo felt his heart, which had been floating in the air, finally land on solid ground. No wonder Alex was so confident every day. He had goals, direction, things to do. No wonder Sean seemed more stable these past few days. It was just him and Jordan who were still drifting. Even though he got up on time every day to run, exercise, and study, he never felt settled. He didn't have his own goals. He was just being pushed along by others like swimming against the current. If he stopped fighting, he'd be washed away. But Professor Reed had asked him to work for her, and suddenly, he felt grounded. He needed to study hard to prove that he was useful. From a young age, students are taught to study hard, but no one ever teaches them why, how to apply what they learn, or where to use it. Learning without thinking is pointless. Learning without doing is useless. Maybe he didn't need some spectacular success. He just needed to prove, first to himself, that he could do things. He just needed a chance, even a small one. That's why he was happy, joyful. This feeling, he realized, was even better than being in love. A young man's heart is like a scale. Love on one side, a career on the other. He needed to work, to try, to do something. Maybe he would never earn enough to buy a Rolex in his entire life, but he would have peace of mind. He would be stable, not tossed around by uncertainty, not like a kite held by a string, constantly worried she would let go. Yes, a person without confidence doesn't dare to take her hand, because he's afraid she'll let go. It wasn't even about love yet. I have no confidence, so I have no idea why you like me. I don't dare to like you back because I'm afraid that if I do, and one day you suddenly stop, I'll be crushed. Stella was the kind of person you could never figure out. Her liking you felt like a gift, a moment of insanity on her part. And one day, when she came to her senses, she would just walk away without a second thought. Leo felt like fate was a strange thing, as if the script had already been written. The first time they met, he sang an emotional indie ballad. Then, a classic love ballad about crossing oceans. And last night, for some reason, he had recorded a dark, moody pop song about a beautiful destroyer. Their story together would probably follow the same path as those lyrics. It was like a prophecy. He had even rehearsed it in his dreams. But the complexity of feelings is that even when you know it's a trap, you still have to jump in. You know you'll get hurt, but you have to experience it for yourself. How can you know how much it hurts if you've never been hurt before? That's how Leo felt about Stella right now. He said, with complete seriousness, "Your Highness, I couldn't sleep last night. The Rolex box was on my nightstand, and I was so worried someone would steal it, so worried it would be gone when I woke up. I didn't get a wink of sleep. Look, I even have dark circles." Stella laughed again. This time her smile was even more beautiful, a mix of arrogance and charm. "You're just trying to get me to look at your eyelashes. So what if they're long?" "I'm serious. Look, I even brought the Rolex with me on my run. I feel like a snail carrying its heavy shell. It's a lot of pressure." Stella held out her arm, her elegant hand palm up. Leo took the Rolex box out of his backpack and gave it to her. It was heavy. As he handed it over, he felt a wave of relief. He was exaggerating, of course, but sometimes jokes are just the truth in disguise. He watched as Stella opened the box. Rich people really are different, he thought. They just accept things, check them, no fuss. If it were him, and someone was returning something, he'd be too embarrassed to even open it. What if it was empty? Then he saw her set the box aside, take out the watch, and peel off the protective film. Last night, Jordan had given him a lecture on this. You never peel the film off a Rolex. Once it's off, the sale is final. The sales associates always show you the watch with the film on, to prove it's brand new, untouched. If you take it to a second-hand dealer, a watch with film and one without are two different prices. Leo watched her, wanted to say something, but he bit his tongue. She didn't need that kind of advice. That was for poor people. He watched as her long, slender fingers effortlessly tore off the film from the face, the class, the band, rip, 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 as if she'd done it 100 times before. Then she reached out and took his left hand. Leo tensed. In broad daylight, in public? What was she doing? Was she going to hold his hand? She was so strange. It felt like she'd never been in a relationship before, yet her actions were so bold, so forceful, almost like Jessica Monroe. Stella held his hand. Her touch was warm, but her face was expressionless as she lifted his hand, fastened the watch around his wrist, and clicked the clasp shut. Click! At that exact moment, the fountain in the center of the roundabout suddenly roared to life, shooting water high into the air. The streams arced and fell, but before they could even hit the ground, new jets of water shot up to take their place, over and over, a brilliant, beautiful cycle. Just like Leo's heart. His heart was a fountain, and his blood was pumping just like that, shooting out, hitting the walls of his veins, receding, only to be pushed out again by the next beat, over and over. Don't take it off without my permission, Stella said, her voice commanding. Then she laced her fingers through his and gave their joined hands a little shake. Her hand, wearing his Casio. His hand, wearing her Rolex. The fountain danced in the sunlight. 6:30 to 7 o'clock. Run. A healthy body leads to a clear mind, inspires ambition, and maintains a positive spirit. The run still had to happen. A little romance wasn't going to change that. When two people are together, they have to do something. It's just more normal that way. Leo left his backpack, now containing an empty Rolex box, with a security guard at the front gate. He and Stella started their run, a little later than usual. All around campus, there were banners. Congratulations on the successful conclusion of the XXX event. So that's why the fountain was on. Every time his arm swung forward, he saw the Rolex. It was so damn beautiful. He felt a little lightheaded. Now he understood why girls burst into tears of joy when a diamond ring is slipped on their finger. That inexplicable sense of ceremony is powerful. Who says guys don't like it? Guys just don't like being the ones who have to provide it all the time. Stella was a master. Leo felt himself falling for her completely. No wonder a girl with a diamond ring will willingly walk into the prison of marriage. In that single moment, if Stella had asked him to jump off a cliff with her, he would have followed without hesitation. She didn't ask him to jump off a cliff. She just kept running with him. They still didn't talk much, because you're not really supposed to chat while you're running properly. But every now and then, they would glance at each other, their eyes would meet, and he would be rewarded with a smile. He felt like a boy collecting pearls. Stella's smiles were the pearls, and he spent the whole morning running and gathering them. You have to run with abandon when you're 21. And if there's a girl running beside you, even better, running releases dopamine. It makes you happy, fills you with emotion, and makes you hopeful for the future. It makes even a simple breakfast burrito taste like the most delicious thing on earth. For breakfast, Leo went back to the same food truck. He bought 2 breakfast burritos, one for him and one for Stella, and 2 cartons of soy milk. While he was ordering, he suddenly thought of Moose. If he was going to be Professor Reed's assistant for the afternoon, he wouldn't have time to walk him. He needed to let Paige know. He sent her a quick text. Stella stood off to the side, polite as always. Even though he didn't have a privacy screen on his phone, she wouldn't have peeked. He wasn't doing anything shady, but her politeness also felt not very couple-like. After sending the text, he said, "This afternoon, I'm going into the city for a conference with my calculus professor, Professor Reed. Her assistant is on leave, so I'm filling in for the day. Just had to let my other boss know." "Okay," Stella said, just smiling. That smile made his heart flutter again. You have to fall in love early, he thought. Otherwise, when you're older, all this heart fluttering will just lead to a stent or bypass surgery. They walked back slowly. There was nowhere to sit at the food truck, so they found a spot on the steps by the basketball court and ate their breakfast. The court was empty, but they ate happily, grinning at it as if Michael Jordan himself were putting on a show just for them. Professor Reed said if it gets too late, we might stay in the city overnight. So I might not be able to run with you tomorrow morning. Just wanted to let you know. If I can make it back, I'll tell you. Okay. Stella just smiled sweetly. When she smiled at him like that, he lost all ability to speak. They were about to part ways, almost back at the fountain, when Leo remembered the song he'd recorded. He sent the audio file to Stella. "What is it? Listen to it when you get back." He waved goodbye to her. He didn't walk her to her dorm. She hadn't invited him, and he could sense that she wouldn't want him to. It was a subtle feeling. She liked him, but maybe not that much. Maybe this was how rich people confess their feelings. Saying I like you is too casual. Saying I love you is too heavy. So they just say, "Here, have a Rolex." Leo went back to his dorm, stopping at the dining hall to pick up the inferior, less tasty version of breakfast burritos for Sean and Jordan. It couldn't be helped. Their dorm was closer to the dining hall. In her dorm room at the Honors College, Paige Kennedy had just woken up. She'd stayed up too late reading a novel. It was a tragic boy's love story, and it had completely wrecked her. She cried so much her eyes were swollen shut. Looking in the mirror now, she was horrified. Her round face already made her look chubby, and now it was puffy and swollen. She'd planned to get all dressed up today and go find Leo on the main campus. She'd even picked out an outfit, the new short shorts and tight top she'd just bought. She quickly grabbed 2 cooling eye masks and stuck them under her eyes, a desperate attempt at damage control. Then she made an Americano. A black coffee on an empty stomach was supposed to reduce swelling. After her coffee, she finally picked up her phone. The first thing she saw was a new message from Leo at the top of her chat list. "Hey boss, something came up this afternoon, so I have to take the day off. Won't be able to walk Moose. Can you please let him know for me? Thanks. Paige." She was furious, annoyed. She'd already picked out her outfit. That jerk, taking a day off on his second day of work. Unbelievable. She and Moose would condemn him together. Paige stomped around her room, slamming things down. Her roommate asked her what was wrong. Did Damien and Chase not end up together? He died. Paige shrieked, slamming her hand on her desk. Her roommate gasped. "No way. That's impossible. I'm so mad." Paige screamed again. After her run, Stella didn't want Leo to walk her back. She had a habit of taking a detour through the small garden behind her dorm building. For a long time, it had been her private sanctuary, a place where she would often sit and think. She was just a bit of a loner. As she approached the swing set where she usually sat, she saw a dead cicada on the stone path nearby. At least, she assumed it was dead. A swarm of ants was surrounding it, preparing to carry it away as food. Stella watched them calmly, feeling no particular sympathy. When she was little, she had a puppy. One day, after she'd done something wrong, her mother had punished her by giving the puppy away. That would have been bad enough. But the family her mother gave it to ate it. Stella had been depressed for a long time after that. She couldn't bring herself to love small animals anymore. The memory was too terrifying. That was also when her relationship with her mother began to deteriorate. She even had her mother saved in her phone as Ms. Vance. Vance. She opened her messages. As usual, there was a red dot next to Ms. Vance's name. She didn't even have to open it to know it was a barrage of terrifying, alarmist articles. But what could be more terrifying than your own mother giving your puppy away to be eaten? Stella opened the file Leo had sent her. An audio clip. She pressed play. Got a grayscale prison in my head, full of black ink thoughts I wish were dead. You can knock me down and watch me fall, but don't you ever think I'll crawl. You're the angel and the devil in me. So you break my heart so beautifully. You make me laugh right up to the end, then I find a knife where my heart should have been. Let them piece together our whole story. I'm too tired to explain. What is love anyway? When they all want to see me break, I've already been reborn, stronger than before. The raw, raspy voice saying over and over, like he was holding you close, whispering in your ear. The wind rustled past, and the stray hairs by her ear danced gently. On the stone path, the ants had finally gathered enough forces to move the dead cicada, marching it toward their nest. Tears streamed down the girl's face. The boy's song played on a loop.